but with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Welcome to Hit for 6. Today we have Space Station Gaming versus Eminem. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz, third team to qualify from North America. And of course, we also have representing Eminem, we have Yuzus and Solotov. Today's game is a quiz. There is an image hidden behind a block of numbered squares. The goal is simple. Pick a square, answer the question, and if you get it right, it'll reveal part of the image and give you an opportunity to guess the map. But if you guess wrong, the other team gets the opportunity to steal. Fultz, Forrest, which number do you choose to start out?
We'll do 5.
5 it is. What is the longest match in Siege history by rounds?
G2 versus Empire, 2019.
That's unfortunately
18.
incorrect. Eminem, that gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Okay, let's go Koi Faze. Let's go Koi Faze.
Let's go Faze.
Eminem have pulled off a heist, so let's see what is behind square number 5. I mean, if you guys want to guess the map right now, you can try. Go for it. You don't lose anything.
Fortress.
Fortunately, it is not Fortress, but it's all good, because you just stole Space Station's question. Now you have an opportunity to pick your own square. So what are you going for?
6.
6 it is. So, question. What word used to be on the side of Tachanka's LMG?
I have no idea as well.
No idea?
Nope.
All right. That gives you the opportunity to take it out from under him.
Like Lord?
It is Lord, was written on the LMG.
Let's go.
So, Space Station have stolen Eminem's question back. If we can reveal what is behind square number 6. All right, do you guys want to make a guess? You seem confident. What map do you think this might be?
It's theme park.
Can I get a
100%.
room on theme park?
It's got to be office.
All right.
Our guess
got
is
an
office.
Office on theme park. Can we get a reveal? 2 squares, and done. SSG have won the game. That is it for us on Hit for 6. Tune in next time.
Fez aí, seu merda. Já.
Vai, gente.
Bora aí?
Puxa
Bora
calma,
aí.
puxa calma. Unânime.
Cara, qual foi a vez que tu morreu? Não lembro.
Lembra não,
Campeonato,
papai?
pô. Ele não tava não,
Berlim, mapa banco. Foi fazer vertical, o amigão se matou aqui. Companheiro se matou lá embaixo.
pô. O rapaz que tava matando geral e morreu o cara que tava matando todo mundo. Aí acabou o round.
Foda, né? Aí a play é voltada pro cara pegar kill. Aí se matou.
Pior que no time é só tu ou o Cadezinho que joga de HE, então.
Eu também jogo, mas eu não faço essas
O
barberagens.
Cadezinho não se mata, ele só isola às vezes mesmo.
Não. Não, acho que ele não isola muito, pô, mas ele zaralha às vezes com a HE.
Não, o Cade é bom de HE, pô.
Aquele treininho, ele jogou uma granada 3 metros do cara. Cara, o cara não morre.
Nossa, tá, aquele lá foi.
Granada do outro lado do mapa. Cara, o cara não morre, mano. Aqui, como assim? Eu?
Ele.
Demora pra configurar boneco, pra pegar as
O
periféricas.
cara só joga de Ana, pô.
Manda o Portela pegar as coisas, aí ele esquece e fica bravo.
O cara esqueceu o passaporte, mano.
Não, não esqueci, eu tenho aqui, porra. Pô, o que você botou eu, cara?
Porque você tem cara de bobão.
É que você é meio bobão mesmo.
Mas esqueceu alguma coisa, acho que mais que o BS.
Eu?
O Cade joga um roundzinho e já tá tiltado já, pô.
Ontem o KDS chutou?
Se for jogar
Eu não tava jogando com ele ontem.
Pô, tava 2 dias sem dormir, irmão.
Ué, mas é sempre tu, pô. Tu sempre é o culpado das paradas, tá ligado?
Eu joguei 4 ranks com você, foi muito, meu querido.
Não, o Randy não quita não é porque ele é troll, né? Na verdade. O cara só vai, se mata e fica lá brincando.
Cara, eu não quito da Ranked.
Claro, se você se mata, você vai e fica no TikTok.
Você morre em 5 segundos, como é que vai quitar no jogo que não joga?
Ah, eu esqueci no jogo lá contra a BD.
Não, cara, não lembra não?
Que jogo? Você esqueceu?
Da BD, pô, jogou um round disputado.
Ah, trou. Ah, mas o KDS também, o KDS sempre, tipo, erra os bagulho do mic no treino e tal. É
Não sabe configurar o fone, né, pô?
Ó quem fala, que fala 3 palavras e só meu resto e depois fica puto que ninguém te escutou.
Tu manda mal às vezes, pô.
É.
Sempre manda mal.
Acho que tem um cara. Não dá pra te ouvir. Tá ouvindo agora?
Welcome to Hit for Six. We've got the pride of North America here. M80 going up against Dark Zero. On one side, we have M80 represented by Iconic and Spoit. You know, you're very famous on YouTube for being a good player. I just feel like you gotta prove yourself here.
Whatever happens, happens. Gotta try my best, that's it.
On Dark Zero, of course, we have Canadian and Achieve. Is it a priority to win this?
Some people came here, flew out to Copenhagen to win the major. I came out here to win Hit for Six.
Well, there can only be one winner between M80 and Dark Zero. Just have to go to the reaction test to find out. For this game, a button will light up. They'll have to push it as soon as it appears. After about 15 seconds out of 30 seconds total, the teammate will have to swap in and then finish the race. Now, Canadian is already limbered up and ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go. He's looking all over the place. It's like a wild man. He's not seen food in days. You got it. 32 hours on a plane and he's still kicking. 3, 2, 1, switch! Watch out. Troy didn't want to let go. He wanted to keep going. Oh! Big pace. He's moving. Keep power, man! Power! 3, 2, 1, time! 36 between Canadian and Achieved. Let's move on to M80. Well, they're both ready to get to it. Spoit, Iconic, in 3, 2, 1, go! He's all prepped. He's assumed the position. He's got to beat Canadian and Achieve's time of 36.
Blind spots.
3, 2, 1, switch. All right, 18. They get exactly 18 and 15 seconds. They'll tie Dark Zero's score. Dave is already speeding to that mark. Iconic just 4 under. 3, 2, 1, time. Oh, so close. Just by 1 point, you guys have won. 37 to 36. I mean, it doesn't get closer than that, but thank you all for watching. Make sure to tune in for more fun Rainbow Six content at Hit for Six. Welcome to Hit for Six. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Foltz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro.
I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so. Just
Think
about.
so? Reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Foltz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzu's about 10 seconds. Forrest about to jump in. You think he's gonna do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Foltz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds. You guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping. All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top. Welcome to Hit for 6. We've got the Soniqs, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a full EU team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Soniqs, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best-of-3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Soniqs, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Ghana. Go, top right. Oh, bottom left. Top left. Bottom right.
It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Soniqs, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more. Welcome to Hit for 6. With Phase 1 ending, we've got the Phase 2 teams jumping into the mix. G2, the world champions on one side, and on the other, Virtus Pro.
I think I'm gonna be so good at this game, by the way. I will beat you.
No.
We're testing the team's map knowledge. We'll have an image from a room within the game on a specific map. It'll start zoomed in and slowly pull out as the time goes on. The first team to hit the buzzer has an opportunity to guess, but if they guess wrong, the other team can jump in. They have an opportunity to get it right or wrong. So let's begin. Start revealing the image. Image number 1.
We need to call the room, right?
Call the room and the map. G2 have pressed their button. Doki and or Fabian, one of you two, whoever's the brains.
All right, okay. We think this is skyscraper.
Okay.
In barbecue.
I can confirm it's skyscraper, but unfortunately it is not barbecue. All right, now we'll fully reveal the image. You have an answer?
We call that spot sushi in our team.
Congratulations, VP. You've got the first point. You got the first image right.
Wait. You said that you smashed us so hard.
You're gonna get smashed.
Okay. This is what happened. We will wait.
You're gonna get smashed.
All right, we've got image 1 done. We'll move on to the second image. Again, look closely. Make sure you're waiting on that buzzer. Make sure we get the right answer. Oh, G2 have hopped in.
I'm pretty sure this is Bank CEO desk.
It is Bank CEO.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's move on to the third image. Ooh, G2 just in the nick of time.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Skyscraper.
I'm sorry to do this to you, but that is Bank Electric.
Let's go for the reveal. See if the guess, Bank Electrical, is correct. Indeed, it is. That means G2 won the series.
Deserved, you know?
Very.
Deserved comeback.
Very deserved. Good comeback from G2. Camaraderie all across the board between both teams. But that's all for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching. Make sure to tune in for more game show fun throughout the major. Welcome to Hit for 6. In this edition of the show, we have G2 going up against VP. Representing G2, we have Doki and Fabian. Representing VP, we have Joystick and Dan. Today's game will be a reaction test. One teammate will spend 15 seconds clicking all the buttons they can, but then at second 15, the other teammate will hop in, finish the race, and by the end, we'll see which team has the higher score. Danny, you ready?
Yes.
All right. Well, 3, 2, 1, go! He's already missed one. This is not a good omen. It's gonna be easy. He's reacting. Going a little slow for a man of his age.
They were way faster when I was a player.
Joystick might have to do a little bit of a catch-up. Oh, he's panicking. 3, 2, 1, switch! And Joystick's got to hop in and salvage it so far. And I'm sorry to say, a little slow, unfortunately. Oh, but Joystick's killing it. Oh, this dude's moving. Oh. Reached 30 now. 3, 2, 1, time. 33 is the score to beat. With Virtus Pro done, we'll be moving on to G2 to test their time. Fabian, I know you are rearing to go. So, in 3, 2, 1, begin. All right. He's struggling to look. Reaction time and eyesight both starting to go, but he's making it now. He's on his way. All right, every button first. 3, 2, 1, switch. Crisp 15. Remember, 33 is the score to beat. Letting some buttons slip by. Time dwindling though. 10 to go. 9 now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time!
You're so bad.
You know what the problem is? I need to stand further away.
Yeah.
The same as that.
That's the problem you have. Unfortunate 31 is, of course, less than 33, and that means VP are our winners. Dan and Joystick, a little bit faster on the reactions. But that's it for us at Hit for 6. Thank you for watching. Make sure to tune in for more fun Rainbow Six content.
got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Champions!
Copenhagen! Massive thank you to our amazing dancers and community cosplayer Alfie Banks, as we are now well rested and ready to roll after a siege feast yesterday, a Brazilian banquet where we saw 3 of our winning teams emanating from South America. And now it is time to get stuck into our semi-finals. Tomorrow, one of our 4 teams will raise that trophy high in the air and become our Blast R6 Major Copenhagen champions. Are we ready for our first semi-final? I thought so, because this one is like a Brazilian El Clasico. It is a rivalry rich in history, and these 2 teams are out there ready for your voices. Okay, so make some noise as they step out onto the stage. First things first, it is a team full of confidence. They are fired up and ready for their fiercest challenge yet. It is Faze Clan! Now, beating a world champion gives any team momentum, and yesterday they put G2 on ice. Can they keep it flowing? It's Liquid! And KDS will join me before we throw them into this vital semi-final. KDS, I'm going to come to you first. You must be feeling very confident because you beat this team in the Brazil League finals.
Yes. Yeah, we are very confident today because we already win against them, but we think we maybe a difficult match, but we are strongest and we are confident today.
Speaking of confidence, this man and his teammates will be full of it because yesterday they eliminated the reigning world champions G2. That must fill you with momentum here on the stage today.
Yeah, of course. Like, we have momentum right now, so we are keeping everything we can to keep it, and go through everything, and lift the trophy. That's what we want, and we are going to do it.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because you guys are obviously so close to it. Just a couple of series, and it could be yours. Lagonis is a player you know very well. You've won a major with him. Are you a little bit worried? Does friendship go out the window here?
Yeah, it will be very tough if we win against them because I like him a lot. We are good friends, but it's a job, yeah.
Today it's just a job. I get it. Just a couple more questions. I've got to ask, what's preparation been like since your incredible victory yesterday?
We talked about the Vito a little, and Hugo did their job. Let's say he spent almost the whole night studying and doing what he does, and that was most of it. He was we were briefing before the game. That's basically that.
All right, well, listen, this is, of course, a Brazil banger. So before we get into this, would you like to say anything to each other in Portuguese? Feel free.
Vai ser bom jogo, hein, Paulo? Boa sorte.
All right, guys, go and take your seats. Best of luck. One of these two teams will progress into our grand final. And to preview it all in depth, it is time to cross over to our amazing desk with Milos, Fastan, and Fresh.
Thank you very much, Ian. Hello, Copenhagen! Good morning, everybody. Shout out to all Denmark joining us here. And of course, the UK corner that was going wild till midnight last night. We're going to keep it rolling in day 2 here of our main event. Live from Forum Copenhagen, this is Blast R6 Major. I'm the Medic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. Good morning. Had enough rest and sleep from a busy day?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it was a shorter night, but it was okay because we got good games coming, which will give all of us energy, I'm pretty sure.
I was about to say, we got away with it. We did the first 2 games yesterday, so we was watching the last one, particularly from the hotel room, straight to sleep back here this morning. But, the dedication of some of these people, production, the fans, people that finished so late last night being here first thing this morning. Incredible stuff.
That's crazy. Pretty incredible to see, but let's recap all of that happened yesterday. There's quite a bit that went down. We start off with that schedule and the bracket and all of that. First up, bracket. We'll recap it all. We get 4 best of 3s that went down yesterday, and that eliminated 4 of our teams. Faze beating Scars 2-1, the last hope of Japan and the entire Asia-Pacific region knocked out of the running. G2 playing against Liquid. They got close, but on map 3, Liquid absolutely rolling over them. And that's it. You beat the world champions. What can stop you now? Liquid v Faze Clan. Eminem versus W7M. W7M getting the victory over a European team. And finally, it's NA that prevent a full 4 Brazilian team lineup for our semifinals. There's a lot on their shoulders, not just North America, but also, I guess, EU in some way with Citizen and everybody else around the world. Our schedule for today is actually pretty simple in this case. I think we can all come together and say it at the same time if you'd like. It's 2 matches, best of 3 series, and it goes like this. Faze versus Team Liquid. El Clásico Brazil is starting up first, and second is Soniqs versus W7M. Some would say the best team in North America, even though they had to fight through Phase 1, basically qualifiers to Phase 1, 2, and now to get it to 3. And then W7M, the up-and-comers on the other side. You might be asking, what are they playing for? And that is a big question to answer because bragging rights are pretty important. Get to lift our big trophy that Anne confirms is quite heavy.
It's heavy, yes.
There you go. Thank you very much.
I saw Anne try and lift it and I didn't even bother. I know she goes to the gym and...
yeah, you go to the gym.
I'm too weak to lift it.
You go once a month to the gym and then you post a picture on Instagram.
Exactly.
I see how that happens. $200,000 is what you get when you win the whole tournament. But if you win today, you guarantee yourself $80,000 by making it to the grand final. Not too bad if you ask me. But let's go back to yesterday and kind of go through things one by one because there is a lot to unpack. And if we were to start with game number 1, W7M versus Eminem, in this case, at least in our bracket, what'd you like to say about it?
Exactly. It was a close game, I would say. I mean, Eminem had a fair shot of winning that. There were some rounds where they set themselves up really good with an advantage, and then still, props to W7M for having really good recovery to win out those rounds where they were in opposite men deficit. They closed out the series 2-1, I believe, pretty much as expected. Eminem had a good chance of making it through, but I'm pretty sure people would have expected W7M to come through it.
I honestly thought, over the first 2 maps at least, Eminem were the better team and should have got it done. Unfortunately, they've got that soft underbelly that we saw yesterday, losing those 4v2s. I think W7M have got some of the best individual talent in the world. But their strategy was a little bit lacking yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they go today against a North American team that, you know, is pretty good on their strategic front.
That was a big point of improvement that we all talked about in Jönköping, with W7M being knocked out in the semifinals. We'll see if they can do better today. But next one, Faze v Scars. Big hopes on Scar's shoulder, then honestly a super close matchup between the two.
And that's the thing, on paper, it looked so done and dusted. It was just going to be an easy Faze win. But then Scars turned up in the server, they brought the momentum, they brought the kills, they brought the crowd energy, and they just harvested it, managed to take Faze to their best map and beat them on it. Unfortunately, just fell short. I think a little bit of experience for Faze coming into play, and just a little bit of being the more experienced and probably the higher skilled team.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Faze, they were winning out their gunfight specifically on that first map, and they had so much information, such good pacing coming out on their own attacks. The second map, Scars kind of read into that. They got rid of their drones, they got rid of the info that was working so well for Faze. Scars themselves, as you mentioned, stepped up in the server. They were really thriving off the crowd's energy that was given to them. They were having a great time, but unfortunately for them, it was cut too short.
Well, a second European team joined us here in the arena yesterday, and that was G2 with a Danish player on it, with the, being the world champions, the #1 team in the world, and still got beaten, absolutely rolled over by Team Liquid, especially on that map 3.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid had so much motivation to win that match because it was a rematch of Phase 2 where G2 actually came out victorious. So, hopefully for Liquid, they have that kind of revenge wanting today as well. It was a close game, I would say. We saw an interrogation in that very first round, which really set the tone for that matchup. But indeed, for Liquid to come out victorious out of that one, beating the world champions, that gives you good momentum for this game.
G2 started with an interrogation. It started well, and then it went downhill pretty quick.
Yeah, I think maybe they underestimated their opponents just a little bit, having already beaten them, having tried to get inside their heads, and, Liquid, they just looked formidable and have looked formidable since they lost to G2 that day.
And then finally, Soniqs versus NIP. We almost had 4 teams from Brazil competing in the semifinals, but NA was there to stop it.
Yeah, Soniqs have been genuinely excellent, I think, through this tournament. Pre-tournament, I would have said I feel like Soniqs have got the highest ceiling out of any North American team. I'm kind of happy to be proven right, because that means Deschu was proven wrong, because he said it was going to be SSG.
Any day.
But yeah, no, Soniqs, excellent strategy, excellent players. 2-0, and it could have gone much later. Obviously it was late last night. It was getting past midnight. They were still in map 2. It had gone to map 3. But yeah, Soniqs did very well. They've got a very formidable test today going up against W7M. But it's one that, I believe, and I don't know if the European crowd will adopt Soniqs, given they do have a European player.
Hey, look, they got Citizen on there. I know he's a UK player, and there's some UK fans on here, but are we adopting Soniqs as one of our own? Yeah, I think it speaks to it. I think it speaks to it. That's good enough for our start here.
We should get the papers out, get it signed, get it official. Yep.
All about paperwork, man. I have so much paperwork to go through. Anyways,
sorry.
Final thoughts, though, on Soniqs and what they can do?
I mean, it was a 2-0, but I think the scoreline doesn't really represent it being a 2-0 because the maps scores themselves were way closer eventually. Yes, I like the growth we're seeing from Soniqs pre-tournament into now. There were some role changes maybe coming in right before this tournament, which are starting to work into good effect. I think NIP themselves had a really good growth throughout this tournament too. They adapted that kind of Virtus Pro playstyle, but we all know as soon as you crack that code, they can be beaten.
It was a very impressive comeback from Soniqs on that map 1 as well, where they looked down, dumped, dejected. They took a timeout. Obviously, there was, there was a little bit of a rehost going in as well, and then they managed to just come back and win however many rounds in a row it was. It was very impressive characters to see from that team.
All right, I think that's pretty much all that happened yesterday. We could sit here all day and recap things in detail, but if you didn't notice, we have a show to get started. El Clásico begins! Faze versus Team Liquid!
Acho que eles têm medo mesmo porque eles sabem da nossa potência. A gente joga há muito tempo contra eles e tem essa rivalidade muito grande por parte das organizações. E acho que sempre uma boa partida contra eles.
Mal posso esperar para ter mais confronto internacional com a Faze Clan. Acabou mostrando uma grande evolução nossa aí das quartas de final, depois de jogo grandioso aí.
Muito feliz por estar chegando tão perto do nosso objetivo. Sei que vai ser mais difícil agora e acho que a gente tem total capacidade de conseguir chegar e ganhar esse título. Mas vamos trabalhar aí para trazer a vitória também e quem sabe chegar na final.
And there it is, Faze versus Team Liquid about to begin. Welcome back to the desk. We're gonna bring you all the latest info that you need before we get started with our matchup. And unfortunately for us, Faze v Liquid goes back a long time ago. We call it a Clásico Brazil for a very specific reason. Over the years, only a few teams have been able to fight these two squads here to pull them away from those top dogs positions. MIBR, W7M recently, and NIP at times, though it has been a couple years till now that has happened, that has been able to do anything about them. But let's talk about that history for a moment, and how deep does it go?
I mean, it was mentioned already by Faze in that interview, right? These teams have played against each other so many times. This matchup is going to be the 36th time that these two teams play against each other in the history of Siege. In different iterations though, as we would say, so we're going to focus a bit on the most recent history between these two teams. Since 2022, they faced off 10 times, and 6 of those games were best of 3s. And we'll focus on that because today is also a best of 3. And 5 times out of 6, it was actually Liquid having the upper hand, beating Faze in quite quick manners as well. But the most recent one was a Faze victory. That was in the Brazil League in the finals, where Faze beat Liquid 2-0.
Okay, 37 times, as many times as Fresh has played VP in ranked.
That's true. And I'm undefeated, that's all I'm going to say. Look, I think there's different levels of kind of recency or history bias. If you look over the full term of these two orgs going head-to-head, it's been Liquid. If you look over the past year, Liquid have absolutely dominated Faze, but as Anne said, in the very, very recent history in this stage, Faze have had the upper hand on Liquid. So which bit of recency bias are we going as to who's the favourite or who is the underdog? In reality, these are two very, very fierce competitors that are used to playing each other all of the time.
And it's every single bit of info is gonna need. If we're gonna pull it down to the most recent recency bias, let's be honest, Liquid beat the reigning world champions in G2. It was a trifle that map 3 how it happened, whereas Faze had a tough time against Scars that have never been on the major stage, have never been at a major.
Yeah, they faced completely different opponents yesterday, as we could say, indeed. And indeed, yeah, Liquid took down the reigning world champions, whereas previously in this major, they actually got beaten by those world champions. And even told in the interview yesterday by Liquid, they like to put in the hard work, they like to counter-strat, they know exactly what the enemy team is going to do, which helped them in that game yesterday. But today, there's probably less than 12 hours between that previous matchup and this one. How are you going to counter-prep?
It is a true test of the players, but also Liquid support staff to see how ready they'll be for this game.
Yeah, I think Paolo mentioned it. They'll be working through the night. I've been there and done that, where your team finishes as a support staff, you don't finish because you've then got to prep the next opponent for the next day. You'll be working through the night, 3-4 hours sleep, and off you go again. And one thing I will say, and I will just pick up on that from Anne, is the counter analysis and I call it opportunity spotting from Team Liquid. Now, whether that's just pre-planned or on the fly from Lagonis, has been genuinely excellent throughout this tournament. We saw them yesterday walk into Armory Throne on Theme Park, one of the best defensive sites in the world, 5v5, haven't opened a wall, get a plant down because they'd seen that opportunity, they've seen that hole in G2's defense, and they hit it. And it's not just the first time they did it. They did it with Wolves when they played them on Oregon, and they did it on the basement site of Oregon. They're finding opportunities in these basically impenetrable sites, and they're managing to find ways to win through thinking a little bit outside the box, and that's what sets them apart.
The question is, are FaZe predictable in one way, at least enough for Liquid as players and staff to actually be ready for this thing?
It's a very difficult one, because if you look at Faze's pacing, specifically in their game yesterday, they can strike anywhere in the round, it feels like. They will either take their sweet time, they'll get the information, as we saw, they'll see, hey, there's a room going on, hey, there's a site, the site's open, for example, and then they will use that information and have a great flood onto the site. But this flood can come in the very beginning of the round, or in the very late part of the round, making them a very unpredictable team to play against.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, obviously, there's a slightly different dynamic. You know, we've seen them not necessarily be strategically on top, you know, in terms of the pre-planned opportunity spotting. But what we have seen them do is use their information, as Anne said, super well. Their drone game is super good, and their information game is super good. But they also have that passive information game by those crutch operators, by the Monty, who allows you to not drone rooms because you can walk in and phase check it, by the Dokkaebi, who allows you to just send that phone call, and if you hear a phone call going off, somebody's in the room. If you don't hear anything, you can make assumptions. And FaZe utilize those sources of information really well that isn't just the droning, and that's how they kind of seek their advantages in rounds rather than these kind of pre-planned or opportunistic plays called from the IGL.
Look, I'm gonna put you on the spot here because both of you love everything that is numbers and how they actually are reflected on the server. My question is, what are the scenarios, map-wise that is, where one team could triumph over the other, where Liquid's preparation would falter against FaZe and how unpredictable they can be at times?
I mean, there's certain maps, obviously, if you look at the big history that these teams have against each other, where one has the upper hand on the other team. And there's also teams that, you know, they haven't really played an official match on Skyscraper, for example. So if that comes out today, that might play into that unpredictability of those two teams. I think a really solid factor on the side of Liquid here is they have players that all have this positive rating and all have this show up together type of vibe and type of performance, whereas on the side of FaZe, it feels like they're working in shifts. So on the first map, it's KDS and Handy, and then the second map is Cyber, and then the third map is someone else stepping up, and it's maybe slightly less reliable than if all players step up on the side of Liquid.
And we need to get a vibe check on that.
Vibe check, yes, yeah.
There you go. I can't do it properly. There you go.
There you go. I feel like for the bans, it's always very weird in terms of the way Brazilian teams specifically ban against each other. Normally what you'll see with teams in an international tournament is you see them consistently have the bans domestically or internationally. They will ban the same, they'll want to try to go to the same kind of maps. When two Brazilian teams go head to head, they're that intricate and in each other's minds that you get some really weird map bans coming out from them. So for example, both of these teams have one permaban throughout the stage in the tournament. For Liquid, that's Cafe. For FaZe, that's Villa. Would I be surprised if either of them show up today? Absolutely not. I've not seen the map ban yet, but these teams ban very differently. It was a bit more easy to script yesterday from these two teams. Not so much today, in my opinion.
Well, how about we elucidate the truth, as they would say. I don't know who says that, but Chalet is up first. That's Liquid going for the pick. They start off on defense. Border. FaZe on the attack. All right. Okay, I'm very much looking forward to that. Finally, if we need to go to it, that'll be Cafe Dostoevsky with Oregon removed by FaZe Clan just before starting off on the attack. Jack, overall thoughts on our map ban?
Well, we're seeing both teams pick into a perceived weak map from the opponent. We're seeing Liquid go for Chalet, which is a perceived weak map for FaZe, and the opposite for FaZe going Border for Liquid. Obviously, Liquid did lose to G2 on Border on that map, but the decider of Cafe, that's the one that's getting me, because I just said it just then. Liquid have permaban Cafe throughout this whole stage, so to allow it to go through, to choose to ban away FaZe's Skyscraper, where they didn't look that good yesterday, and allow FaZe to go to Cafe in the decider, that's a curious one for me.
That's an advantage that you were mentioning yesterday with 4 maps that could be banned in the beginning. Like, you got 2 options. You could eliminate something you're really uncomfortable with.
Yeah, exactly. You can eliminate your permaban, but Liquid decided to not do that today. So I'm very curious what's going to happen if we end up on that. You say both teams pick a map that the other team's supposed to be weak on, but both teams have actually also picked a map that in previous history with these two teams against each other, they picked a map where the other team has a positive ratio on them in regards of winning that map. So some spicy games coming out.
So if we pulled it back to Chalet with Liquid starting on the fence, what is it that could really make them comfortable? Why would they go for that map pick anyways against FaZe?
I think they will feel, and you know, I don't necessarily want to speak for them. I feel like they will feel that they've got the better gunners than Faze. So they're always going to want to try and get to maps where it's very gunfight heavy. Add into that flavor of their counter analysis, counter prep, and a little bit of opportunity spot. Chalet's not a very difficult map to find opportunities on and to find likes, to find entrances into the building. So I feel like that's why Liquid would want to go there.
All right, well, you know what? Since we're hyping things up, how about we toss a quick piece of content with our players, and we'll come back, we'll be ready for our matchup.
Fez aí, seu merda. Já.
Vai, gente.
Bora aí?
Puxa
Bora
calma,
aí.
puxa calma. Unânime.
Cara, qual foi a vez que tu morreu? Não lembro.
Lembra não, pô?
Ele não tava não, pô.
Berlim, mapa banco. Foi fazer vertical, eu com o amigão se matou aqui. Companheiro se matou lá embaixo.
O rapaz que tava matando geral e morreu o cara que tava matando todo mundo. Aí acabou o round.
Foda, né? Aí a play é voltada pro cara pegar kill. Aí se matou.
Pior que no time é só tu ou o KDzinho que joga de HE, então.
Eu também jogo, mas eu não faço essas barbeiragens.
O KDzinho não se mata, ele só isola às vezes mesmo.
Não. Eu acho que ele não isola muito, pô, mas ele zaralha às vezes com a HE.
Não, o KD é bom de HE, pô.
Aquele treininho, ele jogou uma granada 3 metros do cara. Cara, o cara não morre.
Nossa, tá, aquele lá.
Granada do outro lado do mapa. Cara, o cara não morre, mano. Aqui, como assim?
Ele.
Demora pra configurar boneco, pra pegar as periféricas.
O cara só joga Diana, pô.
Manda o Portela pegar as coisas, aí ele esquece e fica bravo.
O cara esqueceu o passaporte, mano.
Não, não esqueceu, tem aqui, porra. Pô, o que você botou eu, cara?
Porque você tem cara de bobão.
É que você é meio bobão mesmo.
Mas esqueceu alguma coisa, acho que mais que o BS.
Eu?
O KD joga um roundzinho e já tá tiltado já.
Ontem o KD tiltou?
Eu não tava jogando com ele ontem.
Pô, tava 2 dias sem dormir, irmão.
Pô, mas é sempre tu, pô. Tu sempre é o culpado das paradas, tá ligado?
Eu joguei 4 ranks com você, foi muito, meu querido.
Não, o range não quita, não é porque ele é troll, né? Na verdade. O cara só vai, se mata e fica lá brincando.
Cara, eu não quito da ranked.
Claro, se você se mata, você vai e fica no TikTok.
Você morre em 5 segundos, como é que vai quitar no jogo que não joga?
Ué, eu esqueci no jogo lá contra a BD.
Não, cara, não lembra não?
Que jogo? Tu esqueceu?
Da BD, pô, jogou um round mutado.
Ah, troll. Ah, mas o KDS também, o KDS sempre, tipo, erra os bagulho do mic no treino e tal. É
Não sabe configurar o fone, né, pô?
Ó quem fala, que fala 3 palavras e some o resto e depois fica puto que ninguém te escutou.
Tu manda mal às vezes, pô.
É.
Sempre manda mal.
Acho que tem um cara, não dá pra te ouvir. Tá ouvindo agora?
And that's FaZe Clan, you'll see it. People like to trash talk one another. Also, sometimes they like to forget to unmute their mics because it happens. We've had it before, even in tournaments, where players have their in-ears swapped to the other side, but hopefully that doesn't happen on here on the stage. We're almost ready to go. We're FaZe versus Liquid, El Clásico of Brazil. And we have it here live in Copenhagen. I can't believe they went all the way to Denmark to play against one another in this case. And we got Chalet as our first map. We talked about Liquid and their strengths and how unpredictable FaZe could be, but operator-wise, there's something that could be limited because FaZe looked like they could flex onto anything.
Yeah, I think operator-wise for Liquid, actually, they've only played Chalet once at this tournament. They played it against Revan. It was that 7-0 that we saw in Phase 2. Was not actually great viewing for a lot of the Revan fans out there. But one thing Liquid used really well on that map was the mirror. They were playing the mirror upstairs for the Solarium take. They were really trying to force it and try some new ideas on Chalet. For FaZe, it's actually a really difficult one to deal with, especially if you do want to do a Solarium take. So it would be interesting to see if they get rid of it, although they have been banning these army.
Exactly, yeah. That's what they banned yesterday as well. They banned the Osa 2 against Scars, where FaZe played that map yesterday. Indeed, you mentioned the last result for Liquid was that 7-0 scoreline. I mean, if you look at it as well, I'm very much curious for that first half, because if you look at the stats, this map has the highest defensive win rate for Liquid, and then the highest attacking win rate for FaZe. So that first half really is going to set the pace for, or to set the tone for this game.
So definitely are expecting maybe a 50% between both of them. 50-50 on the first half. Not uncommon on Chalet, even in the best days, Jack.
No, not uncommon at all. Like I say, unless you're going up against Revan, because that's exactly what happened, is, you know, Liquid were very comfortable in that defense. But I think a 3-3, I think if FaZe could achieve a 4-2 attack half, then they're setting themselves up well.
For FaZe to do that, who's got to step up?
I think the consistency of the team's got to step up. I alluded to that. When you're talking about teams, you know, and Anne said taking shifts, you don't want that. You want your team, essentially what you want from a coach is from your team, is you want them to put in what they're supposed to do and like 20% more. If they can find a pick, find an extra kill here, and just, you know, maybe stay alive, waste the time a little bit longer, what they're supposed to do in 20% more, rather than somebody being at 200% or somebody being at 50%, and then the next map, that person's at 50% and that person's at 200%. You want that consistency and that middle ground from your team.
Which we are really getting from Liquid if you look at their stats and the difference between their rating between one another. If you have to put a highlight onto one person though, it would have to be the newest addition of Liquid, onto Vulps. He's currently leading the scoreboard for his team, also very good on that entry. Another thing that I really like from both these teams is they're pretty plant focused, so that's something we'll be expecting for this game too.
All right, and French, thank you very much. Copenhagen, are you ready? Get all excited, it's Faze v Liquid, El Clasico, and our casters are ready. Pengu and Taro, take it away.
Thank you so very much, Kassan. Thank you to the rest of the desk. You and I get to send one of the Brazilian teams to the finals for tomorrow's grand final for Faze. They've been here before. They won a major all the way back in Yavla, of course, and then made it to the semis, made it to the finals, and fell short in the finals against Koi, back then known as Rogue.
Yeah.
Liquid made it there in the Jönköping major, but fell short to BDS. This time, there's no EU team to stop either of them. One of them goes to the finals. The only person who could possibly stop them would be from EU, Citizen on Soniqs. But
No, you're
does
right.
Liquid get it done? Do they become the major champion? Do they go on today and then win tomorrow? Or does Faze once again make it to the finals?
That's what a lot of people, they ask themselves, right? What is a team that has never quite won a major, a big event like Invitationals, but they've played for a long time? It's always Liquid. We talk about like BDS, you know, from Europe, but they won a major, as you mentioned. It is Liquid's turn, if any team right now, to take their first major trophy, and to do so, they had to send Faze home.
Curious as to who you in the crowd here are cheering for. While we get everything underway in just a moment or so, are you supporting Faze Clan? Or are you supporting Team Liquid?
Slight favor.
Slight, just a small amount. Just a small amount of favoritism there in the crowd. Well, either way, I want you to cheer for the actual matchup itself. Doesn't matter the team. And if we see people in the crowd like we did yesterday, we're gonna be cheering for them.
Yeah. Yesterday got quite unhinged, if you will. It was a long day, and the crowd that kept things very much alive, but when people started barking and whatnot, it's where
the barking was a little much. No barking today.
No, let's change it up.
Don't boo us. Don't bark. And they barked in response.
Yeah.
The crowd loves it when they make it about themselves, don't they? Look at us on the big screen. Hey. Hi.
That's pretty nice.
Look at us on the big screen. Hello. How are you today? You look very nice.
So do you. We went for green yesterday, and now you kind of took that upon yourself today instead?
I wore this to Milosh's wedding, by the way.
Oh.
For those of you that don't know, Milosh got married the other day. Yay! And you know who joins the married man meta today? Our good friend Samuel Stewart, aka Stokes. His wedding is also today. Can we get a round of applause for the married man meta?
Married man meta.
Congratulations, Milosh. Congratulations, Stonks, as we refer to him. Chalet map number 1 for El Clasico. You, the audience, seems to think that Team Liquid have the upper hand. Not a bad shout. The crowd must love that.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the same side now. The desk spoke about a history between these two teams, and just to kind of break it down, they have played each other 35 times. That is counting best of ones and best of threes since they both entered the stage in 2018. That is Faze Clan Liquid, that is. It's been 18 times won by Faze, 16 by Liquid, and a single draw between them back in that system way back in the day. However, when it comes to best of threes, they've played each other on 6 separate occasions. Liquid has won 5 of those best of threes. But as Fresh mentioned, recency bias, it has been Faze tending to beat Liquid. So let's see if it's gonna be the recent outcome of Faze beating Liquid or the long-term Liquid tending to be favored in that best of 3 series like we have right here.
Oh, a bit of an unconventional ban popping up. What is Warden's ban rate? That's what I want to know.
I was gonna say,
very, very low.
Normally when we look at an operator's pick rate, and they're very, very high, we're normally seeing being the ban rate also being up there because it's such a prevalent operator to be played. But Warden, despite being played almost every single round in Siege, is very rarely banned out. Now, it did happen yesterday. I don't recall which exact team. It could have been Liquid or Faze, for example. But Warden, of course, by being banned out. Now you can play around smokes, the glass, etc. So we could see things get kind of funky on the attacking side.
I mean, based on historical ban rates at this event, we have 3 funky bans on the board. Ace's ban rate is a little bit higher than all the others, but certainly trails behind a lot of other attackers. Warden and Aruni's ban rates are quite low comparatively. So we'll get underway with the very first round being on Kitchen and Dining.
Like the start for it. Kitchen, Dining, just going for it. First off, of course, speed, Liquid extending up above as you have to in these rounds. Captain traps, frost traps, keep it barriers. No mirror this time, despite it being open, so a stylistic change for Liquid in their previous matchup against Revan, for example. I like this start for them. See what Faze will do. Attacker pick. Every single operator will be changed around. They started off with a bit of utility like the Brava, but they're gonna go for a more gun-oriented start here. That soft destruction of Sophia, of Buck, of Ashe. The only thing really right now to stop Liquid from moving is going to be the Lion and Nomad combined, both for flank coverage and of course those Lion scans when you get into a gunfight.
Here with derision, the comments that some of the other talent were making yesterday about how all of these Brazilian teams, they love Lion and Jokobi so much. And it honestly felt like I was back in the Penta days crying about Lion.
That.
There's only somebody that whined about it sitting next to me.
I mean, listen, when I played Liquid way back in Atlantic City, they were like the best team in the world at playing Jokobi Lion, and it was literally impossible to do anything against it. Now, one thing that's been very similar to those good old days is actually Nesk at this event. He is screaming, yelling, standing up, being super vocal and loud in the server, and he's back to playing that entry role. He's playing Ashe with a joy on his feet, just storming through the building, taking those fights like it's back in 2018, 2019. And it's been working so well for Liquid by Nesk leading the charge on the front lines.
There goes an E1D to try and do something with it. They can't. They run into Volps. In fact, they run into all of Liquid. Faze Clan have lost 3 players in the first minute of action, in the first 5 seconds of that altercation. Maybe just KDS and Vidiking is the last 2 standing, and boy, oh boy, not a single point of damage has been done to Team Liquid. That is a grave result of your first push for Faze.
Yeah, I mean, if that rush works out, it's gonna set the kind of the tone, the pace for this match to come, but it gets shut down immediately. So Faze Clan, they'll scramble, just try and play it slow, see if they can get a pick or 2, but Liquid, they're so good at playing in these safe positions. Set up the crossfire to get that network, but look at that. Vidiking finds an opening onto Resets, who peeked a little bit too far in that doorway.
KDS now down below, watching that kill hole established above him. Palu can greet him. Volp still roaming. Got a minute to get into the building if you're Faze Clan and do some more damage, but the way that some of these Team Liquid players have been over the last couple days, got a tall task ahead of you. Vidiking upstairs, looking at the diffuser. He's gonna be all on his own now, engaging with Nesk. Gets the pick after KDS had died elsewhere. Vidiking in trouble, and there's a ball from below. Team Liquid takes round number 1.
And it's not even close. Chalet can be hard to get into the building sometimes if the defensive team is holding those entry points. Liquid, we can expect them to get very, very much out on the map, as can we expect from Faze when the side swap comes around, because both of these 2 teams, they like playing in-your-face style of Siege, make it difficult for the attacking team to do what they want to achieve, and it kind of prompts the attackers to have to choose between, okay, go for, stable operator lineup so that we can both do the roam clear and the bomb site plant and the execute. But let's say you play bomb site operators, smoked, heartbeats, etc., but you die the first. Look at this. That's what I'm saying. Nesk is absolutely unhinged this tournament. But if you can't get to the bomb site, if you can't get to breach any of the walls that are reinforced, it doesn't matter that you're playing those kinds of operators, so we're likely going to see Faze Clan have to change things around depending on the results of these rounds and how they play out. course, dining bomb site plays out differently than master bedroom, for example, because instead of it being a vertical extension, it's going to be a horizontal usually. Go towards that library side for a bit, poke around, slow them down, but as I say that, with both Valkyrie and Solos being on the board right now for Liquid, they could actually opt to sacrifice library entirely and try and utilize the C4 from resets and Solos' gadgets from Volps to play below the side instead, and there it is. We were curious, will we see a Glass, will we see some anti-action with this Warden ban? We see both of them, but unironically, there's no smoke grenades. Glass is bringing a set of frag grenades, and Monty's playing secondary MP, so the Glass gadget not really going to be utilized in this round necessarily, but of course the DMR does a ton of damage per bullet.
Relatively reliable gun, but yeah, the lack of smoke, certainly an interesting choice. The Warden ban, you get an awful lot of value.
Yeah.
So the fact that we see those nades on KDS and the impacts, the impact EMPs on Handy is, it's a decision.
I mean, you even have flashbangs and Soul, so I honestly have to kind of question this. Maybe a small mistake from Faze Clan was made here. Because you would almost guaranteed want to have a set of smoke grenades with the Warden ban, with the Glass. Either way, have to see how they play it out. Volps getting very active right next to members of Faze Clan. Hello?
Oh, they don't seem to see this! Volps on the fadeaway with 2 picks. Again, Faze Clan reduced to just 2 players. This is starting off exactly the same as the previous round. KDS will creep up, encroaching upon the space of Volps, and he just looks the wrong way. An easy pick for KDS.
I mean, this round is, almost guaranteed done now, and it looks so easy for Team Liquid. Volp's been spectacular this tournament so far, joining Liquid. It's been a great choice for them since the roster changes. You can always, when a team changes things up, you're like, is this the right decision? Was it a good choice? We kind of saw that with G2 losing Citizen, picking up Benjamaster. Then they won the 6 Invitationals. Liquid getting Volps could be how they win that first major.
Well, you get somebody who's no shortage of success on that W7M team. Losing Volps early, obviously not ideal, but there's still so many weapons in this arsenal. In the matchup against G2 yesterday, both Volps and Resets showed up huge, but then you'd have big games from Nesk. Talk about the amount of tools that some of these teams have in their arsenal. Liquid's got 5 players who can absolutely take over the server at a moment's notice. Just like that. Palu, typically so quiet. No, he decides he wants to break the silence. 2 kills from Liquid, they're up 2-0.
Yeah, it's just really stable siege from one team and not quite for the other. I don't know how Faze Clan allows Volps to walk up the fireplace stairs and just kill 2 members when you got the Monty, when you have downstairs control. You have drones to use as well. The network not really being established there. Look at this. Paolo runs out the office door and just kills Diana of Cyber, who was on the Gemini clone. And this mid-air vault down, Volps finishes that second kill to Monty, and that's the entire strat from Faze Clan shut down immediately. And Faze, with that round loss, they have called their tactical timeout because this is not going the way that they planned for whatsoever.
No, and the fact that there's a timeout called in the second round is really terrible. It's very concerning is the word that you'd use to describe it. The remainder of this map, even if Faze Clan comes back and wins 7 rounds in a row, you go 9, you get a 9-round map. That's still a long time for Faze Clan to be on that precipice of what if we need to take another timeout? What if we need to settle things down? Clearly you got some early morning shakes, maybe some early morning concerns. Just gotta get rid of that rust, get yourself back in the game. Could also be a mental issue. Coaches can hear the comms, they can hear any frustration, they can hear if there's any coordination that's simply going awry. It's no secret that Team Liquid almost always has the upper hand in this matchup, but these teams continue to change their rosters. You can't approach every single match the same. For Faze Clan, it seemed like no matter what roster they run with, they still fall short. They've made some significant changes over the last year to get to this point. Settle yourself down after 2 rounds. Use that timeout. It might be the most beneficial time for you to get into the game before it's too late for you to get there.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Would you rather call timeout when you're down 0-2 or when you're down 0-4 or 0-5? Because you're probably gonna talk about the same kinds of things. Mentality, approach to the game, of course, nerves. in a best-of-3 series, and you know this is Liquid's map pick, FaZe Clan can just kind of settle into things and take it slow and whatnot, and then show up on their map. And then of course it comes down to that deciding factor of Cafe later on. That's not a bad approach this whatsoever. We see FaZe going through again a lot of decision making in the attack-heroic phase, hovering the Kali, going to IQ, the Brava. They're trying to, you know, figure out what actually is the problem that's making this so difficult. Is it the Valkyrie cameras? Is it that they could have too much intel? And it seems to be a utility issue because FaZe have gone from a more front-forward and aggressive approach like we saw with Muncie and Glass and whatnot in the previous round to very nice and easy. Gokubi can hack phone calls, make those phone calls ring. IQ can find the Valkyrie cameras, Brava can find the Valkyrie cameras, and I expect FaZe to take all the time they need to ensure they get to the bomb site with 5 members alive.
Well, you already saw big value from that clutch drone.
I take it back.
This is KDS, this is the real deal, by the way. Team Liquid firing up the engines again, going out to an early lead, but the brawl happens very fast. FaZe Clan again reduced just to 2. It seems to be their favorite number. Can it be a dynamic duo? Reset's so close to Cyber in this position, but Palu is there, and so is everybody else from Liquid, it seems. Vidaking above in a 1v3. Minute and a half still to go.
Liquid, they're always there for each other. If someone's on the fight, like we saw Resets inside a bar, Nesk and Paolo, they both come to his help in the rescue, and they put 2 guns against 1, and they make it look so easy. I thought it was going to be a very slow round, very methodical from FaZe to change things up, but they try and go that fast style, fast pace execute, but Liquid either read into it or they're just prepared for it because that didn't look like they were surprised whatsoever.
No, I mean, I appreciate that over these 3 rounds, FaZe has tried to set a different pace every round.
Yeah.
It's just not working out for them. Palu gets the final kill. That's the 3rd round in the books. Liquid undefeated so far on Shelley.
So you take a tactical timeout for FaZe and you go, let's rush this bomb site, okay? The round ends very quickly. Now, you don't have a tactical timeout. It didn't work. And now you gotta change things around again. And the thing is, I feel like if you look at Liquid and FaZe Clan and how adaptable and flexible both these 2 teams are, I would favor Liquid. They are time and time again shown that when something isn't working for them, they will change things around successfully. Like against C2 and Arc in the first map. Liquid was down like 0-3 in round count. They took a tactical timeout, they spoke things through, and they just came back, they won the map, they won the series, whatever. It was a done deal. Liquid always seem to be able to diagnose the problem, and they always have a cure for it as well. So far, FaZe Clan not able to show that depth in this match so far. They'll keep changing around on these operators. Liquid will just go through those bomb site rotations. They started dining, they went upstairs to master bedroom, then they went to bar. They've avoided that basement bomb site so far. Got a little stat for you. FaZe and Liquid have played each other 35 times thus far. In total, Liquid has won 18, FaZe won 16, and only a single match ended in a draw. We did have that draw system way back in the day. But yes, this is true.
Souls playing Sens. First time we're going to see them emerge. I always enjoy seeing Sens because I think there is a lot of untapped potential in that operator. But there are some teams that don't exactly have the most precise throws on those roly-poly gadgets.
Can be tricky. I mean,
sometimes they do seem like they have a mind of their own. But you talked about the glass being brought and no smokes.
Yeah.
Now you bring a Sens and nothing to see through.
I know.
Okay, that's fine. You're probably going to use those smokes on Sens to cut off lines of sight, get into a certain point, maybe take engagements close quarters, or go for a quick plant. Yeah. The FaZe Clan, 3 rounds in a row, they've tried to be fast. It hasn't worked. They lose KDS. Team Liquid are perfect so far through 4 rounds on getting the opening duel.
Even if you just want to cut the lines aside, there's no harm being done in also bringing that glass to further enhance that Sens pick. And this is actually some really big mistakes from FaZe Clan. 2 default cameras outside the building are alive. And the cameras inside the building that are relatively easy to find, like the Valkyrie library, also alive. No IQ being brought this time. FaZe are usually so good at their droning to find those pieces of information. Look at this. These are the bare minimum things you gotta do when the round starts. Kill the default cameras, get in the building, shoot the inside default cameras, and then progress the map. Liquid, they have so much intel to work with, and they get the opening kill every single round. Sure, Vidaking will get that primary wall open towards the bomb side. Then they got Souls on the Sens who can initiate things with the roly-polies. But Liquid, they always have answers. I'm sure even for that they'll be ready.
A bomb
bomb has been located.
Well, this has been the slowest round, just based on timing so far, as Faze's assault will come primarily through that lobby. Sen still having all three of their gadgets could mean some significant challenges for Liquid. The magnets, 2 of which are in the pocket of Palu, will be particularly vital at eating away at whatever is thrown into the site. You've also got flashbangs too. Cyber gets a nice pick on the resets. His first so far as Vidaking goes for the defuse. Handy stopped. What? Palu can't get him. Palu, he was right beneath you. Look down, friendo. But the rest of Liquid's doing their job just fine. Souls right now in a position where he can be outdueled, and it's all up to Cyber in a 1v4. He's a phenomenal player, but nobody's stopping Volts that round. FaZe can switch it up as much as they want. They've already had to use their timeout. You said it's better to use it when it's 2-0 than 4-0, and well, it's 4-0 anyway, and they've used the timeout.
Oh, I mean, that is pretty much as free of a round you can get as FaZe. Paolo doesn't see the planter somehow. Bomb goes down, you get that 4v4 as it was, but then Liquid, they didn't really have every single solution. They didn't have a C4 downstairs on the hatch to throw it up because resets on the Valkyrie, resets on Capcan died, and then the Valkyrie, who was flanking, with a fireplace stairs instead, but the plan goes down, but they're still there to capitalize. Flanking from both sides, winning gunfights.
trying to translate from afar, because we're not in the crowd, so we don't get to hear the chants as much as usual, but we can listen in. Are you booing us? Is that?
No, it's a...
Oh, I was like, why are you booing us again?
It's a happy crowd.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course. Well, FaZe Clan, despite their failures so far on attack, are continuing to change things up. We're going to see a Capitao on the board now, rode in the hands of KDS. Strategy-wise, the things for FaZe Clan have not been going well, but on the kill department, also some major issues. Only 7 kills through 4 active rounds. 5th round. And Team Liquid continue their dominance. FaZe Clan be able to put 2 rounds on the board and keep this one close. They've already lost the first half on the FaZe Clan side. There's nothing you can do.
I mean,
their only goal is to just try to be as proficient as possible.
I think if you're FaZe, the ultimate goal here is that you need to survive this map mentally, because you're likely gonna lose it at this pace, and I mean, you just gotta realize that this is a best of 3 series. If you go down 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, be like, whatever. It's their map, but look at this.
My God.
They keep applying pressure, and it keeps working out. You got 3 members in FaZe outside the building, holding angles very passively, yet Nesk still swings the window.
Kind of a stupid play by both Nesk and Palu there. That's entirely based upon hubris. FaZe Clan have swung into the site. Volps low on HP. Lagona's taking down KDS. Lagona's very quiet so far. There goes a Nitro cell. Handy forced off of that spot. It gives an opportunity for Volps to get up, but he's been downed. FaZe Clan in a 2v3, but a 2v2 in terms of players who are actually active in the fight. Volps will need to be retrieved. Lagona's very low on HP. Volps just bleeding out right now inside of the A-bomb site.
Tough decision making. FaZe Clan slowed things down. They wait for the revive instead of the Souls, who was also down on the roof. Lagona is so on health. I don't know if Liquid wants to risk a revive here. Doesn't seem to be the case. They recognize, oh, actually, Resets is there. He's getting it done.
There was a numbers advantage for FaZe Clan, but for a second, Vidaking a bit too slow to get in. No! Volps is back from the dead. He and Lagona so low on HP. Still a minute to go for FaZe, looking for their very first round. Liquid lost 2 players early on ego peaks, ego challenges.
Yeah.
Set that ego aside for the remainder. Reset's still looking for his first kill too. You know that he can make some noise based on that G2 match yesterday. Andy on the other side of the equation.
They're just waiting. I mean, this is FaZe Clan being just stopped. I mean, you're proning in library with 25 seconds left. You're the attacker, not the defender in this case. FaZe Clan have to play to win. They gotta make a play, but the bounced the wrong way.
Small mistakes like that can make all the difference. Andy is in. Diffuser in hand, over by the bomb chassis. Nice kill from Souls. This is so winnable for Faze. He's prone by Piano. What? Volps will need to clutch at the last second, and he gets it done! A shadow of himself. But Volps gets retrieved. He hands on the diffuser. Good Lord, Team Liquid's up 5-0.
The question is, do you revive Volps and take that, or Volps and take that risk? Well, the answer is yes. Volps is the man of the hour. 20 health is all he needs. 3 kills in the round. Liquid, they looked mortal for a brief moment, but then they changed really, really quickly. And I do agree with you, Parker. Bit of an ego challenge there from Nesk and from Paolo. The first pick was amazing, but then this, swinging the big window, sure, you got a pre-fire going, Paolo, but it's a very, very risky thing to do. Oh man, and there it is, Liquid. They will do what we would like here. They will take us to all 4 bomb sites in the first half and 6 rounds, and they will, for the first time in this series, bring out the mirror as well, likely to extend out around the map, because without the mirror, it can be hard to hold the upstairs area of the map, like the dining positions. And, I mean, this can change, but if you thought it was looking grim for FaZe Clan, it's gone. Whatever, Souls.
I wanted it. I wanted to see it.
If there was one operator that could save them, maybe it would be Grim. But no, won't be played. Viking onto Monty instead, Cyber on the Maverick, so ton of Hybrid here. Both the Maverick, Hibana, and Therma being brought for a basement attack. This is pure utility game from FaZe Clan because that 5th operator is Flores. So there's no throwable frag grenades, there's no basic entry operators either. They want to get the walls open and then work down the utility pieces. But Liquid, they got Asami, they got Mirror, they got Bandit actively triggering the wall, so the Maverick here is great. But Maverick currently, there he is, nowhere to be found. He's rotated over. They're gonna deal with this wall first.
Open things up. Oh, no, he botches it though, and he blows up all of his own utility. That couldn't have gone worse for resets. That's not what you want to see if you're a Team Liquid enjoyer.
Oh, I mean, this is actually really smart because Cyber made like a grenade hole on the wall, but they have no grenades. Resets doesn't know this, and because he blew up his own utility, he couldn't actually bandit trick the wall in fear of that grenade being tossed. So mind game from FaZe Clan pays off massively. It simplifies the breaching process, and it saves so much time and resources because now Resets and Bandit is completely useless besides that singular backside mirror window, but that's not easy to trick either with Trench Door being right next to it, so great start from FaZe Clan, especially with that Monty in pocket. They can do a big play later on to get that diffuser down, but we saw how it went last time on Dining. Yes, they planted the diffuser, but they could have so great in those retakes.
Monty will now post up. Back of bomb site by one. Trench Door. Shield will make an awful lot of noise, taking some damage as he tries to mail that reinforcement away. Barricade, rather, lined up. Liquid, who are upstairs on the main floor looking for a cheeky flank, and there's Nesk to drop. Is there attention in that? Oh!
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe, who knows? No! Liquid gets 2 kills! KDS, the first one on the board, but the numbers still continuing to favor Team Liquid. Souls in a 1v4, but he only gets 1. Perfect half for Liquid.
I mean, perfect with an exclamation mark. I mean, that is just formidable siege. We saw the flank there again, the duos of Liquid working together. One person dropped the hats inside of Trophy to go for that basement flank. At the same time, Cyber walked in with the Maverick Dining for the flank, but then Nesk was there inside of West Main. They get 2 kills immediately working together. And then again, FaZe, they have a plan, they have an idea, they have a thought, but it's almost like they can read their minds because they're always one step ahead on the rotation. And it can't seem to be due to information because look at this operator lineup. They don't have Valkyrie, they don't have Echo, all they have are default cameras to work with. It's either prep work, counter work, or just that 6th sense working so well for Liquid because they're always where they need to be before they need to be there.
A lot of cause for celebration for Liquid, who are extremely close to putting away map number 1. It's like these teams heard how long of a day yesterday was and said, all right, we'll fix it today.
We'll make it super quick, but I mean, remind you that yesterday you played for a semi-final spot. Today you're playing for a grand final spot. If you want today to go quick, you have to be the victor. I mean, losing in a quick fashion is the worst way to go out possibly because you've made it all this way, you made it so far in the tournament, and you fall maybe 7-0 in the first map in a best of 3. It's not a good look. It's not what any team would want for themselves. And again, I said it about round number 3 or 4 for Faze. I think the ultimate goal here is not to have the expectation that you're gonna win Chalet. Sure, you gotta believe in yourself and play for it 100%, but it's more important to keep your mentality in check and keep it working, because if you're shut down and that bleeds into the second map of Boulder, Faze's own map pick, that's when this best of 3 series becomes very one-sided for Liquid. So very important that it's not going to be the case.
I think that's really the only saving grace, right?
Yeah, no, I believe so.
Here's another stat for you. Faze and Liquid have faced off. Oh, it's gone.
Attackers are heading out.
You're too slow to it, Parker. I'm too slow. They've faced off 10 times since SI 2020. Liquid won 5, Faze won 4, and there was that draw. Okay, there you go. As we talked about in the pre-show / the pre-show segment you and I did, both of these teams have made it to the finals of the 2 most recent majors. The Berlin Major in Germany, Faze Clan made it to the finals.
Yeah.
Jönköping, just across the water in Sweden. It was Liquid who made it to the finals. So now here in Copenhagen, one of the 2 will repeat as grand finalists. Neither went home with the trophy. So getting there is only half the battle, then you have to win it. It was a European team that stopped Faze in Berlin. It was a European team that stopped Liquid in Jönköping. No European teams left. The bad men are gone.
Bad men are gone.
Oh, Volps walking in, and it seems like the attackers might be having some problems. As that's Faze's first pick, and it comes when they move on to defense.
Yeah, Volps trying to sneak past the mirror window, taking that gamble, but it doesn't pay off, and Vidakin is there, picking up 2 members of Liquid immediately back to back. This looks like exactly what we saw in reverse now. The only thing is, of course, Liquid, they found 6 rounds in a row. They can afford to lose this. It doesn't really matter for them.
Yeah, a single round is really all you need, right? And so you're always 3 minutes away from that. 3 minutes away from a potential victory. Just need to be a bit more practice. There goes Souls. Resets has been very quiet. Palu's the monster as always. Is it inconceivable that these 2 players win a 2v5? Not inconceivable. Certainly improbable. Resets nice recoil control. He's in the sight, but the diffuser is not in either remaining player's hands. Bigger challenge for Team Liquid is to get upstairs, as that part of the map has not been surrendered yet.
Yeah. We saw Cyber rotate upstairs with the Solos. They know they can play the Plant Knife from above, but the thing is, Liquid, they don't even have the diffuser in their control at all, so it's gonna have to be a retake from them up a staircase. Great flashbang start things off, but what can they do with it?
Trying to buy time, but Resets doesn't necessarily want to engage here.
Has to.
Waiting for Palu to get into place, but guess what? They find him, and he's gone. Faze Clan finally get on the board. It's not going to be a 7-0 for Liquid, but the hill to climb for Faze Clan is still mighty steep.
Yeah. Now for Liquid, it comes down to how quickly can you get that 7th and final round, because every single round Faze gets, it's another one of those, all right, good job, boys. We're feeling better, we're doing better, etc. It's all about that, again, the mental side of the game, of those best of 3 series that can go quite the distance. So the quicker Liquid can get the job done, the better for them. And even if Faze were to lose in this map, if they go, 5-7 instead of 0-7, that's gonna make it a lot better for them going to Border. Great attempt here of a 2 versus 5 for Liquid, but they didn't have diffuser case. Had they had it, maybe they could make a play, but I will say Faze Clan make that great job by Cyber on the Solas, rotating upstairs on the top floor, so if a diffuser were to go down, he could use the gadget, see the location, break the floor, and deny the plant. So Faze Clan are paying a massive amount of respect strategically to Liquid, even in those 4v2s, 3v2s. They know it's losable, and they absolutely do not want to throw a round that they've technically already won.
Well, we're getting a slight rehost, as opposed to a bigger rehost. Just a small one, just a baby
What's the difference between a slight rehost and a big rehost?
Well, so this is a quick rehost because we know what the issue is. It's already been resolved. And the lobby just needs to be remade.
Oh, okay.
Instead of a bigger rehost, which is when something breaks and we have no idea.
You would,
This one was a drone bug.
They love the drone bug.
Why are you cheering that?
They're just happy that we know what the reason is.
Is that that's like the audience's favorite bug?
Like, whoa, drone bugs. I mean, at least
At least they stopped barking.
For now. Let's go. Liquid.
Let's go, Liquid. Let's go.
A Let's Go team chant. It feels like we're back in North America already.
I was gonna say, there would be some members of talent from the UK that would very much dislike you guys right now for being so creative.
Fresh is sitting in the green room crying.
He's like,
sobbing.
He's like, I made 4 different songs for a chant, and the crowd is not using any of them. Okay. Who's gonna tell him? G2, they're done for this one. I'm sorry. It's just like, where's Bolo? Also, very sad to say, not here. Not playing Pro League any longer.
I gotta bring Bolo into this.
Someone did that in the crowd yesterday, wasn't me? Makes me sad. Bolo, if you're watching, there's a lot of fans out there. I would like to see your return. It's already been too long, but I understand that.
All right, yeah, let's go Bolo. Or not.
I know this.
Let's go, Bolo. Let's go, Bolo.
Forever in our hearts.
There are like 6 of you carrying that chant. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we love you too. All right, back into the action after the rehost. Team Liquid still will sit on this match point for the entire second half. We have seen 6-6 halves before. It is exceptionally rare, but it does happen once in a blue moon. With the history that these two teams have, it would not shock me if this is the matchup where we see it.
No, I have to agree with you on that, but as you said, it's like, it can happen, but all that has to, happen for that not to be the case is just a single moment where Liquid clutches it out. Big mistake from FaZe Clan, a small gap being abused or found, a clutch that happens, and then that's the 7th round for Liquid. Just like FaZe Clan, Liquid too are curious as to what they actually want to bring to the attacking sides. We have the Brava, Dokkaebi Flores, a lot of drone utility, and we see the Brava pick, this newest operator, being played so commonly on maps like Chalet, on maps like Border, where you can get in the building, deny cameras early, and then defenders have to either shoot it down, deny their own intel, or you can simply, if they don't, yeah, there it is, use it against them. But Cyber, Solus, wonderful for this scenario. Figure out what cameras are hacked and where they are, and then act upon it.
Oh, wait a minute.
He's no longer.
Team Liquid have eliminated Cyber, who has had a rough start so far, so KDS put in a position to try and salvage it. But he's under drone. Does he see it? He's looking the wrong way. They know he's there. Finally taking care of the drone, but the information has been relayed to the rest of Liquid. Souls to bail out KDS. This House of Cards of FaZe Clan rests a lot on that library control. One playing at top chimney, the other playing inside a library. Volps will be in pursuit. No, he's about to run into Vidaking. Liquid might be making this one pretty quick, Nick, because they've already gotten 2 picks and there's still 1:45 to go.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's going to be a 7-1. FaZe Clan now have to make a huge play to swing it back because they're losing map control by the second and also losing all that manpower. Liquid, they got pretty much library control at this point. They got the intel at least, but handy with a retake. Looking to hold it down. I don't think the Gemini clone saw him just yet.
No, there goes Volp. Soul still in that position that we'd seen earlier on. Oh, nice read from Handy, but a trade back from Liquid. Resets goes down. It's a 2v2. Far more winnable for FaZe Clan than it was 40 seconds ago. KDS in the site guarding against it, taking damage, losing it to Lagonis. And he could start to get that diffuser down. Souls, rock steady, rock solid. So dependable for FaZe Clan to the point that Lagonis has had to pop off of the defuse plant. He'll attempt yet again, and there's Souls in the hatch. To go for the drop, Lagonis reading into this, off he goes. Getting spam pinged. Two incredibly gifted support players, but they don't call him Lagonis for no reason. Faze Clan took one round and Team Liquid said, we take that personally. 7-1 the scoreline. Map 1 done so fast. Liquid a single map away from the grand finals.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà. Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
What? Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship. It takes the best to be the best? Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded into screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
Hello guys, and welcome back to some in-depth analysis of what went wrong exactly for Faze in this attacker side on Chalet. Team Liquid played perfectly in the defense side, and so far, if we're looking at this round, we're in round number 3. It's been already 2 rounds that Team Liquid is playing super aggressive and denying Faze's entry points, so Faze is kind of tired of trying to roam clear, and they want to go for a direct take. And one thing I like to see if we let the round play through, take a look at this Brava drone here. Solvan is outside main lobby, and he's gonna go around and turn the Banshee to their advantage, and he's gonna drone around lobby side to see if there's an opportunity spotting here to just rush onto the bomb site from this side. We can let the round play through and see how the little Brava drone will go around and check if there is someone in short side, is there someone on top main side? Yes, there is one, but it's fine. If we smoke off short, we should be able to push in. This is great opportunity spotting, but as you will see when we check the round play through, they're actually committing in 2 groups. Now we pause here, let's take a look more in depth at what's going on here. You have Handy and KDS that are working as a duo to push into the bomb site with a diffuser on pull directly. And then you've got Souls1 that was historically running from outside lobby that tries to push through lobby. Cyber has jumped in the window here and he's trying to push in lobby as well. So 2 groups of 2 guys, but one key element is missing here. And that's the biggest problem in such a small detail. These 2 smokes here are misplaced. This one is way too much on the left side, and this one is poorly placed, which gives Volps more latitude to actually go around the left side smoke and pinch the 2 players that are here with Lagonis. And look at Liquid's reaction. They're perfectly set up in a crossfire to catch the diffuser here, kill these 2 players, and kill the rush straight at the beginning. Now, if we let the round play through, this is exactly what will happen. These 2 players here will die, diffuser is down, a couple trades come in, but it's too late. The diffuser is down in a crossfire. Now, it's not finished yet. Cyber is still on the bomb site, lurking here. And look at what Resets is doing. He's not giving him anything. He's staying super passive, and this is exactly what we can expect from a really experienced player. Because if Cyber gets the kill on Resets, then it's 2v2 again, and it's playable, because he's on the bomb side. No, Reset stays stuck behind the bomb, waiting for Palu to come in and play that 2v1 together. It's an amazing play from Resets to stay cool-headed here. The support has come in, Palu is there, they will play the 2v1 onto Cyber. If we let the round play through, you'll see. They played together, get the kill onto Cyber, Vita King is outside, there's nothing in can do, and the rush has been stopped by Team Liquid. Great adaptation, great crossfire, and a slight misplaced smoke that cost Faze the round. Now I will leave you to the desk for more in-depth analysis of the whole map.
Thank you very much, Alfama. That was it in detail. Team Liquid obliterating FaZe Clan on map number 1, and we'll continue on with our series. Before we talk about map 2, we're here back on the desk to close things out on map 1. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh, and that was a dominant show of force from Team Liquid to kick off the series.
I mean, yeah, we're surrounded by Liquid flags and a single Koi flag as well, which...
I don't know, I definitely couldn't hear any Liquid fans here in Copenhagen. Are there any in here? To see Liquid versus FaZe in Copenhagen in Denmark And they're cheering for Liquid. That's incredible.
Yes, it was a super dominant performance by Liquid, but one very important thing that the crowd has to offer in this game as well is, if you think about it, one specific player on the side of Liquid, Vulps, who had a massive performance during this game, used to be on W7M. Now, W7M have been playing in areas of the world where they generally don't get the crowd behind them due to the regional preference of other regions. So for Vulps to now get on this team and have the whole crowd behind him because he's playing so well, he is loving that. He is responding to the crowd, he's moving around his hands, he's being active with that. I feel like it might be the crowd buff playing in here as well.
All I'm going to say is imagine this game, but at 6 Invitational 24, we know happening in Brazil. That would be another level Jack here.
Yeah, and Vulps is loving life at this tournament in general as well. You know, he was more than happy to give us his little plushie, his little toy that he's got for a desk, you know, a few days ago last week. I think he actually looks really in place in this Liquid lineup. Not to say he didn't look out of place in his last lineup, but he's really thriving. One thing that I do want to talk about, though, is Lagonis. Because when Lagonis came to this team as the IGL, I was saying right at that point in time, it's not going to be long before Liquid win a tournament. Now, Lagonis is one of those IGLs where, in terms of the actual stats, and for every IGL, the actual stats are never usually that good. But what you've got to remember with IGLs is they've got to see the game from a top-down perspective. They've got to know what the strategy is, how the strategy is strong, how the strategy is weak, how the opponent then might try to opportunity spot. And Lagonis is constantly calling that to his team. In real time, he's seeing the game from a top-down perspective, and that's often why they do get caught out in those gunfights. And I think now that Lagonis has got a team of literally soldiers around him. He's got 4 very gifted fraggers around him. You know, Nesk looks back, Vulps looks in place. He really can offer what he can offer like the most in terms of IGLing. And I think that's why Liquid look so good. Their strats are strong, but they're able to shut down the opportunity spotting from Faze as well. And I think that's in a major part due to Lagonis.
We talk momentum here, which is a very nebulous concept, right? You can't really just put it into numbers. But when you're flowing so well in the game, no pun intended, Liquid side, it seems like everybody on the team is performing, and you allow someone like Lagonis to guide players like Nesk, etc., into a massive win, and you see it even reflected on the scoreboard.
I mean, yeah, it's what we talked about in the beginning of this game, right? I mean, Faze have those players that will take shifts into who steps up. This time it was Souls being more into the top, and beginning of the game it was a little bit Vita King as well. And on the other side, yes, there is that clear, well, advantage for Vulps, but on the other hand, if you look at Paulo, Nesk, and Lagonis, they're not really that far away from each other either. So a solid, consistent performance from all players against, you know, that one spearhead on the side of Faze, where we also know that Faze likes to play off the info, but they just didn't have any.
And momentum's not a thing that swings only upwards for Liquid. It's a thing that can swing downwards for Faze. There was a couple of rounds, particularly around attacking the Master and Office side, where they were in full control of the round. They knew it, but it's like because they had their opportunity spot shut down 3-4 rounds in a row, they didn't want to go in and just take what was given to them and win the round. I think it was Handy who played very, very, very passively out on the Master balcony there. And it's kind of like when your momentum, when your opportunity spot's been shut down, you're thinking, how do we beat these guys? Even when you've got the opportunity to, you start second guessing yourself, and then you're losing the rounds you should win, as well as losing the rounds that you should lose.
It was a little bit too passive at times from Faze, and I understand it because they were lacking a lot of info. If you talk all the way back to the map, the operator ban phase, Faze banned Warden, which we weren't really expecting considering they've been so consistent with the Azami ban. This allows Faze to get into that crutch operator playstyle that we've been talking about before we went into this game. Now, unfortunately, Ying was banned, so that would have worked even greater against Warden. But they then want to play with, for example, CEST. And if you can't spot the opportunities, if you can't find these openings and decide due to not having information, you can't work with these crutch operators.
And that's going to be an issue once you go to map 2 border, because we know, yes, it's attacker-sided and FaZe Clan are starting on the attack, but if Liquid are shutting down your info game, you'll be blind, you'll be shot to bits in border.
Yeah, it starts to actually make me worry for FaZe. Like, border in map preference picks is a great pick, but if you think about how it plays out, it's going to play out in a similar vein to Chalet, where FaZe are going to be looking for those opportunities, and it's all going to be about Liquid on the defense shutting them down. Liquid didn't play that well on border against G2. They lost it, but they did play pretty well on the defense, and that's where Liquid are going to be starting on the defense. When Liquid are on the defense of border against DZ, it was flawless. So it's somewhere where Liquid feel very comfortable, at least for the most part, defending.
Yeah, in general, the attacking win percentage of Liquid on border isn't all too shiny. It's only 17%. And it's
whoa, that's horrible.
17, not 70 exactly. That's a bit low indeed. FaZe picked this map. A bit questionable. I mean, there weren't that many maps left for them as to which they could have picked between. Maybe Oregon, for example, but then again, that's also a really good map for Liquid. So this maybe wasn't their first idea of picking it into this map ban phase, because it isn't their highest preference, but they do have that victory against Eminem, where, you know, they have won that.
But that victory against Eminem, and I hate to say this, sorry Eminem fans in the crowd and at home, Eminem threw the hell out of that game against Faze. Solotov had like 14 kills after like 4 or 5 rounds. Eminem was like so much better in terms of shutting down Faze, but then they kept throwing the 4v2s. So even that victory for a map pick they had, they shouldn't have had.
What is this? Eminem catching strays left and right. They didn't even throw this one.
I know.
And they're still taking an L through it. God damn, that's another 4v2 that they're taking out. Anyways, that aside, I want to go a bit more into the macro here as we wait our server to get all set up. What are these power positions that have to be controlled to make sure that Faze does not gain an advantage on their attack?
Oh, I was going to talk about a power position for Faze as well, if that's okay. I mean,
exactly
they love the dock as well to get themselves back up from player disadvantages. Like we saw Eminem, we have to talk about it once again, do so well too. When you have CCTV, you have break room and the little Brazil part, it's so, if you hold on to that and you can deny entrance into break room and into CCTV, you have that really strong part of the map that you can roam in as a defender being, and especially with the help of a dock, you can just keep on playing aggressive.
I think when any border comes in, border's a really curious map for me actually. What? Because border, people like to say, is like run and gun style. And for a lot of the part it is, but it has different win conditions depending on the time left in the round. So the first minute, you're going to see defenders always get really aggressive, try and get out of windows or doors, or, you know, just fight the attackers at the entrance to the maps, you know, particularly east stairs, break room, CCTV door, that whole kind of balcony area. And then as the round goes on, if the defenders are in kind of advantage scenarios, you'll see them start to layer back, and that's why some of the operators that get brought on board start to come into play. That's where your castles, your Arunis, your Azamis start to come into play to allow you to layer back. Because if you can play border in a man advantage as a defender, 4v2 or whatever, it's then very, very easy to play for time because of this layering system. So that's why I really like bordering from that perspective, because it has different win conditions as every single round evolves. Because the map is so small, every round can kind of evolve from the same place, from that fight that starts by break room, by CCTV, and then layers backwards, especially for the basement sites.
But then do you bring what I guess Alfama was explaining yesterday, and you have a way to break through all of that Ying, Lion, Dokkaebi blitz. Is this what we have to fear here on border?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see quite a few Dokkaebi, right? If you have those solo power positions that you have all across the map, where as defenders you play aggressive and you play for the roam, tracking them down with, for example, an Lion or a Dokkaebi could be really helpful. Another thing I'm very curious about is, are Faze going to be consistent again with that Azami ban? It can help so much to solidify a position in break room, in CCTV. They didn't ban it for the previous game, but they have been quite consistent with it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out in this map.
All right, who do we have to fear then from Faze to really show up? Who's got this fire in them to be like, look, we're down, I can command this moment and bring us back into this game?
I think the reason that, you know, KDS and Handy were brought onto this roster was that at least one of them has got major, you know, has won a major, but both of them have played in a lot of majors and a lot of events, basically. So you're looking at them as like, hey, I know you're our new guys, but if Cyber's not firing, whatever's going on, you are the ones that need to step up, because you've been brought in from a good team in terms of Furia, and this is the kind of do or die moment for Faze, right? And this is why they brought those players in.
Yeah, that indeed, I'll have to agree with that. You saw it yesterday on the latest map as well, where they were having their own shift and they were really stepping up. I want Cyber to, you know, perform well as well. He has those solo backstab moments where he can really make or break the round for his team. And I feel like if you talk about opportunity spotting and you put Cyber in that spearhead where he goes and gets an entry, it might open up a huge opportunity for your team to counter a roam or to quickly take on site.
We talked about operator bans, specifically ones that you can take away from the defenders. Azami, Arun, they have power positions that they can control. Warden also, because Ying is in play, but do you just push away the Ying? What other ops would you see on the attack just to ease it on the defense? As you say, Liquid are more comfortable on their defense, not so hot on their attack. They're trying to gather up as many rounds as possible in the beginning.
Well, if it turns out that Liquid are going to roam and they are going to put up those power positions, I would like to see, for example, a Dokkaebi being brought out. A Dokkaebi ban, we've seen that happen before as well. We know Dokkaebi is a very strong character in the current meta. But yeah, those, you know, roam tracking operators, I would really like to see those.
I was shocked by Faze, genuinely shocked by Faze not banning away the Azami in that last map, because I've got Azami as Liquid's most played operator when available, And coming into this, Faze had only banned one operator on the defense, and that was the Azami. So I'm not exactly sure what they saw there to be going with Warden. I am assuming they're going to get right back on that Azami train for the bans, because Border with Azami, with how she can, you know, shape particularly those extended roam areas, particularly CCTV, the break room, the long corridor, the office, all of those areas, she can shape them basically any way she wants, with the impacts, with the keeper barriers. And FaZe already don't like it. They've made that statement that they've banned it exclusively up until map 1 in this tournament. So I'd be expecting them to go back to that one.
Well, definitely something you can expect in this case, but since you're talking about, you know, hallways, positions, and power positions before, specifically any sites that would be super strong for either one of these teams that everybody has to worry about. We're going even more in depth here.
It depends. I like Armory Archive so much as a site because it does allow for the opportunity spotting. If you have the control over archives, you can do that, you know, funky little start where you have your glass rippling, you have your Ying brushing in, you have your Monty with the plant. I would like to see that, but then again, operators that really counter that are the Solis. And the last time that FaZe played Border, Eminem banned the Solis against them. We know Cyber loves it. We know, for example, Wolves on the side of Liquid loves it too. So that might play a huge part into spotting these, you know, these opportunity-taken attacks that are being brought out against him.
This is a self-interest one from me, but I do really want to see Supply and Customs. It's the only site on any map that's not being played yet. I feel like if Liquid are feeling it, maybe we might get it. But no, I think for Border, actually, Bathroom Tellers is probably the best site on the map.
Really?
In the way that it plays out, because you can still layer things, right? If you think every single round is more or less going to start out the same way on Border, and then after a minute, if you're successful, you can drop into Customs and Vents and Bathroom and Tellers, especially with Tellers having no vertical on it. It's very hard for attackers, if you can get that advantage as a defender, to move people out of position and then get those kills to, and then you succumb to time. It takes so long as an attacker, if you're not in an advantageous situation, to actually get onto the site and attack the site itself.
We saw it yesterday as well on the Border map, right? If you have those power positions, you defend it for a little while, you feel pressure, you fall back, you reinforce, and you make the attack even slower throughout the round.
All right, for those watching, thank you for your patience, by the way. If you haven't noticed, we're still trying to get everything together. It'll be a couple minutes before we're set and gives us more time to talk about things even more detail, because one thing that I feel is at least a gadget that is underappreciated that could be brought up on any single map, including Border, is just beepers everywhere.
Beepers.
You can chuck them everywhere. You can make sure that anybody walking in those top positions, you can always control them.
You nearly had me, Milosh. I was like, he's going to talk about them. He's going to talk about them. Thought he was going to talk about bulletproof cameras.
Yeah, but people should use them anyway.
No, but like if you was on a mute, for example, using a bulletproof camera. Because I've been having this argument with anybody that will listen to me about how you should always run bulletproof camera on mute.
You should have at least one of them, and they are 10 times better than they ever were, because you can just move them around, unlike the day that they were really brought into the game.
But then again, both teams last map played Brava, and as soon as you get control over such a bulletproof camera, you have to get into a risky position. You have to get into a risky position as a defender to then get rid of your own utility that's working against you.
All right, and Fresh, thank you very much. Our lobby is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it's FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid. We go to map 2, Casters. Thank you, Intero. Take it away.
Oh, well, thank you. El Clasico has not really gone the way that we had hoped for. Has not been anywhere near as competitive a first map. But now FaZe Clan, after losing map 1, 1-7, goes to their map. Does it go 2-0? Does FaZe Clan recover? Are they as strong on Border as we saw Liquid be on Chalet? All questions. They'll be answered over the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes or so. Give or take.
Give or take, maximum about an hour, as I would say. I mean, I have to agree with Jack in that scenario. I think bulletproof cameras is kind of what you should be bringing more than the beep boops, Milosh, here. I mean, Intel is the name of the game, but a good point being brought up as well. The Brava, of course, can be a problem, so I'm very curious to see the operator bans once we get inside a Border from these two teams. The teams had a bit of a break now with the slight delay. We see the Liquid favor growing ever so slightly through the course of the series, which makes sense given how Chalet went. But yeah, FaZe Clan now had time to settle them down, talk things through, kind of hit that reset button. But also, with how much time that had occurred between map number 1 and map number 2, Liquid, if they had more adrenaline going through them, really being hyped up, they've had to calm down now as well. Too much time has passed. Operator bans underway. Looking at what the Solis, the Doc, looking at the, of course, the Warden ban like we saw last time, a Ying. Ying will start things off, wasn't available in map number 1 and will not be available in map number 2 either. Seeing as this is FaZe's map, Liquid choose the starting side, and surprise, surprise, actually chose to start on the defensive side of Border. Dogaby, target banned by Faze. It was utilized by Liquid quite a lot on the previous map of Chalet. Not a bad choice at all. There it is. Whoa. Woo. Information. So important. Also taken away. So big question now. Solus target ban from Liquid. Yay or nay?
No!
Hey.
Oh my ban instead.
I would have
Alright.
not guessed that one. Okay. We have a different Border approach here. A lot of key operators are available, both the Solus as well as the Asami, the Munti, the Osa. You have a couple of different key operators to play around. The Mira, of course, also being available. Not always played on Border, but certainly can be if you got the right tools and strats for it. And we'll see it, at least for now, both the Mira and the Munti in the opening round. Things will start off an Armory and Archives bomb site for Liquid. Now to break some walls, reshape and restructure things around to their liking. Curious where the Mirror windows will go. If it'll be an armor extension with CCTV control, what they'll do. Is that a bulletproof camera being slapped in the middle of the floor in Armory by Paolo? I believe it was. It's very interesting.
In Armory?
Yeah, in Armory, in the middle of the floor somewhere, there's a bulletproof laying on the ground. Right there. Just looking at this ceiling. I mean, you can turn it now, so you can see both into Archives, you can see in towards Armory, I suppose, but that's an interesting one, at least. There we go. Fountain Mirror to hold one side, one portion of the map. That's going to be Mirror to number 1. And Mirror to number 2 will be faced towards 90 wall from Break. So this is going to be an extended hold from Liquid, as you can expect. When you look at the Mirror being played here, it's a very old school style of Border from before the rework. You'd normally play a Rook or a Dock in that position with that zoom scope. You get very comfortable with that long range of gunplay towards the east staircase, where we saw the Romer Volps and Oryx playing around as well. And the analyst on the desk made a point about how you need to, early on as a defender, deny the entry points on Border. That's exactly right. And then you have that second layer. That's going to be your mirror windows and your runing gates in this case. And that third and final layer is going to be the bomb site itself. So while Border is a relatively small map, it does have a lot of different steps to go through as an attacker. And with this new balcony leading towards Break Room, also more flanks for defenders to utilize in the round.
Big value already from this Monty of Vidaking as he walks in top of East. That's a long line of sights, and now another body in Nesk who has to peel off of this spot. Sacrificing his own Black Mirror. We'll lose some of the wall. Lagonis, oh my. If it wasn't for that Claymore, that would have been another opening sweep from Team Liquid. They've been so good at getting these first picks, and it has not slowed down whatsoever, Nick.
No, it's not that they're doing anything spectacular to get them. It's a matter of when they choose to do it. They always have the right time to strike, and they always come out either ahead outright or just ahead in terms of sheer trading, like 2 for 1, for example. And again, they just find that small window of opportunity. And now, again, Faze playing from behind to start things off. And Vidaking on the Monty is going to be that pillar operator for the attack that's going to help them move forward into the map. Of course, Volps on the Oryx is on the board, so Vidaking cannot walk too far off because of that Oryx operator. If he dashes into him, that's going to guarantee take him out.
Vidaking still holding this position. Nesk needs to be very concerned with it. Volps is the perfect operator to deal with this, and he gets the diffuser as well, looking the wrong way! Wait a minute! Volps removing the heads of multiple players from Faze Clan, leaving souls to die at the hands of Palu. Team Liquid picking up exactly where they left off on Chalet. What a dominant round.
And it comes down to, again, Liquid, they always have the right response. They always solve the problem in front of them. I mean, they were playing 4 versus 3. They don't need to make a proactive play in that scenario. They had fountain control. The crossfires were still there for now. The wall had not yet been breached, and they had the bomb site itself. But again, they choose to go, you know what? We can deal with this. Volps gets actives, runs forward past the enemy line, and they recognize the Monty is relatively alone. The dash on into him, knocks him back. The shield, of course, cannot block any of the bullets, and he dies. Claymore did, of course, find resets in the early stage of that round, but look at this. You walk too far forward with no gun behind you, and you are bound to fall as a multiplayer.
Feels like that Oryx's intended use in a lot of ways to be this quick-moving anti-shield operator is often forgotten because, well, that's just when you had the 1.5, not how you would use him most effectively. He was great for getting early long-range picks and then repositioning, making it so it was this never-ending treadmill of map control for the defenders, forcing the attackers to drone endlessly or waste time engaging in the one offsite player. As I pointed out at the time, it's nice to see him used for his intended function. Second defense now goes to what used to be the second most common bomb site. It's fallen a little bit by the wayside. Vents and Workshop.
Yeah, all about how you play that dynamically. You got one floor up on this top floor, and of course, again, Liquid will extend around and fortify locations with those mirror windows. But while doing that, they're still being proactive on the rest of the map, denying those initial entry points. So Baseline, they want to try and find an easy entry point. They go eastwards, they go Cello's window, but they're always met with someone swinging, someone applying pressure, making it hard for them. And it's Volps on one side, taking a bunch of damage, but he runs backwards. Now you wish you had a duck. Liquid, they don't in this round at least, so Volps will have to play this with 1 HP left in the round.
It's a rough early engagement for him. Puts him in a bad spot, but he's able to at least live for now. 3 kills in that first round. A huge play in the final moments to win the round for his team. Keeping him alive should be high priority. Destruction going in upstairs as Cyber through the main lobby. A waiting room, will be called lobby. Gives his position away, shooting away at that barricade. Very quick that we've seen Faze be able to get in. And Nade might be able to secure resets. The first one down. Faze clan do indeed get very first pick. They've got a cheeky drone in sight. Lots of information on that A-bomb site.
Intel is so important, so many soft walls, and of course even the bathroom rotate as well. Nesk gonna be no what of her, but a beautiful shot into Souls. It's not supposed to happen, but Nesk, of course, so great in these gunfight engagements.
Cyber has been so secure in this spot. He'll link up with Vidaking. They know exactly where he is. There goes the default cam, there goes the Banshee. Palu guards above. The focus for FaZe Clan will be split onto both floors with a minute to go.
Oh, Nesk again?
What did they feed Nesk today? Almost getting a third on the Cyber. Volps is still alive. That's what happens when you don't finish off the remainder of him. Nesk playing in this spot. Cyber goes down. Guess who it is? It's Nesk for 3. Handy's the only one in FaZe Clan still upright. He'll have to deal with the jiggle peaks inside of Customs. Lagonis has his attention and gets the final kill. Liquid already making quick work of FaZe Clan on FaZe's map.
Sometimes all you need is to land a couple of beautiful shots, and all of a sudden the round is back in your favor. Nesk really saving Liquid in that round. FaZe actually did a great job. I mean, they had the drone on the bomb side for intel, which got them that first kill and a bit of damage as well. They know exactly where Nesk is standing. That's just not enough because he's that much better. As you see here, he just goes a quick whoop, and then all of a sudden, Souls, he falls. A second, whoop, and then Vidaking falls as well. Now, FaZe Clan did have upstairs control. I believe it was KDS on the Ace, sitting with that archives wall opened up. They wanted to get into that A-bomb side and plant exactly where Nesk shut them down because they had upstairs hatch control, so the verticality was at their disposal. They couldn't get shut down, at least from there. The only thing that really could stop them was the Gonis inside of Customs, who had one part of that crossfire, and Nesk, like we saw at the server location as well. That's all Liquid they needed. If one of those two pillars they fall, the Gonis or Nesk, then FaZe Clan could very comfortably plant in that round, but they hold on successfully. Liquid are looking very similar to that of Chalet. Sure, the rounds have been a bit closer, a bit more clutch for Lion than on Chalet in the beginnings, but momentum hasn't shifted just yet. FaZe Clan are seemingly struggling to find success in the early stage of these rounds. Even when they get the opening kill, they cannot convert it into any further lead, any bigger than that. Vidaking and Ganamonti, he's going to feel very safe because he can't get shot, but his teammates might have the same struggles to get into this building as in previous rounds because, again, Liquid, they're in their face. Resets now on the Vigil, for example. Volps is on Thorn, so much freedom from these players.
You're gonna need creativity to win a championship. Cannot hold that against either of these teams. How many drones are gonna get tossed into Reset's position that will know he's somewhere nearby, but not exactly where he is? These struggles on attack for FaZe Clan well documented all the way back in map number 1. They have not changed whatsoever on map 2. Said freedom for Volps on that operator roll. He's in trouble. Andy gets the down. Are they able to secure, though? That is the question. Do they even have information? Lagonis trying to stop it from happening, but he can't get it done. FaZe Clan superior on the entry. The Monty there as well to continue to push in. Nesk will be next in line. It's a glorified 5v3 favoring FaZe at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think Volps can be saved this time. Not like Chalet. Thing is, oh, Souls, he wins the gunfight, and so does Viking on the injured member of Volps, and now it's back to Nesk and Paolo, that duo at 2v5.
There's a Monty on the board, though. That's the bigger problem. I don't know if this is a round where we can see it happen for them. There goes Palu. Nesk in a 1v5. FaZe Clan looking for the first flawless round. Won't get it. Nesk gets a kill. Nesk is just something else today, isn't he? 2 more picks. The Razor Bloom goes off to get a kill. It's a 1v2, and Nesk has intel on the plant. There's only one impediment. It's him versus the Monty. Can he get this done? Onto the diffuser he goes. You need to bait him out. And he's done it! He'll hop onto the diffuser, but Vidaking should be able to break it in time. Nesk in this standoff yet again, but he's forced the Monty in. Just needs to dance around him, doing damage in the process. Vidaking versus Nesk. Oh my, this is tense all the while. The clock continues to run. Nesk a little perplexed by that one. The shield goes down. Nesk sticking it for now. Vidaking playing for time. Nesk only has a short period to get on it. And there's no stopping FaZe. It could have been one of the most impressive plays we've seen of this entire event. But Nesk just falls short. FaZe Clan gets on the board.
Yeah, and you can see from Nesk there, he knew that was possible. So now he's trying. I mean, he played it so well. The Asami barrier went down, blocks it for a bit, but the second one didn't activate it as he missed it on the door frame. There was a frost mat right next to the door as well. I was thinking for a second, maybe if Nesk can kind of lure Vidaking into that mat, that could be the round-winning play, and he almost did it in the early stage of it, but it's so hard to play. There it is right there. Monty almost walks into it 2 times, but it's almost impossible, if not impossible, to beat a Monty 1v1 unless the person on the Monty operator makes a huge mistake. Keep that shield extended, and then as you saw, when Nesk goes to defuse, you can kind of unextend, threat the ADS, threat the hipfire, threat that melee punch to take him out, and the time, of course, favoring the attackers, but that was almost a 1v5 clutch assisted by the Razor Bloom of Thorn that came into play in that round.
Volps might have been dead, but his utility's still doing good work. Would have loved to have seen that clutch get pulled off by Nesk. Not because I'm a Team Liquid fan, but simply because seeing those types of moments make these events all the better.
Nesk was actually the first person ever to do a 1v5 clutch in tier 1 level of play in Seed, so he's done it before. Knows a thing or two about that. I think it was a tweet that came during this tournament saying like Volps was like 14 years old when Nesk like played in Pro League back in the day, and now they're in the same team. It goes to show just how long Nesk has been playing for and how many different iterations of Siege and the meta and the roster that he has survived throughout. And not just survived, he has been one of the top performers for his team, in his region, in the world, time and time again, at every turn of Siege, every stage of it. Still got it. 6-1 so far here on Border in the first 3 rounds. Of course, 3 of those 6 kills came in that 1v5 attempt that we just saw.
It's a wonderful attempt by Nesk and a thrilling attempt at that. It's a bit slower now from FaZe Clan as they target those east stairs for the 2nd round in a row. Yeah. Kiba barriers being the main thing to look at. Capkin traps as well that will slow them down. Good value from the Gemini of Cybers. Oh, Vidaking gets caught. Volps is still in the same position. Liquid cleaning up, but FaZe Clan find 2 of their own very quickly to put it back to a 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing when all the attackers on one side of the map, they can guarantee the trades, but I would argue going from a 5v5 down to a 3 versus 3 kind of favors the defenders. They still got their runic gates, they still got the mirror windows, they still got the bomb site in their control, and the less attackers you have, either the less angles you can be attacking from, or you just don't have enough manpower to stack them together to go 2 into the same doorway for a trade. So I would argue Liquid comes ahead in this one. We see Nesk holding on, KDS, he eats a Capcan trap as well, so he's less than half HP now. Slowly bleeding away here is FaZe Clan.
That's a late reinforcement on the fountain, but
it works.
Well done for Liquid. That was their final reinforcement in pocket as well, almost as if it was saved specifically for that moment. Confronting those 2 mirror windows will be the big challenge for FaZe Clan now with 35 seconds remaining. They'll walk through office, KDS searching for something, and oh, he misses it! Nesk makes him pay for that, punishing FaZe Clan. Handy next in line. Nesk unable to only get the 1, no more than that. Now it's a nade, primed and ready towards main stairs. Lagonis dancing around it. He's got the Nitro Cell playing from below as Palu's farther back for insurance, but he misses out on it. Suddenly it's Lagonis in a 1v2. There's the drop, Lagonis finishing 1 off. Handy needs to play on time, but Lagonis gets it done as the clock hits 0. There's something special about Team Liquid right now. They are making this look effortless.
They both go for the headshot play at the same time. Lagonis, he actually reads into it somehow, some way. It looked like he didn't know what was about to happen because he turned around towards that corner head inside a small office box. But it was the right play. He had a C4, could have gone for that instead, maybe make it a 1v1, but no. And with the last few bullets at his disposal, he makes the clutch happen. It was an upstairs bomb site hold, by the way, not a ventilation hold. So FaZe Clan didn't necessarily have to drop, but then again, didn't have diffuser necessarily. Both to go for the play together, guarantee that 2 versus 1. No surprise, the players of Liquid are very happy about that one. I had the pleasure of talking to Sensei, the coaching staff or supportive staff of Liquid, between map number 1 and map number 2. And I kind of just spoke to him about how Nesk has been so energetic and so vocal this event compared to previous, because normally he's a funny guy, but in the server it's all business. And he kind of broke it down to me and he said that Nesk is the heart of the team. I mean, as mentioned earlier, you're playing with someone like Volt who's been watching Nesk since he was 14. Nesk is a literal legend, and if he's going to be a quiet person on the team, or sad, or not being very reactive, not doing a whole lot of things, that impacts the rest of the team. Lagonis is a great leader, a great strategist inside of Siege, but he's very timid, he's very shy, he's very quiet. So Nesk is trying to bring forward the energy and try and be like, guys, we got this. Celebrate the small moments, the big moments, etc. as well. And that seems to have been a big mental shift for Liquid as a whole, because even when they're losing rounds they shouldn't, even when they are looking like they might not be, looking amazing in a series, they actually look like mentally they're absolutely still in it. And we have seen Liquid in the past, when they fall in those semifinals and the grand finals, they can get very much into their own heads. Hasn't been the case so far at this event. And against FaZe Clan, they really got things locked and loaded.
Bit of a miss from Palu, who's now being watched. And he loses out on that duel. Palu is in such rough shape. FaZe Clan showing some teeth.
Oh my god.
They've eliminated 3 players from Liquid in the span of 5 seconds. Volps is retaken from above, though. They don't know he's in this spot. Unfortunately, the small mag of the Roni, this is undoing. Leaves Lagonis with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining as the final player from Liquid. FaZe Clan at least keeping this close, at least keeping this interesting.
Yeah, a very quick round. If the Roni had more bullets, maybe he could have made it a 2 versus 1 for Lagonis here instead, but it's going to be up to the GOAT himself to get the 1v3 clutch instead. But there's so much time. You see FaZe, they're playing it beautifully. They haven't even dropped yet. They just lock him on the bomb site.
Where do you go if you're Lagonis in that regard? You don't go anywhere. You go to the next round, and that's exactly what happens. FaZe Clan pick up their 2nd round in this map. And by doing so, have bested their tally on Chalet, where they only got a single round.
I suppose they have, yeah. This is their map pick. They should.
What do you mean you suppose they have?
I mean, I suppose.
There's nothing to suppose. It's just objectively right.
I mean, I was like, no, you're right. I mean, it was a 7-1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
You're always correct, even when you're wrong, Parker.
Now, what went wrong with this upstairs hold, Nick?
I think Paolo needed help, to put it very simple. I mean, he was very much far forward and nobody was there to support him. Faze Clan as well, using utility quite well. Smoke grenades and flashbangs to kind of separate that top floor hold, and then again, they isolate those individual members and they come out ahead in a man advantage. Normally when Faze Clan go for these mini executes, it's them losing 2 members, only killing 1 from Liquid, so it's them playing, 3 versus 4. But when they come out ahead, when the mini execute works and they commit fully to the plan, that's when they succeed. I would almost go as far as to say that Faze need to believe in the same cause right now, because they are playing more split up and more separated than that of Liquid. And those small moments is what can define these rounds, especially when you have Volps, Nesk always going really aggressive in the early beginnings of the round. Look at the kill pool right now. Reset 0 kills, Paolo 1 kill. Nesk and Volps, they have 8 each so far. If you shut them down as Faze Clan, if you expect that aggression denied, that could be very defining, and look at this.
You read into it. Goodbye, Palu. That's a good thing that you've got both Nesk and Volps carrying the weight. Palu's so used to being the top performer on Liquid, maybe he's getting a little bit too cutesy in some of these engagements and getting punished for it by Faze Clan.
I mean, it is good. Faze Clan, they played slow. They recognize that usually Liquid will try and make a play. We'll wait for that play to happen. We'll get that opening kill, say, yep, thank you very much, and then play the round 5 versus 4. And now Liquid, they're almost forced to make another play again, because otherwise things could just kind of slip away. When you lose that early member, a lot of things that happens as well is that you lose a lot of time on the clock because you have less ground to cover as a defending team. You have less crossfires you can establish to shut down, for example, Vatican on the Monty. So Faze Clan can make relatively quick work with this. They got office control, E-stairs. They got almost all the things they truly want above. Bomb site is downstairs. That Teller's bathroom bomb site. So they still need to work the hatch, work the lobby portion of the map as well. But they also have half the round to go. Plenty of time, plenty of options. Liquid have to launch the strike at some point, otherwise, surely they should slip away from them.
Crucial final round for Faze Clan as they look to tie things up with Liquid, allowing Liquid to take 3 rounds in the first half. Might not be the start that Faze wanted, but if the numbers are to be believed, Border is the 3rd most defender-sided map so far through this entire event. So the fact that Team Liquid hasn't been able to close out this first half just yet, obviously, is not ideal. Diffuser going down, and it looks like Liquid know this. But do Faze have the coverage? It sure seems like it. Lagonis can't get over in time. There's the Monty to pull up the shield. Liquid's only gotten a single kill, but they are in trouble because that shield operator will breathe down their neck. Well, Lagonis and Nesk might as well be miles apart. On the diffuser, Nesk watching and perfectly executed by Faze. We got ourselves a ball game. 3-3 the first half.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. You have to fight for space somewhere on the map as a defender on this map of Border. You can't give up everything for free because, as we saw, if the attackers, they get office control, archives control, they just gotta walk into lobby, into the bomb site, or drop that bathroom hatch, and then they can start planting. And the Monty simplifies this process even more because you got that extended shield. You can just freely drop. You don't gotta do all the drone work and check every single corner. You can drop, get that diffuser down, play the post plant, and do just that. Of course, that opening kill onto Paolo jumping out the archives window, that's kind of how it begins. And in a similar fashion, Liquid, they can't help each other. Also how it ends.
Talking about those stats of this being a defender-sided map. Would you believe it that only 3 bomb sites have been played on Border?
I wonder which one doesn't get played. Could it be the customs bomb site by any chance?
You would be correct.
Good. Oh, that was a hard one. I mean, it's the only bomb site yet to be played at this major, according to Fresh, Jack, so far. And it's very believable. It just frankly doesn't get played by basically any team. It's a strategically a nightmare to play. There's no easy win conditions, and frankly, all the 3 other bomb sites are just outright better.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that bomb site was done a solid on Skyscraper. Bedroom and bathroom has been played a single time.
Hey.
Oh, Cyber gives his position away now in the run out, as we were only 20 seconds into the round, and these teams were itching for a fight through the entirety of Faze Clan's attacks, and now we'll see if Team Liquid can maintain that same speed. Yes, that bedroom bathroom on Skyscraper was played a single time. That was the only other bomb site that hadn't been played here at the entire event, which honestly is great. It's great to see that these maps have bomb sites that are relatively balanced.
Yeah.
Teams can find strategies that are completely viable, irrespective of where they go. Volps walks in and decides to duel with Souls, and that's not a good idea. FaZe Clan far better on drawing first blood on Border versus Chalet.
Yeah, and look at that. Cyber is on Dog like we spoke about, or the Desk spoke about rather, but he gets shut down before healing Souls, so those Dog stims not finding any value in this one.
There's another for Team Liquid as they're making up for lost time.
Oh, what?
Down goes KDS. What is happening right now? It's the Nesk show again and again and again. Souls reduced to limited HP from that first engagement. Now it's Handy taking some damage, but 9 kills as down goes Nesk. Silencing that raid boss for Liquid. Souls in a tough spot right now, defending Archives. Mounting pressure from over on Office side. That Flores drone going in, the Rotero will be scouting for information, not looking for any gadgets. Because of the speed of this round, we've still got over a minute to go.
Yeah. That's gonna fear the attackers because they got one more man alive, but also, as you said, those drones, the information to be gathered. Lagone is on Finka, has 2 more adrenal searches to boost his teammates in those gunfights, and Handy and Souls don't have that dock available. They're gonna suffer more chip damage as the round progresses. That damage over time could be a great flashbang. Punch that Q barrier and then make a play, Palu. You gotta go right now.
Palu gets the attention of 1, takes some damage before dropping on down. He's had a very poor performance, but the rest of his team, they're hitting their shots. Lagonis and Resets on support get the job done on their very first attack. Liquid up 4-3 now.
And that's despite losing the opening kill. Volps walked in passport door. The crowd buff, the crowd support.
Not synchronized though.
You expect perfection always, Parker, and nothing but perfection. There it is, yellow ping. At the intel. And it just kind of snowballed from there. Ness doing so much work, but it might have got the better of him. Swinging that area wall there really made things more difficult for Liquid than it had to be, and they went from a 4v2 into a 3v2, had to take a step back, drone further, not risk losing that round that they had, done so well in. Sometimes all it needs in maps like Border is a single hero in an individual round to open things up, because once you build that momentum, you get that kill like we saw, and you kind of storm through the map because you have the drone intel, you can gain a lot extremely quickly. And I think that's a big difference between Liquid and FaZe. FaZe, when they get something, that's their line. That's exactly where they want to stop going. Whereas Liquid, they always build past what they want initially. Like we saw there, the information is on the dock of Cyber inside that security. But the second they get that kill, they don't stop at the line. They go past it. They want Fountain, they want Armory Wall, they want Archives, and they just keep pushing forward because they set up so far ahead of themselves. When you have someone like Ness that can just walk in behind that drone with confidence, that's how you can really quickly gain map control in these rounds.
Yesterday we got to see in the G2 game, touched on it back in map number 1, is that the depth of Liquid has never been as good as it is right now. Palu going 1-4 would usually be a storyline unto itself.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter right now, because the rest of the team is able to pick up the pieces. That can be all the difference at this level. As for FaZe Clan, it has been a pretty bad day for Cyber. He is so often the win condition for this team.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan, though, changing things up, trying to bring in more depth. They have Handy performing quite well. But outside of that, despite this scoreline, the rest of FaZe Clan haven't been that good, which is honestly goes to show you it's been a team effort for FaZe. Oh my! 2 fast picks for Team Liquid, and KDS getting droned out could be next. Scrambling over towards Armory, and there he goes, spotted and finished off. This is ruthless aggression from Liquid with half of the round to go, and they'll get a 4th. A flawless round for Liquid, done in 90 seconds.
there are two different types of flawless rounds. There's the one where no one dies in one team and you kill all your opponents, whatever. But then there is a literal flawless where you do not show a single weakness or a single issue in your attack or your defense. Liquid, right there, that is a perfect round of Siege. They had all the right angles covered at the right time by the right people, and they act accordingly. When one member gets a kill, someone else always holding the flank like we saw on the main stairs near the end, so there's no freedom allowed. When the last defender from Faze wants to exit the side to go for a main stairs flank, we saw Nesk on Ace downstairs holding that double door as well. There's no breathing room for Faze Clan. They're gonna call their tactical timeout, and you're right, Parker, about that point earlier about Paolo going 1-4. That used to be a storyline. The desk spoke about it before the first map happened. Right now, in the current style of Siege, it's not good enough to have a player play at 200% this map and everyone else plays 40% and have that single member doing all the work. And then you shift every now and again. You want those stable, everyone playing at 80 to 90%, maybe peak at 100% max capacity, because consistency is king in Siege. How close these rounds are, how small the details can be, that makes the defining outcome be a win or a loss. You always want to just have stability, stability, stability. And from Faze Clan, no one's playing it at 200%. I mean, Handy, yeah, 9 and 6, but I mean, Nesk is 12 and 5. So like, even he is not doing that incredible performance. And then I guess a pretty far fall. Viking, sure he plays the Muncie and whatnot, but even when he does that, outside of those 2 rounds on border, because he also played on Chalet, Faze Clan didn't play around the Muncie very effectively. They didn't get those round victories. They did get 2 plants down, and Viking did clutch that 1 versus 1 against Ness. That was a 1v5 to start things off. Faze Clan needs more from each other as individual members on this 5-man unit, where they need to work better together, because Liquid, they are doing just that. They have each other's back, they have the trust, and they got the timings nailed down perfectly.
Timeout taken to either try to get the mentals in check or just revisit this strategy. Faze Clan, mighty good at those first picks as we talked about. It didn't matter over the last 2 rounds at all, as Liquid was able to get it and then just continue to move forward. What was it, both rounds? 2 very fast picks.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Souls focused on East Stairs, a drone thrown his way, now an E1D2. Palu down below. This will be a joint effort from Liquid as they also pressure from that staircase above. He saw that Souls actually get away. Palu could catch this. If there's a drone in that proximity, Palu could find his 2nd kill, and he does exactly that. The head of Souls subtracted from his body. Can't bring him back to life, even if there is a dock on the board. Faze Clan surrendering that first pick yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Faze gonna really be kicking himself, be sad about the fact that Valkyrie is gone from the table right now. They need intel to work with. They're walking around thinking the map is clear, but it's not, because again, someone from Liquid is always there at the right location to catch someone on the rotate. They're always a step ahead on Chalet, on border. And these dry peaks from Faze Clan almost are costing them their lives, because someone is just holding that angle. You see now with Paolo again, almost found Viking's head too.
Trying to lure out these players from Faze Clan, but Resets now has an idea of where that Legion is playing. No follow-up at the moment. Liquid will juggle the diffuser, allowing KDS to play up inside a fountain. Problem is you're about to lose that hatch from below. Now KDS taking some damage. Cyber firing back onto Palu, and Vidaking good enough for a kill on a Resets. The advantage is now Faze Clan's. A bit of sloppiness. The drone work from Liquid just not there. Nesk has information, but he's gone. He looks the wrong way. Vidaking hiding behind the desk. Clutter in the way. That's why they tell you to clean your room, right? Down goes KDS to Volps. Liquid trying to keep this close, but Faze Clan holding the advantage in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, and really good showcasing from Faze, actually swinging back and taking those confrontations, because it can be hard to feel like you should be doing it when you lose them as often as they have. I do think KDS on the dock has kind of inspired them to take those risks, because if it goes the wrong way, you can still get healed back up.
It's a lot of sustain with that dock on the board, as you would put it. Now it's Lagonas softened up. This round for Liquid is just about over. And it is. Volps and Vidaking on a collision course. Faze win their first round on defense. It couldn't come at a better time. lose, and Liquid goes on to series point. That is quite the long barrel of a very dangerous gun. So FaZe Clan able to win that one. But now they've got to tackle the other bomb sites as well, and that's where the prospect gets potentially a bit too tough.
Yeah, things of course are going to change quite drastically on board depending on what you are going to be defending. But again, the early catch, so great from Palu. And then that's all Liquid really got done, because then it's Cyber striking back together with Vidaking inside of Office, and they find one apiece. And then they, instead of falling back all the way to the bomb site, they actually recognize they have such a strong hold inside of that Office and Fountain position, they just stick around. Because as long as they have that, they will have Archives. And then the last members of FaZe, they play inside of Armory. They got the full bomb set under control, and Liquid, they have to confront that eventually, or fall before that in the round. Bathroom Tellers now being attempted by FaZe. They're bringing out a couple of different operators, however. Both the Warden, the Oryx, and the Kaid, as well as a Pulse here. Corey speaking to playing below with that C4 intel. They got 3 C4s in pocket. This is going to be an explosive round, potentially. If KDS can get the correct info and relate to his teammates, that could be some easy kills, but again, Liquid, they must have seen the Pulse peak in the prep phase, because Nesk on the IQ for the first time, most likely to single-handedly play around the Pulse play. A bit of a 1v1 standoff here with utility.
First pick has been so crucial for these teams. It's a number that we focus on an awful lot, but usually provides you with a how fast a round is going to go, who can follow up, how quickly can you trade it out. I like this Pulse pick a lot. I really, really do. Intel is something that it seems like FaZe Clan has struggled with a lot throughout this series.
Fully agree, and with the Valkyrie Band, it only makes sense. I mean, it can be hard to play the Echo on this map. There's so much to cover. Pulse sees through the floors, sees through the layers. It's a bit more simplified. Nesk hasn't really used the scanner a whole lot, hasn't had to, because they're on relatively safe ground for now, but there it is. Can relay the info, the intel. They are in a buff to side, however. Still gotta deal with Office and Archives, but they're very close to what they want up here. Okay. Interesting hold.
Soul sitting on Fountain with a Nitro Cell in hand. 2 silhouettes from Liquid coming in, but he gets taken down before he can pop it. Liquid are just fast enough. They've got Fountain control. The Nitro Cell will die with him.
Where is the support, though? I mean, I guess FaZe Clan was expecting an Armory Archive attack from the opposite side of the map, and then, you know, Warden had this Fountain position, the C4s do the work from below, but Liquid, they attack from Office. It doesn't have that same soft destructible floor, so they completely circumvent this strat from FaZe.
Volps is in an interesting position right now in Passport while the rest of the team goes to work on this Bathroom Teller's bomb site. Poking holes in the defense. Volps has now fallen off of that spot, so it was only for a moment that he held there. Cyber's retaken from above. Cyber slowly coming online over the last few rounds, showing us exactly why he's been one of the best players in the world over the last couple of years. Seeing both Palu and Cyber at full force is quite the spectacle. We haven't gotten it so far today, but there's still time. Oh, I might have spoken too soon about Palu, but hold on, Cyber as well. But he runs flat into Nesk. Team Liquid moved to match point, series point with a quick execute.
1 round away from securing their ticket to the grand finals is Liquid. Phenomenal round again, changing the pace, fast, slow, fast, slow. Liquid, a team that has come close so many times, but not quite lifted a trophy in a long time on the international grounds. And I feel like we've been saying this for a long time, where every single tournament Liquid, they've peaked, you know, they're looking better and better and better. I think Liquid at Invitationals just in February looked like one of the best teams in the world, but they still didn't win it. It was G2 instead. And then you think, okay, you know, what happens now? Is Nesk gonna step down? Do they make roster changes? And if they do, is that gonna work better? Like, where do they find the motivation? Well, they look even better now here, COPENHAGEN Major. Liquid has a positive win-loss ratio against Faze on Border, Cafe, Oregon, Theme Park, and Villa. That's a lot of maps. And to make things even worse, I mean, Border's being played right now, and if FaZe Clan win this, they go to Cafe, where Liquid also have that positive win rate against FaZe Clan. That's a tough one to break. Another fun fact, FaZe Clan and Liquid have never played Skyscraper against one another. It's always been banned out, however, by both of the teams. It's not always FaZe banning it, always Liquid. Both of them take their turns, like in this one as well. I believe it was Liquid banning Skyscraper this time. Now, when you're on match point, a couple of things come into play, just like in overtime. The pressure is there, and it can be hard for some players to feel like taking a risk is the right approach. Risk assessment, right? If you make a huge play that has a high risk, but you have the balls to do it, because if it doesn't work out, it might cost your team the round. Flashbang's going out, they're making the play.
They're very quick in, but they can't get anything done. Nesk starts the killing. It's on King. Resets goes down. They trade back and forth. This is a damn mess, and the diffuser is going down.
What?
They don't even seem to know it. Nesk still soldiering through the pain. Laguna spotted at the last second. That's a bit of a miss from Nesk. Still taking prolonged damage from the goo mine. Needs to pull it out at some point. Now he's got the diffuser. Small reset. Nade goes in from Nesk. No hatch control whatsoever, so Nesk will have to do this himself. Nade goes in the wrong direction. Oh, nice shot from Nesk. And another! Are you kidding me, Nesk? Handy in a 1v2 as Liquid want to secure grand finals, and it's Nesk to send his team to tomorrow's finals!
That's incredible! I mean, it didn't look like it was winnable. Nesk has played for so many years in so many versions of the game, and he still got it.
The biggest trophy on the biggest stage has eluded Liquid for so long. Whether it's been SI, whether it's been a major, they've won a single championship internationally, and you know that they are tired of losing. Nesk is tired of losing, Liquid tired of losing. They win El Clasico very quickly, and Nesk looks like the best player in the world again. 7-1 the scoreline on Chalet. It was a statement map, and then a 7-4 on Border. Liquid were in the last major finals. They came up short against BDS. Who do they get? W7M or Soniqs? Either way, they've got the rest of the day off, and they look really, really good, Nick.
Yeah, they do, and they have so much time to prepare now. Watch this next series and just study their opponent and go with confidence, and I fear for their opponent tomorrow if they keep playing like this.
It doesn't matter if it's W7M or Soniqs. With that showing from Liquid, they're definitely the favorites right now, but we still got another match to go. Before then, let's hear from your winners down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Paka and Pengu. Once again, I can't talk to this man enough. Palu, before I say anything to him, this fan base right here was going crazy for you and your team. Make some noise for Liquid! Palu, it's not supposed to be that easy.
Well, what can I say? When Nesk involved is on the day, there's nothing you can do. You just accept it.
Talk me through, playing alongside him. What an incredible performance. What was it like to be part of it alongside him in the server?
Well, we are just doing our part, and they were killing everybody, so that's basically it.
You've been here before. You know what it takes to get to a grand final. And now, look, touching distance. I just want you to look at that trophy just for a moment. And now tell me, if you do manage to pull this off, after all of the talk around you being one of the greatest players of all time, to not lift a trophy, now you've got your shot, what would it mean?
It would mean a lot. Like last time we were here, we lost the finals, so we definitely don't want it to be the same thing. So yeah, as I said the last time, we are doing everything we can, and we'll keep doing it until we lift it. Do you want your opponents in the grand final to be NA, or do you want all Brazil? We just don't care. We are going to beat it. It doesn't matter who. Do we think that Team Liquid are going to win the entire thing, everybody? Got to ask, from the perspective of a man who's not doing what you do, and the fans will be interested as well,
what does the team go and do from this point up until coming back onto the stage tomorrow?
Well, for now, we are going to take some sleep. We couldn't sleep a lot.
You need it.
Yeah. So, and we are going to prepare as we did the last games. We know what we did and it worked, so we'll keep the job. Hugo is doing like an amazing thing as analysis. So, yeah, we'll keep what he's doing and we'll keep it in the track, that's basically it. There's nothing more I can say.
So, just to confirm, the spoiler is that tomorrow night it's going to be your hands on that trophy.
Definitely yes.
Definitely yes, the man says it for a matter of fact. Palu, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. These fans love you. Go and join your teammates behind the scenes, and we will now pick that one apart. Wow, it wasn't supposed to be, like I said, Milos, that easy.
No, it did not. Team Liquid made it easy, Ian. Look at that. It looked so good for at least one of our Brazilian teams. FaZe Clan unfortunately bows out of the tournament. Can we get a round of applause for FaZe? There you go. Still, despite the loss, they played fantastically to get here to the semifinals of yet another tournament. FaZe has seen this many times, but Liquid have stood in front of that trophy 1,000,001 times. It feels so far, and they've only been able to pick it up once, but that was way before anybody's times. I wonder how many OGs are still left from that day. Anyways, but let's discuss map 2. And Liquid looked unstoppable.
They did, indeed. And as mentioned in the interview, there were two players on the side of Liquid specifically that really stepped up. Vulps was during both those matches, during both maps, really influential. Then Nesk as well. And specifically in that final round, that final 3K that he got to end that round, absolutely huge and so deserved. We were kind of going crazy under the desk, just a bit getting surprised by that. It was a close match though, because no team really won more than 2 rounds in a row. And I do think FaZe had a valiant effort on their own attacks. They used the Montaigne very well to force that ground, to play those 1v1s out very smartly. Handy and KDS really both put in a very good effort, but it wasn't enough against Liquid today.
Jack, you're still at awe of it. I can see.
I'm still not. He's back. He's back. Nesk is back, everybody. Just to let you know, if that last round didn't convince you enough, I think, by his standards, I think maybe the last year he kind of not dropped off, but he wasn't the scary Nesk he was. That game there, he's back. This tournament, he's back. The Liquid just look so hungry. It looks like they do not want to go home empty-handed. They're so determined. They're so confident. They've got the counter-analysis. They've got the IGL. They've got the gunners. They've got the recovery of the rounds. They've got absolutely everything right now.
And if you ask me, they also have my support in this, because it seems like Team Liquid, like I said, they've been here many times, but every single time, if you remember back to those interviews and the post-winning interviews that they've had, it was still a, we're not sure, we're gonna play our best. Paulo comes out and said,
yeah,
are you gonna grab this tomorrow? Definitely. This is the sort of passion and that sort of commitment that we've lacked from Liquid in the past.
It's like it's been a mindset change. They've had that conviction now. They've had that winner's mentality almost. We've seen them so many times, and that's something we'll lead in with tomorrow in the grand final is, hey, they've been here 1,000,000 times before, and they always fall short. They look like a different Liquid. Personally, since, I've been working on the analyst desk, they look like a different Liquid since I've seen at every single event. So much more zoned in, especially after that loss against G2, and I think that was maybe the turning moment for them. They'd lost against W7N, they'd lost against G2. They were facing do or die, and since that moment, they came through Phase 2 and have just looked incredible.
They look really convincing, and probably in one of the better iterations maybe that we've seen from them in recent history at this point. And another thing that I like, thinking about that game tomorrow, if we see how this ban phase played out, Liquid might have some cards up their sleeve still, considering Cafe would always be their permaban. They've let it come through. They would be okay with Cafe being a potential decider for this map. So the opponent, whoever is going to face Liquid tomorrow, needs to keep that in their mind. Even if it is a permaban for them, they might have still prepped it. They might have still be ready to bring it out, and we need to be ready for that.
Did we or did we not call a 50-50 first half and then Liquid improving on their attack? What did you say when we first started? Attacking side wins on border 17%.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah.
They sat back, they worked on it, and they were ready for it against FaZe.
Exactly, yeah, and we talked about Dokkaebi in advance of this map, how you can use Dokkaebi to, you know, track down these roamers. Dokkaebi was banned, but then instead of Dokkaebi, we saw them use Line, for example, a lot. And Line helps you to have those 1, 2, 3 executes, which we saw on the office window, for example, as well. You run the Line skin, use the GOM 6 to open up the window, throw in the flashes, and immediately you saw the players of Faze just evacuating office. They were not ready to fight that, not ready to fight the amount of utility that was being used against them. And this is how Liquid just took that map control and forced it in their own hands.
I'm going to come back to it time and time again. I think Lagonis, for the IGLing, seeing the game in the top-down vision, and he's so fast, he's moving his troops around the back, even when they're in the recovery position, where they're recovering rounds, where they've lost the first couple of entry picks, how can we find them? And he's thinking about it top-down, moving people around, and it's instantaneous, and his team do it with conviction. I think, you know, seeing Nest there, 17-6, Bulbs 13-7, you know, we're talking about Palu as one of the best people that's ever played this game. They haven't even needed him in that round, in that map. That's incredible.
What they've been lacking, like we all say, is a trophy. Yes, winning SI is incredible. That would be incredible for them. I have to look forward to that later on in Brazil, should they continue up with their performance. But Lagonis as an IGL, winning a trophy here in Copenhagen probably puts him as one of the top legendary or most legendary IGLs, not just in Brazil, but probably in the world. Julio was one of those in the day where NIP were in their heyday. But now you have, I guess, the young guard, the player that went from, hey, I really like to compete in tennis, to I really like to smack people around on the server.
It's kind of the same, but a different sport, really, isn't it?
It's true. It's true.
Just less aces.
I don't think you can ace in tennis.
You can.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
I didn't know. Anyways, you know what? Who knows about things in detail? Not just my analyst, but also our wonderful Alpha Mouse standing on Talustration.
Thank you very much, Miloš. And indeed, I wanted to highlight a little bit of what Faze managed to do that they couldn't do on Chalet. I think partly due to their attacking side being better on border. In the end, Liquid denying entry points all the time by being super aggressive. Faze again tries to find a weak point in the defense to try and overcome that problem. And this time they succeed, actually. It all starts with one thing: Cyber and his Twitch drones. It was Brava drones on Chalet, it's Twitch now. Look at the drone coming up the main stairs right now. He will get rid of the default cam if we let the round play. He's coming up the stairs, gets rid of the default cam, and then slowly lurks above Vent's bomb site to get rid of the mirror window in box. And this is key. One mirror window gone on Armory and one player spotted. Now, they're gonna play around it super well. Let's take a look at how they set up here. If we can pause, we're gonna look at the different groups. We have two groups here of a duo here. Then one on the sandwich window, and then one on the Armory side, on the archive side, sorry. 4 players to play around the 2 guys holding the top floor here. It's interesting to see that Liquid, again, is trying to deny entry points because the bomb side is below, but 4 are upstairs. It's crazy. Now, let's take a look at what they just did. They opened up the Armory wall, at the same time smoked off CC so they cannot get pushed on this. 2 players will push in. This one will push onto the bomb site, and because the mirror window is opened, his teammate is able to trade him. Let's take a look at what goes on if we play it around. The player is pushing into Armory, being actively drawn, that guy is put in box and gets killed because the mirror window is opened. Now they've got the control, he's being actively drawn and kills the archive player, gets traded, but now it's a 4v2. They've successfully managed to take top floor control. One obstacle is still in their way to take the top floor control, this player here. And if you look at the way they're set up, they've got a perfect triangle to try and kill this player from archives, from sandwich window, and from Armory. And they're gonna do it really well. What matters here is that the Armory player will come in and challenge this player at the same time as the archives player is jumping in and ready to trade him. Now, if we let the round play out, this solo player upstairs will get the kill on the Armory player here, but then gets traded for the archives player. Perfect trades played again. And poor Lagonis, he is left alone on the bomb site, solo. It's a 3v1, and Faze finally find a way to defeat Liquid, trying to deny the entry points. Now we're gonna head to a break before the second semifinal.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan. 皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
obrigado.
ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos.
Merci.
From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Welcome to Hit for Six. Today, we have Wolves Esports versus the Soniqs. Well, the Soniqs have won the coin toss. They get the privilege, the honor of picking the first number. Gunnar.
I want 6.
You want 6? Number 6. How many times has Sweden hosted a major in Rainbow Six?
Just a major.
Majors.
Just a major. All right, you guys have an answer?
I think it might
Feeling?
be 2.
I'm thinking 2.
That is the correct answer. So we'll reveal number 2. It's only in the corner. What is that? I don't know what that is.
Go with your gut.
Go with your gut.
I have no clue.
Trust your instincts, Gunnar. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm gonna count down. 5, Sean. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sunrise.
Answer.
Coastline.
It's not sunrise on coastlines. However, we can go to Wolves for an attempt there. Which number do you want to pick?
5.
Number 5. How many stim pistol shots does Doc have?
3.
Easy question. See, he knew immediately. That's a well-seasoned Doc player right there. Let's reveal the image. Ooh, a little bit of grass. A little block.
Okay. Garden coastline. Yeah, it's the square in the middle.
Oh! Incorrect, Bibu.
It's not called that.
We call it garden in
French.
Easy. Give me number 1.
Next question. Wolves have unfortunately not correct. Could not make the cut. Gunnar. Citizen.
No.
Which number?
Number 1.
Number 1. We'll see if they're number 1 after this question. What is Zero's real name, boys?
Sam Fisher.
Sam Fisher.
I'd like to guess what that
What is the number?
Give us courtyard.
Is it courtyard?
Yeah, it is!
That's a still. You know, that's the only way they won something. It's okay. In my heart, we won.
Well, and you know what? As long as we're still in positive spirits, that's what matters. But thank you for watching Hit for 6. Tune in for more action between all of our teams at the Copenhagen Major. Welcome to Hit for 6. We have Space Station on one side, and on the other, Eminem from Europe. Representing Space Station, we have Forrest and Fultz. I'm just gonna, who's the best just aimer on the team? Who's the best at pointing and clicking heads?
To you, bro.
I appreciate that. That's what I was thinking.
On the other side, of course, we have Eminem, Yuzu, Solotov. Thank you for joining us. You know, Yuzu, I think you're a good player, but do you think Solotov might have the edge in the clicking heads department?
I think so.
Think so? The reason I asked all that, of course, is today we have a reaction-based test for you guys. See which one of you, out of Space Station and Eminem, has the quickest reaction time of them all. Space Station will be testing their reaction times first. So Fultz, Forrest, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Let's get it.
You may go. He'll have to switch. So as he's tapping right now, he's doing all that. Yuzus, about 10 seconds. Forced not to jump in. You think he's going to do better or worse? 'Cause he's doing okay right now.
I think he's doing worse than Fultz.
Think so? Well, in 3, 2, 1, switch.
Sure.
Nice little boost right there. I appreciate it. I can't tell. Is he doing better or worse? Looks about the same to me. Think so? Oh, he's gonna get to 40. Got 2 seconds. 1, time. Time out. Thanks to Fultz and Forrest, 43 is the score to beat. But now you guys need to try your hand at the reaction time test, so go on over. All right, Yuzus has assumed the winning position, so go. All right, he's off to the races. Remember, 15 seconds, you guys are gonna need to swap. Who's already
We lost this game.
Oh, this is not looking good. Oh, no.
Oh, he's tapping in.
He's tapping, all right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Gets it. Ooh, that was a little delicate. That was cute. I mean, Forrest, you had a really great second round right there. Ooh, 5 seconds. Remember, 43 is the score to beat. You got to get 12 in 2, 1. No more time on the clock. I mean, you kind of got 43. You got 34, just the inverse of what you wanted to get. Space Station knocking it out of the park at 43. Eminem, unfortunately, 34. Not enough to cut it. But join us next time on Hit for 6 to see who might come out on top. Welcome to Hit for 6. We've got the Soniqs, a kind of NA team on one side, and the Wolves, a full EU team, on the other. Representing the Wolves, we've got Bibu and Mowgli. You guys speak for yourselves.
Yeah, every major since 1 year, so yeah. We are good at games, and we'll prove it today.
How many times have Wolves beaten me?
Little humble brag right there. Not so humble brag, actually. Now, I know the Soniqs, last time you played the Wolves, you came out ahead in a best of 3, but let's see if you can take them down in a reaction challenge today. And in this game, one of these teams will be the fastest. You guys have 30 seconds, but at 15, you gotta swap out. And Bibu, you'll have to finish the remaining time on the clock. You two ready?
Ready.
Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, he's prepped. Go! There we go. All right. So he's not employing the strategy.
C'est trop dur, ça.
Oh.
He's so slow, bro.
All right. 3, 2, 1, swap. Oh! A little bit of a messy transition, but they worked it out. I like the pose. Yeah. He's entered crab position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mais t'es trop proche.
Time out. 35. A little bit of trouble there towards the end. Little shaky. But let's see if they can beat 35. Soniqs, now please take their place at the board. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, he's got his pose. We're on our way.
Go on, Ghana. Go, top right. Oh, bottom left. Top left. Bottom right. It's okay.
3, 2, 1, swap. Oh, he's moving. He's grooving. Bit of an off stance. Oh, getting close. Almost there. 35 to score to beat. He's got to find it. Boom, he's made it. It's a victory lap at that point. 39 by 4. Well, with a beautiful score of 39, Soniqs, you have taken the victory, but that's it for Hit for 6. Thank you for watching, and make sure to tune in for more.
It's all starting to come together here in Denmark. Welcome back to the Blastar 6 Major in Copenhagen. We have one grand finalist booked in and ready. Team Liquid will compete for our amazing trophy tomorrow. Now, who will join them? Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for our second semi-final of the day? The last team that can stop this Brazilian barrage, and they have been speeding through this major so far. It's Soniqs! Their opponents have been labeled as the next big thing for over a year. And now they are just 2 series away from living up to the hype. Give it up for W7M! Good to see you again. You all ready? Yeah. Good stuff. Grixer, welcome to the stage. I'm going to start with you. You lost to W7M earlier in this major. It's the only map you've dropped, right? Does that leave you feeling a little bit apprehensive going into this one? Is there any chance they've got your number?
No, you know, I think that's a loss that, if anything, helped us more to lose then and there. Learning to lose is something that every team needs to go through, so I think that it helped us more than it hurt us, for sure.
Of course, that was only a best of 1. This is now a best of 3 situation. Do you feel confident that you know what this team are all about here?
Yeah, I think it was a tough game, our first game, and today is going to be a great game against them, but I think we're going to come out with the win.
You've seen how dominant these Brazilians have been since coming onto this stage. They're every single team that stepped out here has been incredibly successful. You are the last team outside of South America to make it here to the semi-finals. Does that fill you with a bit of pressure, do you think, at all?
No, not at all. I mean, if anything, I think we got more fans on our side, you know, to take LATAM down. But, I mean, I think it's going to be a great match. Nonetheless. You know, W7 are a great team, and I'm here to have some fun.
There's been a lot of hype. Obviously, you haven't been part of this roster for as long as some of your teammates have, but there is a lot of hype around W7M. Is this the time where you finally live up to it?
I think so. I think this is the time that we're going to lift the trophy.
Well, as you can see, we are in front of an EU crowd here. Is there anything before you get into this server that you want to say to your fans watching at home?
We'll make sure to put on a show for you guys tonight, all right?
And you?
I think we'll have a great game. They are in less hope, but we're going to crush it today.
They're going to crush it.
We'll see you in the server.
All right, we will indeed. Guys, go and get set up for this one. As you can see, both of them, a nice bit of sportsmanship there, have labeled this as a banger. I imagine it is absolutely going to be. I'm putting it out there, Milos. We're going to 3 maps. What do you think?
Ian, the only thing I can say is the airport is not far away, so whoever gets knocked out is going to have an easy trip back home. Welcome back to the desk. Hello, Copenhagen. We are in and ready for a second matchup of the day, or best of 3. The last hope of literally everywhere else in the world, as Brazil has dominated the tournament so far. Soniqs, a lot of pressure. Maybe that's just hiding it for now. At least we heard it in the interview. We'll get to see it in the server. Welcome back. Hello, I'm Milos with me here. And Jesse, how are you doing today?
Excited to be back, Milos. We've got North America once again on the big stage, facing off against their Latin American rivals. Always a good show. I think Soniqs trying to avoid that all too familiar all Brazilian grand finals, which we have seen a couple of times in Rainbow Six before, but it's not going to be easy.
You ready again? Another game today, Anne?
Yeah, exactly. I'm definitely ready for it. There's a few key things that we take away from the interview, right? I mean, you know, them coming in saying, we lost, but it's so good to have it early in the tournament. I think it'll help them for today.
All right, it's time to introduce our 2 teams. You saw them on the stage. Here they are. It's W7M and Soniqs.
W7M, we are scared of anyone. Whoever comes our way, we're going to knock it out of the championship.
A lot of people put us down, you know, because of maybe our previous results and whatnot. But we're not here to play. I hope they don't underestimate us, and if they do, then they're going to pay the price.
Então, jogar contra a Soniqs, a gente jogou na fase 2. Acho que foi o jogo mais difícil até agora no Major. Então acredito que vai ser um jogo muito pegado pelo fato de ser MD3.
Our toughest opponent would probably be W7M. I feel like once we get past those guys, it should be an easy Major to win.
All Our second best of 3 is about to begin, but first we fill you in on a few bits of data. Well, again, W7M versus Soniqs, the last hope of the rest of the world, and W7M on the other side. My question is, though, how ready are W7M? Because they have been in semifinals before, and they have faltered a few times.
Yeah, I think they've been ready for a little while. You know, we mentioned in the introduction of the team saying, oh, they're the next big thing for this year, really, so far. They had a pretty smooth sailing as well in this tournament so far. Yes, the match that they did play against Soniqs was the one where they struggled the most, and it was the worst map result, I guess, in terms for them. They also suffered their first map loss yesterday against Eminem, which it's always good to have that in the tournament. It gives you a little bit of an ego check, so to say, like, oh, we aren't unbeatable. We have to, you know, fix up a few things. But in general, this roster, if you look at them as a totality, all players can really hold their own weight. All players have a positive rating. The two players that really stand out, though, are Hertz and KZ, star of the show yesterday as well. And they really can turn this round in their favor.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where we really get to see the big stars shine. I kind of look back to a match from yesterday, Liquid versus G2, a game that I really thought would be decided in the prep phase, a game where really both teams are trying to outsmart their opponents, coming with a lot of big strategies. And these teams obviously have been prepping, they've got good strats as well, but this feels like a game where we're going to see an all-out brawl, all of the players standing up and going in for the battles. These are two incredibly talented, mechanically based teams. You've got players like Citizen, like Grixer, like Gunner, who's been an explosive force for the Soniqs, going up against KZ, Hertz, JV92 even. I mean, this is a deadly combo of teams.
All right, but Jesse, the question is from me to you is, if you were to highlight one player in W7M, who would it be?
Milosh, we talk so much about KZ, but it's time to talk about Hertz. Having the tournament of his career, he's been fantastic coming in from W7M, and it comes after one of his worst performing stages. In stage 1 in Brazil, he was the lowest performing player on that team, 60 and 66 KD, 57% cost, comes into this major and has been playing lights out. You see his stats now, EPS 120, 7 and 7 on entry, 1.48 kill death ratio, his best tournament thus far in his career. And he's been playing so well, especially, you know, you take a look at his early games, right? I think yesterday he started a little bit slow, lost a couple of fights early against Eminem, but battled back, was getting aggressive, had some big clutches to help out the team. I think he's really one of those guys who can turn things around, who makes things happen for W7M. And so for him to show up, be the big star when we were usually talking about KZ on this roster, has been an incredible change of pace. And Hertz, man, he's a scary person to go up against.
It all sounds like a tall task for Soniqs on the other side, and Alpha Man last night was rizzing up Soniqs. I mean, obviously he played with two of the players way back in the day in the North American League, but can Soniqs do it here and make it to a grand final?
I mean, yesterday, if you look at their match specifically, a very important thing that was highlighted in the interview was that Gunnar said, you know what, it's not really working the way we're playing. Let's put all strats aside. We're going to act like we're playing ranked. And that is an interesting decision, as you could say. But if you look at the players on the side of Soniqs, on their roster, they have these players that could really benefit from that kind of playstyle. You have these star players that can really get in there. They can get these frags up on the board. And it worked well for them yesterday as well.
And you know who really benefited from that rank style playstyle? Citizen. Man, oh man, did he show up when they started changing their playstyle a little bit before they went down 6-3, because that's when he said that switch happened. They go down 6-3. Prior to that moment, Citizen's 4 and 7 on the KD. He's really not been showing up. Not terrible, but he's not been that star player that Soniqs need him to be. After they go up against match point for the rest of that map number 1, he is 7 and 2. He crushes in that ranked like playstyle when they let loose, take aggressive fights, get in the mud, and start bringing the battles in towards NIP. And so if we see more of that today, if we see more rank style playstyle where you've got Citizen getting in the mud early, fighting those battles really aggressively against anybody he comes up against, he's going to be the big challenge W7M need to take down.
Yeah, for this team in general, it really feels like it's a team effort. If you look at the rating of all these players, they're not further apart than 0.14 of each other. So they all seem to be holding up their own weight. And that roster hasn't changed since SI. And their SI started pretty good. They had a very solid start, and it kind of went downwards slowly after. And I feel like the recent role changes that they made, or where they have decided, you know, Gio is going to be our main spearhead in regards of IGLing. We're all going to listen to him. No 4 or 5 different voices on the team. It's been really benefiting them.
I mean, the players that are in the server are another level on their own, but then the two that are sitting behind them are also very important. The coaches that are here on the stage, Felipe Abreu, who has played forever, and now, of course, has stepped up as head coach with W7M. He's been coaching for pretty much the past 2.5 years and got us on the other side, a veteran of North American Siege, and has been also coaching for what seems like forever behind the Soniqs.
Exactly, and I think we've really started to see the Soniqs go through a bit of a shift. Of course, I've talked with their coaching staff here at the event. It's been great hanging out with them, and I really do think that they've seen a shift towards the team, going from maybe at the start of the stage where there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, ideas are kind of being thrown around, to now Geo being that main focus. I know that the coaching staff is very happy with the way this team's kind of changed things around. Geo being that key IGL who makes the decisions, always calling things for the team, has been incredible for them.
Now let's see which maps we're going to be playing on for this series. Reminder, it is a best of 3. This is the last best of 3 we're going to have until tomorrow. It's best of 5, and I'm sure everybody loves a best of 5 grand final. We already have Team Liquid awaiting the winner of this matchup. Chalet is up first. W7M starting off on the attack. Oregon picked up by Soniqs, where they go on the attack. And finally, Skyscraper for Soniqs. They ban out Clubhouse to take us there. And general thoughts on our map pool.
Very clear statement made by W7M in the first map pen, because they banned away Border, the map that both these two teams played against each other in their previous matchup. Clear statement made there. If you look at Shelly, the pick from W7M, it is a map that they haven't shown yet this major. Not a poor map for Soniqs either. They actually win 6 out of 7 games on it in recent history. I feel like in general ideas of this map ban, both teams have picked a map that they're pretty comfortable on themselves, but isn't all too poor of a map for the enemy team either, which should give some good siege, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm looking at W7M too. If we get to that final map, a Skyscraper, 3-0 in Stage 3 when they last played this. Haven't played it in a long time. Very similar to map number 1 with Chalet coming through between these two squads. Very odd for W7 to be banning their most played map and then picking a map they haven't shown all year long. But, you know, semifinals of a major, this is when things come out.
And the decider map Skyscraper is actually W7M's most heavily contested ban or map ban so far this year. So again, similar in the previous game, some teams are keeping a card up their sleeve and okay with letting a map come through to the decider.
All right, then. I'm very excited then to get into our second and final semifinal. Thank you so much, Anne and Jesse. Copenhagen, are you ready? It's Soniqs, it's W7M. Our casters are ready. Enjoy. Armin Vlook.
Thank you very much, Milos and the team on the desk. And yes, here we are with the last best of 3 of this tournament. The last chance for a team that isn't Latin American to be there up in the final.
That's it. Is it going to be an all-NA final we're headed to, or are we going to see at least an NA team with a little bit of EU in there to try and fight for the title? Well, that will be decided here in this next best of 3. Are we going to see 3 maps? I definitely hope we are going to see all 3.
You don't want anything less, because you and I got to be there casting the best of 1 that these two teams played against each other but a few days prior. And obviously, if it had gone, 2 rounds different, what we would have had from the side of Soniqs is maybe even a first seed. And with how things worked out yesterday, with the fact that Eminem were, I'm not going to say keeping W7M stuck in a fight, extending over 3 maps, Soniqs caught up the difference of maps. There's only, as you said, 2 rounds between these two teams.
Actually.
3 rounds.
3 rounds played in difference out there. And Soniqs, even though they played 3 more rounds, they've won 4 more rounds than W7M have so far. So it is all very tight between these two in terms of the tournament's performance so far. So this is going to be that differentiating factor. One of them has to go home. The other continues their streak and their journey towards the final and to potentially be lifting that very heavy trophy that we've seen before. I've heard people would need
It is a very heavy
3
trophy.
players at least to lift it.
Well, throughout the previous year, we've obviously had a lot of showing from Brazil, from the Brazilian League, in terms of our finals. We had non-shipping, Liquid, who have been able to climb their way through today. We obviously had W7M at SI not too long ago. We've had them consistently knocking on the door of being all the way that close. But right now, what we might not have is just a Brazilian League team in the final. What we might get at the end of this is a confirmed return for a trophy towards Brazil.
That's it. That's what Brazil is playing for here. Soniqs is looking to prevent, trying to bring NA back to the top ever since the CPH Major. Dark Zero, of course, in the first ban.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, so Flores to be removed.
Goodbye, Flores. See you later, once again. I mean, the Flores removal on Chalet, it's... Hey. Cosplayers. Flores is gone.
Yep.
Ying is gone.
Ying is gone as well.
Knocked out the board.
Are we going to see Azami? Valkyrie? Valkyrie is the first one to be removed. So I assume that we might see Azami as the next one.
Is that your guess?
It's my guess.
Soniqs ban, and to be fair, KZ, very talented.
Yeah.
With that operator. There you go. It's like no Major.
It is such a default ban nowadays
Yeah.
where, it's just usually the one that we see removed. Round one soon to get underway. These two teams, they know what's at stake out here. Of course, W7M on a very long journey to be finally winning something. Like they've been knocking on the doors. They've always been out there. Soniqs, after having a bit of a disappointing result aside that they really hoped they would have been able to make it further, now find themselves in a top 4 position, knocking at the front steps. The grand final. Starting off in the basement, Snowmobile to come through, mirror windows will be used, and it's always a bit of a worry if you're on the attack. How are you going to be dealing with that? Are you going to be bringing a Twitch? Doesn't seem to be the case right now. They could still swap. If they do not, maybe some verticality in some of these mirror windows might help. Otherwise, using some hard breach to remove the mirror windows from that wall. As we get underway, there's the lineups locked in, and the first round to be underway.
Now, I know that there's some very big brains behind Soniqs. And I know that they would have spent a long time, especially after the result that was only 2 rounds different. 2 rounds that you could see the team was like, we should have beat W7M the other day. And you look at the stretch of maps that we've got ahead of us. Club was left in very, very late. Theme was left in very, very late. And those are both maps that, well, they're pretty much flawless on W7M as an opponent there. They found themselves going to Oregon, obviously, and that's still a very, very good map. So I'm really curious about how this is going to play out, because I really do want all 3 maps entirely selfishly. The first catch is caught right on camera there. The Mozzie Pest stops Felipox getting themselves any further. They're trying to just remove their drone as the pressure comes across on the back end of the balcony, trying to slowly get the clarity over the vertical.
It's often important just getting that top floor under control first, and second logic bomber ready to be used by the side of the Dokkaebi. No, actually first. Forgive me, thought it was the second. They're trying to breach out and find one of these players, but I believe it's Gunner out on a very aggressive position up on the top. He's about to go for a swing, but gets caught off by Herds.
The first kill falls in the favor of Herds, and Gunner gone. Big player, huge performance previously throughout this tournament for Soniqs, and you need that energy as best as possible. The C4 from Citizen, it will not net anything on the back of that. There's little bits of damage. There it is. Paused for a breath and then blew the rest of it out of Felipox.
Bit of a delayed explosion, just waiting to make sure if there was actually going to be a catch. He's found that, droned out now. Kind of stuck in the area he's in. Door's been closed off. Gio's trying to provide at least a bit of a distraction onto the blue stairs by using these smoke canisters. Has 1 left in pocket. 60 seconds to go as Citizen strikes 1. Herds waiting patiently now, going on the hunt. Is he aware of the fact that Citizen's right behind the bar? Well, Citizen definitely saw him there as he gets shut down now by Nade.
Yeah, you could see the motion was coming all around him, but with 40 seconds, Citizen has done his job of wasting a lot of time. It's going to come from push to a shove in just a moment. They're trying to get a single bit of reveal. There's the aggressive position of Gio holding onto the bottom of blue, the rotation and Nade with the kit round to get the wall open itself. They're not going to be able to stop this breach coming through unless they try and make a deep dive against the hatch that's being watched above. And they're going to do it in a position where they can double down onto Snowmobile stairs itself. Grixer waiting for the call and the read. Can pop that open if need be and try and get that looped over the top is the idea and the plan. Going to drop it under the hatch. There's JV92 winning out on Gio. They got some smoke to push through on the back end. They take a shoulder of damage as they stacked up some support. The C4 under the hatch itself doesn't quite get the first kill. He's not sure. He takes the header for 1. He's going to dip into the second. He knows they're off the kit. Rexon wins out in blue. And Soniqs win out the opening round.
A very big play there, making sure the hatch was secured. It stopped that plant from happening on the side of W7M and secured the opportunity for Soniqs to find a round. It's the first on the board.
The first of many.
The first of many that we'll see here in these
rounds.
next 3 maps. Potentially 45 rounds we get to see between these two.
So for the context of Border, if you did miss the game that went to 8-6 the other day, it was 3 apiece, either side and either half. They really did refuse to let their opponents get 1 or 2 steps further ahead. And at the time, we all called out for a best of 3. We said, wouldn't that be nice? And we said it could even be a final, depending on seeding.
We're not quite going to get that final.
We don't quite get it as a final.
But it's the next best thing. It's semi-final. The last one. 1-0 and up to the kitchen. We're going up 1 single floor here. And that means, again, verticality is going to be very important out here. It's going to be a task for W7M to make sure that they have the bedroom and the office under control so they can try and get a plant in right behind the dining table. Or if they want to go for a different approach, they will be attacking from, well, maybe even down below. Go up the west main stairs and start pushing yourself in from the kitchen and dining, as in tandem with Solarium and Trophy. For now, it's just all around the map, just checking for information with the IQ. You never know where Gunnar is. You can actually find him using that gadget. Actively working as a roam clear that way.
One of the statistics that you sort of had the breakaway when these two teams did play against each other, for me, it sort of came to survivability. Okay, you look at the spread of kills across these two teams. The lowest KD from the last time was a -2. The best was a +3 or a +4. It was so tight all the way across the board. However, one of the things Soniqs struggled with a little bit more was their overall survivability. It brought their cost way down. It sort of added a little bit less of a contribution in the grander scheme of things. And to be honest, Rexon as being one of the lead throughs. I think he only had just shy of a sort of 20%, either over or under. So how much he can keep himself in these engagements, in these rounds. Could be a difference maker. The blinds are going to come through. He's the point of pressure. And, ooh, that's a bit tragic. That's a bit tragic.
Gets himself caught off. Good use there of the grenade. It's actually KZ finding one through the wall as well for double opening on the side of W7M. Managed to find it the last round around as well. Citizen again waiting with a C4 patiently for any of them to just overstep their welcome a little bit. Gunnar out on the roam as well. He's going to try and see if he can provide some support out on that balcony, but doesn't seem to be the case right now. Hurts gets a free kill to Gunnar. Wasn't aware of his position out there.
W7M and holding angles inside a building. Name a more iconic duo. It is something that they have consistently done. And they did it yesterday, which to me was one of those difference makers versus Eminem. Geo goes down as well. It is all for Citizen to do here. The first fight to his right-hand side, if he's aware. He is. They were watching vertical. They'll have the call on the position of the player. They'll try and find themselves a spot to get the kit down. They've got the tuck and the rotation round. Citizen's heard about a rotate that's come onto the top, and he wins that out as well. But with a post plant and then a 3 versus 1, it's far from easy.
It's definitely not easy, and he gets taken down by KZ from the bomb chassis down below. Tight angle brings it back to 1-1. Very good clear here from W7M. They knew they had to take that top floor under control. First of all, that grenade in the bathtub forces the player to just rotate out, and if you have that angle watched as tightly as he did, there's no way you're getting out of that one alive. The wall spray afterwards, though? I'm not sure if that was information.
How does he know?
Luck, but he gets the second kill, and after that you can really start snowballing, as they were already all the way across the site. Definitely must have been some form of call, like there is someone in the bedroom.
I mean, that's it. Obviously, you're spraying that angle with the hope of maybe giving yourself an angle to watch. Sometimes you just get lucky. Sometimes you have the perfect call. Either way, it's a result. And it's, to be honest, if I talk about the 2 rounds that Soniqs said sort of cost them, there was a spray through the soft. They said cost them on one of those rounds. It's one of the things that happens in this game. That's Siege. That's the dynamic. And you have to sort of come to terms with it, or it'll haunt you forever. We'll come to terms with the bar.
Yep.
We'll see if Soniqs can get themselves a second defensive round here. They're keeping themselves rotating, keeping themselves hot. Obviously, this is W7M's map pick, and it is a good one for attackers. So Soniqs opting for the lead on their defense here.
Yeah, the map has been proven to be quite accessible for attackers lately. It's quite funny because, you know, back when the map was firstly, like, reintroduced back into the game, it was actually the TEM teams that really shined upon playing this map. They really gave EU their number on it. And afterwards, it's been all the other regions starting to progress through it a little bit, and Soniqs, a very capable team on this map overall. And as the top floor is quickly being ripped apart here by the side of W7M, just trying to find that one person that could be out there. Now, soon they'll realize there's no one on the actual northern side of the map up onto that top floor. It's actually the library they need to worry about, and that's exactly what Hertz is going to be doing now, paying his attention towards that side of the map.
I mean, this is it. They're ready for somebody to just drift a little bit too far over. KZ's putting some pressure here over onto the top of the stairs as well. Hertz wants to swing. And as that sort of pivot control position goes round, it's the drop and the fight back from Citizen. They hop in over the top. KZ, a little bit quiet over the angle. Philippox almost gets dropped in the engagement, but there's Nade instantly moving into the space. It's this consistency from W7M of, well, let's send somebody else. We have this support. We have the pressure that we can keep applying and keep applying and keep applying. And Soniqs at this point, they're trying to not get caught out by that game.
Setting up some extra drones as Geo gets
well.
and a kill.
Citizen
to follow up. It's only up to JV92 right now. This round quickly went very south for the side of W7M here.
Almost the double, and Philippox, he was quite far away from that C4, which we know from the fact he was quite close to death before it exploded. But here, Citizen wanted to see if he could get a bit lucky. They don't want to hand them the advantage. They learned a lesson of how that can be fought back. That was taught to them yesterday by Eminem, losing a couple of 4 versus 2s against W7M, but they're very spread out. They've had to go for a deep rotate. They're gonna go for the pinch on the snowmobile stairs by the looks of it, with Philippox hoping it forces somebody to the double door, or forces them around. No one is paying that attention though, with the security position back here onto the side of stock, the swing round onto the full white. There's the pings on the player! But the engagement was went out on the corridor in the same breath.
2-1 Soniqs. And that's the first rotation complete. They might not have won every single round of it, but they're allowed to go back towards the snowmobile if they want to.
In the opening 3 rounds, we've had 3 of the 4 ways a round can end. We've had a time, we've had a plant, and we've had a kill. We just needed a fuse, successfully defused, and then we've had all 4.
Will we get that this time around then?
I mean,
we're back in the kitchen where the plans happen.
We're back in the kitchen. We're back in the kitchen where a plan happened. We might have every single version of the end of a round.
Now, keeping an eye on the opening kills so far, all 3 have gone to W7M. Yes, they have not all been translated into round wins. But if we look back at the best of 1 these 2 played before, it was really back and forth. We had 7 opening kills for Soniqs. We had 8 to the side of W7M at that time. That does show that W7M is just a little bit sharper in the opening engagements here. However, Soniqs able to instantly trade back out is what's keeping them in these rounds right now, and something they need to keep up. It's okay to lose the very first if you get a kill instantly on the back of it.
What will be the difference this time round from Soniqs? Might be Citizen trying to get himself right into the mix a lot earlier on, but nobody has drifted themselves that way round. Play it safe and keep yourself safer. Instead, obviously, we'll have the rotate round from W7M. Hey, if it's not broke, let's not change it for now. The pressure on towards the top, on towards bathroom, where nobody is currently sitting inside the bath itself. There's a lesson learned from Soniqs. Let's not hand them those engagements. Instead, let's give ourselves a bit more structure. Bring the castle, bring that sort of safety net, and we'll play against them in more of a later game gunfight.
Library being taken under control here by W7M. Again, what they did well last round here is clear out these roamers from that top floor quickly enough. However, not giving away the positions that they, were using last time around. The bathtub, for example, the instant spray through the window right after, those have not happened yet and will not happen in this round either. Soniqs is playing it a bit more carefully, a bit more in a position where they have a route out if they need to take it. And as the wall now will be opened up on the top of the mezzanine, it's going to be a long angle in the office that can now be used by W7M, and that allows Philippox as well to start putting up a bit of extra pressure onto that office.
Quick pops round, pulled back. They don't want to sort of hand over that early engagement because, as I said, Soniqs, they've got themselves much more close to their chest. They're waiting to have an opportunity where they can maybe get a second strike on the same first take that's been, as you said, consistently W7M's. That problem of that opening kill is one that can maybe be fixed by being not complacent with the space, but a little bit keener to hold on to smaller sects of it. Oh, there's a take. Geo gets the head off for KZ on the swing round, but you saw that there was two people ready and willing to aim for that fight, and that's exactly the point given punctuation. They are making sure there's a second Soniqs player offering something back.
Now, when there was 1:10 left on the clock, they basically opened up everything they need to get that plant to be stuck down. The one thing that W7M is currently struggling with is getting the opening kills, or the opening kills inside the site that will be giving them space to utilize. Hurt spots out a single player that's over the top, so not directly on the site. As he goes for a bit of a chase, he also knows he is crucial up on this top floor. He is there to make sure that these vertical angles will not be used, and the Citizen will find a kill to nade, and JV92 is going down by his hand as well. It is Soniqs that is really stepping up in this round.
4-2, and there's a bit of damage done to at least half of the board right now. They break their way into the site for Leapok, so they know the second tucked player. Oh, Citizen, he gets the triple on the back end. They get a sneaky rotate round. Leapok gets the pistol down to the 1 versus 1, but the other one on this is the time, and we are out of it.
Citizen currently has 10 kills over these 4 rounds. He has been stepping up. Soniqs now leading 1-3, trying to extend that lead with every round that comes on. Headed back towards that basement floor. Jans are starting.
I mean, have they ever stopped?
Have they ever stopped? And Citizen, the last time we were out here, on a very effective top floor roam, wasting so much time, 2 bodies as well, before he was finally shut down. And yes, at that point, W7M, they had the numbers advantage. They could have gone for the plant, but they didn't really have the time nor the control to make it happen, because the mirror window's still out there, not being contested on the snowmobile, allowed for the hatch take to be successful. And afterwards, the plant was unable to be stuck by W7M. So they need to adapt. They need to change. Could we see a completely different kind of take to come through? I know Tim is very fan of a particular take. For the wine cellar, you just take the hatch, all you need, open up the wall, and you have that plant down on the ground. It could be as simple as that. The Soniqs, they fight back, and they will not give them any space that they do not want them to have.
Will this first engagement be one that we've had that precision point of W7M thrust deep into the otherwise lovely scenery of Chalet? Can Soniqs keep breaking the mold? Citizen, you can see he chuckles at maybe a missed call of the positioning as the break comes a lot sooner onto the side. Last time we were here, obviously, it was last 20 seconds, last 30 seconds that they sort of had to try and bring some of that structure down before they went for the take. Here, they're making sure that they have options. They can give themselves later rotates and, more importantly, give Soniqs more things to fear around the play space of the side itself. Maybe Geo won't be so aggressive on the rotate up with the smoke. Maybe the players trying to rotate down won't be as free. There's a first catch. There's a second player on those windows, but Citizen's reign is continuing to be one full of terror.
I was afraid, you know, W7M in that first round had paid a bit too much attention towards the top floor. They lost too many members, they lost too much time, and now the same thing is happening. Citizen's been spotted up on the top. Gunner gets taken down by Philippox through the wall because the phone call came through. There was the information, but still Citizen is at large. They do not know where he is. They need to try and hunt him down, and yes, some red pings are coming through, so they might be aware of the fact he's rotating back out, but well, 90 seconds have passed, and you're still working on getting that full top floor under control.
The roll of the drones out, and yeah, a bit of a revenge and a response here against Gunner, who hasn't really had a huge impact in this game as of this moment. He's someone, as I said, you sort of turn towards. The player has huge energy, and on a map like Chalet that's sort of built on the franticness of great attack, well, I guess if you're a Soniqs fan, you hope that he comes alive a little bit more in the latter half. KZ, an even hand so far, but Herd always still has that possibility of popping off. Leapok has been able to get himself tucked in on some great takes, as now that Goes down towards JV92. The slow creep round is forced slightly further back. The break onto the side of the site itself. They've got themselves trenched. Is that going to get any pressure back onto it? As you can see on the far side, the pressure's coming on Snowmo entrance too from Herds.
Important here is, though, that the hatch needs to be under control from the side of W7M, and it currently is, but a rotation could come around. If they're not careful enough, Nade finds one. A lot of damage done by the smoke canister, forces him to fall back. He cannot instantly go on the back of that kill. And now the mirror win is actually being held by W7M player. Down Citizen as a result. Rexon forced out of position, leaves it only up to Geo as the plant goes down. It's W7M that is able to get that round under their belt, bringing it to 2-3. And as we wait to see where Soniqs will go for that final round, seems like we're headed towards the bar and gaming room. Citizen there with that first kill. So free, it seemed like. No drone ahead of it. Really cost the W7M there. Now, of course, in the end, they still managed to win that round and have the control. But that's those kind of mistakes you cannot afford to make at this situation, at this stage in the tournament as well.
Three to do. And will we have our third even half in matchups that involve these two rosters? Will we have, for the third time, a deadlock of attack versus defense and the consistent tug of war that seems no team wants to let go of here? Oh, Rexon, will he have a gift? Fires over the top, not to find a reward. He's still got other work to do.
Just opening up some extra angles for later on. Making sure that that window is not going to be as safe as they might otherwise think it will be. And for any jump-ins to be counted off as well. Now, a drone is being spotted out. They seem to be aware of the fact that they might want to pay a little visit down towards the basement. You know what often comes after that? It's the wall opened up in stock to make sure that the mirror is feeling unsafe. There comes the fire. Rexon needs to move. He's not being punished for it. Took little amounts of damage.
That's one of those rare moments from W7M not to be able to get the kill on the back of that sort of push and pressure. They're otherwise so consistent at exactly that game. And Rexon escaping with his life maybe ties into that idea of survivability I talked about. W7M, the drone's just stolen your biggest cam and is about to maybe take another one right next to a player. We saw the knee. And there it is, Citizen drops it, drops both. Should hopefully say, I've got one, but pay attention to that.
It's like, give it a quick look if you're coming by. Any cameras out here is Herds. Waiting patiently inside of blue hallway. Hoping for a move, hoping for a sound. Of course, aware of the fact that Citizen is out there. Is it just to count the drone? Citizen is holding a tight angle. He doesn't need to go for a swing out here. Why would he? At this point in time, 90 seconds. Some tension over the top. Philippox is trying to rotate around himself as well, and W7M trying to formulate themselves in any given way, but not really having any control of the site itself yet. It's just Hertz down below. He's going to be opening up the stock wall whenever he gets the opportunity to, and that's going to be the call out to the side of Citizen to start moving from blue.
Whoa, that's rotten timing for Geo, and there's a second almost pick up on the bottom, but KZ goes down. The pressure onto the site and the fight on the blue stairs is Citizen's to lose. Nade's inside. He's not entirely safe. Obviously, with KZ dropping, they haven't got the full control of the site, and they have to wait for those other players to rotate their way around. They have the time. 40 seconds or so, and with Grixer going down, Rexon is in a huge position, but he gets knocked right out of it by Philippox. Gunner, all that's left, and as I said, he hasn't quite been able to have the big impact he's wanted to throughout this game. The fight is a very long engagement, and with the first take, here's 4 more to try and find through. KZ's been picked back up. But 3 apiece. Forever. Till the end of time.
Yeah, we're going to be heading to 3 overtimes today, for those of you that are unaware. It's going to happen for sure. I just wanted to highlight the way they cleared the pantry there, the mirror window that was out there. Not sure if many would have noticed, but they put up the Selma onto the wall, and instantly after the grenade actually rolled through the drone hole because they knew that the mirror had to rotate out at that point. That's how they managed to find Geometric. That's how suddenly the pantry, or stock as you may call it, has been cleared out. And that's often the biggest power position you need to deal with on that site. Because as long as that mirror window's up, in Gunner we trust.
Wow. Was that in the audience? Or
that was in the audience. 3-3. Even half. Now W7M going on towards the defense. Seeing some Goyo pockets to be put down. Of course, just there to provide an opportunity to stop that main stairs plant from happening, to stop the main stairs push from happening. Especially if you waste a lot of time. Locking out one of those easy access points is always a nice given to use. Is that JV92 hiding, wanting to make sure they do not know he's bandit tricky?
Sensor on.
Might actually be.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Okay, he's on the hunt for some drones. Not finding anything, and there it goes. The bandit trick is going to be on in time as well by JV92. Stops it. An impact trick at the same time used by Hertz, by the way, through the drone hole.
Yeah, they really sort of full send.
It's like that wall will not open up.
Full send safety, and you have to keep your wall standing. It's an early play of that. And with the Solace on the back end, it means that, well, Soniqs still have a fair bit of work to do. They're getting some ideas and sort of formulating the plan and the take. It's that Soniqs style, piece together, just what the hold is, and unfortunately, have gone pieced apart. The second time, the play against that, there's another roll, the drop, the grenade! JV92 not able to trick his way out of that. And with Rexon trying to creep around the corner, they've at least got revenge for the kill elsewhere, but it's all for the single wall.
Is Circle putting down the bandit wire at that point? Drone's now spawning out nade.
Sensor on.
KZ still up top. He's preparing himself for a jump out, Emmy. He's about to go for it. All he needs to do is go, and here he goes. P90 gets one, goes for two. He's not able to connect quite yet, but he's staying outside. He's wasting their time until just now.
I mean, KZ, he was always that worry of activating. I said he was even, and that was when he was on 4-4, and now since then, he's just put people down. Geo, in the meantime, bikes his way into the site, but Grix is the one with the kit on the far side. They're going for the default plant just on the tuck of the pillar, but with that being broken open, they have to try and break themselves in, and with the loss of Geo, suddenly, all they've got is a partial opener, and all they've got is Citizen left. Once again, the electrification of the wall kicks in. No other way through, obviously, without what he's got. He was sort of hoping for somebody to go for the swing. He takes them down. They're not fully out yet. Now they are. But with 40 seconds, 2 versus 1, they just have to play this calm. They know where the kid is. They're still watching it from the stairs. There's the player that's rotated above him as well towards the hatch. Nope, they pull off, head to blue instead. They're sort of juggling just where they want to go here. KZ steadily making his way closer at this point. You can see Citizen now has the kit. He's wondering where he can go for the plant itself. He's waiting for the call. He just heard a bit of motion there. He's tucked onto the fight towards blue, and there it is. Suddenly a 1 versus 1, and suddenly Philippox's safe position on the far end isn't so safe, but whilst we were watching Citizen, he'd rotated his way back round.
Was, of course, playing up above near the kitchen, had the opportunity to go down the hatch or the staircase. There's not that many places left to plant safely there, so good utilization of that game knowledge. Just firing a couple of shots, enough. So Citizen down just temporarily. About to respawn for the next round. Great grenade there, by the way, opening things up onto JV92. Stopping that bandit trick from being effective. It's like so annoying when you die off like that. And W7M, they take the lead. For what I believe is the first time in this series, yes. Let's see if they can hold on to it, expand on it, or if we're gonna get another 3-3 half in the end of it.
Okay, that's, what, 3 rounds now in a row here for W7M. That's them slightly building into this. 4, and suddenly you're thinking, at what point for Soniqs do they slow the roll? It's W7M's map, and it's the first defense that they won there. it was almost taken back, but by a huge clutch, by a huge play from Citizen. He was really looking at eking and egging into those engagements. At this point, you're sort of still calling out for some of that gun game. Said the big tell of the previous showing on the single map of border between these two teams was how little there was between these two teams on that kill game. Here, we do not have the same story. There's a couple of players really putting in a bit of distance on one team, whereas on W7M, it's still that even hand, and that's something that is just keeping them that step ahead of Soniqs right now.
That's it, right? Like, you cannot purely rely on a single player of carrying you through to victory in the end. And I'm not saying it's all Citizen right now, but I mean, he's definitely putting up the numbers with 13 kills so far.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job.
He's doing a pretty good job. He's doing what he needs to do. C4 has been prepped, but JV92 actually puts it back in pocket, is aware of the fact that he's being pressured from both windows now. And this is that awkward position where, well, they will be coming for you, and as the mirror window gets opened up, he might be forced to actually go on a bit of a move soon as well. Here comes the EMP, it's going to be allowing a grenade to come through. It hurts to go down first, though, by the hands of Rexon.
Yeah, Rexon gets it. Citizen with the grenade, gets the pocket player in the corner. Good use of the EMP. Nade wants a bit of revenge, hoping the hop-in just comes straight through the window, but if there's anything you can talk about Soniqs being there, usually not that blinkered onto an idea. Epox with a run out does find Rexon on the rappel, but Grix is there. Quick response, cutting the map in half. And now it is just Nade left. Geo, he's able to get one on the back, and I said we sort of have been calling out for a multiplayer strike here from Soniqs. And across the board, they've almost all been able to get one each. Soniqs bring us back level.
I love the play with the EMP there, and usually I'm kind of against using... Oh, Citizen Dog out there, by the way, in the crowd.
There's
on
what?
The signs. There's signs with Citizen's Dog on it.
Nice.
Either way, back to the point I was trying to make. I like to play with the EMP there, and usually I'm kind of against throwing it in front of a serial laser gate because it disables it for less than we would throw it through it.
Yeah.
But because they wanted to use a grenade play rather than just open up that serial laser gate, what you do is you toss it in front of it because there was a mine on the board, so any magnets out there suddenly do not work anymore either. The grenade then can reach its target and get that kill. And as we are headed for a very quick rehost.
Very quick rehost.
Woo! Go for the cheers, come on.
Do we cheer a rehost?
Well, they have been during Parker and Pengu's game, so I think we should keep it up.
Yeah. There's a lot of signs being held up.
Yeah, it's all the dogs, I believe. There you go.
Oh, they all... Now that's a fan base. Oh, it's the UK lot.
Yeah, it's the UK lot.
I don't think I've left since last night. I think they've just stayed in the middle of the arena.
They're barking now.
There's the barking.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Parker tried to stop them barking.
No, don't stop barking. Just keep going if you want. We are not here to censor your barking.
This is everything you want from esports.
Citizen's Dog being put on portrait here.
I cannot forget.
Slightly sing. Let's go!
Big applause!
Big applause to everyone! 4-4 is the current score.
4 apiece. They are refusing to let their opponents get themselves a step ahead. And as I said, the concern there was if suddenly you had 4 rounds in a row and we found ourselves in the sort of 5-3 split, at what point you go, okay, let's try and slow this game down. Yeah, it's W7M's map. You always expect a team to do better on the map that they want to bring you to, but some of Soniqs' long-sighted brilliance comes from their behind the sort of team. The analytics, the coaching and the preparation on how they go into a map ban phase, how they go into how we can dismantle our opponents. Why you see them taking time to work out the pieces of the puzzle is because that is, for my money, their favorite bit of this game. And they do it excellently, and sure, they can swing a gun pretty well on the day.
Scored some gunners on the team, you'd say?
Yeah, there's a couple of gunners on that team.
One is named Gunner, even.
I mean, it's perfect.
Fits the story.
Yeah, well, what's the saying when you, is it predetermined nominative?
You what?
When you have a name and you fulfill them.
Oh, you live up to your name?
No, there's a phrase. There's a very smart person word for this.
I am
predetermined nominative.
I'm not British, nor a native speaker.
Okay.
You should know.
Yeah, I'm not smart.
I'm very sorry.
I'm not here
I
for
didn't
mine.
know either. You know what?
I'm here because I can talk really quickly.
It's also a skill.
Yeah, that's true.
10 seconds left.
Okay. 4 apiece, and well, we're starting to see a little bit more of the sort of. There are no bans. That's true.
Yeah, it's very true. But the bans still count. Those of you that might have forgotten, Ying, Flores, Valkyrie, Izami, all off the board. Did not play those.
It's good that they didn't realize until we were in the game, and then they sort of didn't pick them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that helps. Otherwise, we have another troublesome couple.
Otherwise, we have problems.
Yeah.
Imagine if all 4 of them were picked. Like, hey,
just for fun.
What year is this? Ooh, modern year. KZ. Utilizing one of the most recent gadget additions to the game, removing drones and intel. It's often sort of highlighted and cited about how powerful they can be on this map. There's loads of places to dig a drone in, loads of pockets of space where you can sort of get a lot of eyes, and buried amongst the foliage, buried amongst the sort of wooden beams that run on the roofs and the rafters. It gives you a good lead in. Gunner just drifts by the sides of the Solus. Isn't quite in the engagement yet, but you know KZ is never one to let an engagement go away from him.
Bit of a awkward moment here. We both know there's one on the opposite side, and Solo's quickly checking if there's a drone or anything chasing him from the opposite side. Spots one, scans that for the rest of his team to deal with. He does not care at all. He's just going to be worrying about this one window with Gunner. They both keep exchanging shots, but the time is being wasted, and that's in favor of W7M at the end of the day.
It's the thing. Whilst Gunner has this player deadlocked, the rest of the team has to be making progress. And yeah, they got themselves stacked up on towards the box wall. It's the important 2-step process if you're going towards this kitchen site on a major take here is get control above, and then get that wall broken onto fireplace, then see if you can swing your way around onto the plant. Gunner goes down. The fight is finally won out by KZ this time around. They couldn't quite get that handle, and that's that worrying moment now, because this player can focus his attention back towards what the rest of Soniqs were trying to achieve.
Long-range impacts, not in time. Opening has been made. That means Soniqs now have a direct line of sight into the actual bomb site itself. They could try and angle a plant to potentially come through if the utilities for it. Now there is going to be 4 smoke canisters as Rexon is trying to take control over the top, but has to fall back. He's not going to be able to commit fully to it.
Rexon with a fight against Philippux and Geo, putting the pressure inside the site. There's suddenly a grenade, but Grix is in a frost mat, a 2 versus 1. They might not know. Now they do. What a shame, what a moment there for Soniqs. And a rehost is being called to sort the bans out. Once again, we find ourselves heading into the rehost musical section.
Can't hear what they're actually saying, can you?
They're cheering for someone to give them a wave.
Oh.
I can't hear the first bit. They got the wave.
Yeah.
They got the wave. I don't know if you get the audio from that. There it was. The watch onto the player planting. They held that.
Shoot him now, or do you shoot him after the fact?
Well, I think they sort of they held onto it because I don't know if they had the confirmation on the frost map player. That's sort of the one that you look out for there, because you're wasting time. If you know there's just one player left there, you're going to take the kill, whatever happens. There's no other reason not to. If you're in the sort of 2 versus 2 and you kill that one player, then the less time that that second player has to get the kit back and get things reconvened is better for you. So that's why they were hesitating as they held and floated above.
I mean, it's sometimes what you do with an echo drone as well, right? Like you just start counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, send the stun, and then you can wait again. And that's how you waste the most amount of time keeping that player occupied.
It is a charm for citizens, though. The last hope of EU finding success at the CU Major. And you cannot say people aren't behind him.
Definitely not.
I can hear the barking now.
It's very high-pitched barking coming on.
It's a very good bark, though.
Yeah, it's a very good bark.
It's very believable. You're all very talented. If a little bit crazy.
Well, I mean...
Hey!
Let's go for Gunner next. Does he realize? Oh.
The cameraman's given up. Do it!
And given up.
Oh.
You know why we've given
I think it's because they're going back into the game, guys. Wait.
Right, just hold. Hey! All right.
5-4.
Fans
being
sorted.
patient. We're back in here. You know, it's still all to play for. It was 3 apiece, an even half before. We've talked about Chalet in depth over all the regions, about how it can play well to attackers. But one of my favorite things about this map is statistically it is the most balanced map for all 4 sites to find itself. You go back to looking at SI as the most recent sort of international play, and it was success and failure in pretty much equal measure on all 4 of the sites.
Yeah, it's you know, a lot of this, the maps have 4 sites, but not all 4 are very viable. You start thinking of Villa, where Library doesn't get played as often. Start thinking of Border, where you see Customs not played as often. Skyscraper, the same for the Bedroom. But here we see all 4 sites basically always play. I mean, only in this game we've already just seen the forward front come up with the Bedroom.
5 seconds remain, sir.
That's it. W7M, that defense. I wish you could see what's going on.
There's a lot of cheering and a lot of weighing, and I'm assuming
it's a wave.
Assuming players are away, but are popping off inside. Philippox is the one that's going to step into the mantle of Solus, KZ. That's the heavy-hitting DMR. Sort of trade places there. One of the things about W7M that I also very much enjoy about Soniqs is they'll sort of play towards the position. They'll play towards the take. They won't sort of say, well, I'm this operator. I am your hold of the castle. No one's going to want to be the castle player every single hold. I am your warden every single hold. They'll sort of learn enough that they'll jimmy around and shake things up and play a little bit of hot seat operator for what is best for the team, what is best for the hold and the take. They all have that ability. Citizen on the Iana drifts their way past a fight that's just behind him. KZ.
Oh, is he where?
Oh, Citizen look left.
Oh, yes!
Left.
Look left just in time, finds the entry. And Soniqs not speeding it up. It was very much offside. They're working on getting that library control first. But taking out a player below like that, that's very helpful.
I mean, it's more than helpful there. You could see KZ had the idea he wanted to go into the fight. As I said, he does not shy away from it, and he's consistently very good at it throughout this game there. He was unfortunately a little bit late to the party. Obviously, if he'd have been there 5 seconds earlier, he would have been able to be there before Citizen got the rotate round. It was just that little bit of siege luck that went away from him. This time round, the next fight could be very important into how the rest of this round plays out. You're still looking at, obviously, the top floor hold here, and you've got a player right the way down, I think, maybe all the way in the basement from the side.
Tight angles are being watched here. They need to be careful of. Gio setting up the exothermic is going to be creating an opening onto the site. Philippox has been turning off his phone calls. Doesn't want to pick up right now. He's on the roam. He's on a mission to try and strike in the back. As that wall gets completely open up, that actually opens up the left-hand side of it as well, I believe.
Rexon, he's trying to eke his way up, and the danger right now is obviously Philippox. He can sort of solace his way forward, and with 30 seconds left, if he gets the snowmobile stairs, and well, now even more so gets to take on the back, things could really fall apart. Gio is gone. Kit needs to be recollected. Rexon, he's going wider and wider for the fight, looks away at the worst possible time, and double dip JV 92 gets the take. And at what point does the Solus start to roll? Where does Philippox go to roll to? They're trying to force their way in. They don't have control of Piano. There's the fight that gets them that. There's the grenade underneath, going to the player onto the back of the bedroom. Doesn't quite kill Herds, but there's the plant. There's the cover. Herds is underneath. They're putting the pressure onto the planter. There's the strike all the way back towards the top. And there is W7M getting themselves that 1 round ahead and 1 round away from closing off this map.
Timeout to be called by Soniqs.
That got me off guard.
Is that...
Is it an actual dog or is
I like, there's two parts to me. One of them wants to ask why they're so good at barking, and the other one goes, you don't want to ask that question.
Yeah.
You don't want to know. You also kind of do. Timeout. We find ourselves halfway through here, and Soniqs, you know, the play of a late game solace. The floor was entirely soft underneath as well. How, as I said, the highlight there of where they want to go to. If they got themselves into kitchen, it might have been dangerous, but was the player obviously in kitchen playing the grenades. Whether that was called or not, they then took the rotate elsewhere. They have the option of snowmobile stairs where you know they're trying to force the plant in from that side. It just takes a second to strike. It takes a second to, you know, sort of knock the wheel off, knock a train to a different rail. And then it's going in an entirely different direction. We will be going down to Snowmo for the final potential round here, the final potential hold, or we will be going to maximum regulation if Soniqs can get this one confirmed.
So far, Soniqs still looking for a plant. Haven't been able to get one down. They've been trying. They've been working towards it. Haven't quite been able to succeed as of yet. Whilst we had 3 on the side of W7M on their attacking half. A little bit of a difference that might come back in the scoreboard now as well. And as Soniqs are preparing themselves for, well, it's not quite do or die yet, but it is for this map. It is no mistakes left if you want to be taking Chalet into your own hands. And looking at the record, they are 6 out of 7 over 2023. W7M have only played it once this year, and that was against PlayStation Gaming at SI 22-3 groups, which they then won 7-1. So there's so much more to go off on the Sonic side of things.
Now, as I said, they're also a team, Soniqs, that's happy to juggle operators. Citizen on the Thermite, the gunner taking up the Iana. They played on the round before, seeing if they can put the pressure towards it. Gio's got the Hibana, bringing still some hard breach, but a slightly different taste that they had on the run through on Snowmo last time. They got themselves a bit stuck round towards the back end. Sure, they got this open. They got it open, I'm going to say mildly cleanly, a kill traded either way. But the worry came on the back end where the diffuser was a bit stuck. They could not quite get the fight all the way through. Citizen shakes his head. He's not going to win that engagement. He's not going to risk the rest of it. He needs the team to try and put the pressure above and start trying to close down these looser players. Gio's the floor below. They're going for control here of bar, of this fireplace area.
I do seem to be aware of the fact that it is relatively clear, however, still worried about Roamer potentially coming back up to the top. As Rexon is starting to clear out and start to open up some of these angles, there's some pings that fleed in. They managed to get the grenade at the right spot at the right time. There might be the opening kill to come through. Actually bounces the wrong way. That will make sure that his life gets saved as Nate takes down Citizen.
And that is that. I'm going to say the Anvil player on the back end of the hole, but the one that was causing potential problems later. As I said, he didn't seem entirely happy about taking the engagement, and Gunner just missed out on the engagement that might have been happening out on the balcony. They're still in a position to maybe go for a hop out onto the bathroom side as Rexon tries to bite their way through. Felipox is watching. Assume the hatch is open, which gives them the rotate. And look at this. You can see Soniqs is trying to find just one player that they can get an engagement on here. But the way W7M have stretched themselves out over the hold of kitchen, over the hold at the top, they've just not been able to get an engagement. There's 40 seconds left. And W7M still have that mirror window causing trouble. They still have the player at the top of Piano. The grenade rolls round. Grixer does get hurt. Last I checked, that was on the top floor around Piano. KZ might be the one that's moved his way in. He's looking for the fight here on the top of box. If this has gone unchecked, if they're not aware, this is probably about to be a little bit defining. There's one onto Rexon. There's almost the second. It's a shaky firefight. Gunner pulls the pin on a nade, pops it right back in as Grixer gets another, and there's Gunner over the top, but 15 seconds, and they still have to try and get the kit planted. It's making its way close. That doesn't quite pop off in the right place. Grixer with a triple. You've got to get yourself in and hold F here at this point. Philippox with a C4. If he gets this clean, there's one. He's looking for the second and he finds it. The C4 over the top, and there it is! W7M, done on the back of Philippox, are able to claim their map.
They knew they needed to cover, but Philippox, he did not care about it. He wins it. And now we're going to be tossing into a very quick break before we start with map number 2 in this best of 3.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Dude, Benjamin Master at the Major? Do you really think he's gonna play with this? He needs something way more powerful, man. It's obvious when you see his moves. Do you want to see his moves again, or...?
Bro, I was watching the SI before you even knew about R6. Pengu can win with this setup.
Real legend, he wins with this.
Sorry guys. I know a thing or two about Rainbow Six, so follow me. Now this is the best gaming setup. It's the HDR 400 monitor, the XB 25.3 QGP 24.5 inches. EO Finals 2020. I'm doing a triple kill. The monitor had to be top-notch to keep up with my moves. Frostblade fans, they can cool the best graphics card, the best processor, and even the biggest hard drive with the most memory. They keep things cool and calm like my head was at SI 2018 to win the championship.
Pengu goes for one on the young. Can he go the second? Penta are your world champions.
It takes the best to be the best. Are they gone?
Yep. But with 2 Orion towers fully upgraded and 2 screens. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Takes the best to be the best.
And welcome back everyone to an in-depth look of how Soniqs was able to lose to W7M after a really clean, strategical, methodical attacks. If you take a look at the scoreboard right now, it's 1 down to 3 for Soniqs. W7M is struggling to put any attack rounds on the board, and they're gonna try and do a wine cellar take on Garage, which is not an easy one to do because you need to clear a lot of areas, and Soniqs is actually playing the right defense to counter that. They're all the way extended up floor. Citizen has already gotten a kill onto Solarium here, and Gunner is still upstairs and he still has to be cleared. Now, I want you to pay attention to the utility usage on the side of W7M. JV here on the window still has 2 Dokkaebi calls to remove that player. He's gonna use these to remove him. If we play the round out, you'll see from 2 Dokkaebi calls to 1. If we let the round play out, boom, he's calling him. Gunner is now on the phone trying to call it off, but Felipox hears it and will bangs him. Nice play here. Good utility usage, and they've got top floor control. Now the next logical step is to take ground floor control. Now if we let the round plays out, JV already has ground floor control here. He is in dining, but there is one key element here. Take a look at this. JV not only has the dining control, but he's also able to abuse all the UT setup by the roamers, the mirror window, the reinforcement to short. All of this gives him extra information on the lobby side, on the short side, so he's super well set up to control the flanks. So they've got top floor control, they've got ground floor control, all they need now is a good execute. Let the round play out and we'll see how they set up to execute on Wine Cellar. Really important thing on this bomb site is to remove these 2 breaches. It's the most important one, right? And then one key element here. Grixer is playing the strong position, the key position on this bomb site. The single pillar with a shield that's already has been drawn by Felipox. How will they remove it? Once again, great utility usage. I want you to take a look again at JV's utility. He has 1 flash remaining. And like I said, he's on dining hatch. He will use that flash, if we let the round play here, he will use that flash onto Grixer to flash him, and Nade will pick him at the same time. Let the round play, and you'll see it. The flash comes in from the hatch. Boom, he gets flashed now, and Nade gets the kill. That's the strong player removed. Rexen acknowledged that and will try to retake that position because he needs to do that to win the round. He's there again, and again, take a look at the utility usage. Nade has sent another flash, again, to remove the strong player in the strong position. Felipox is ready to punish him, and will do so right now. We let the round play out, strong position, has been killed, they can now collapse. JV has gotten the kill on Citizen trying to flank. Geo is in a 1v4 and gets killed by everyone collapsing. Great utility usage, they got top floor control, ground floor control, and a perfect execute through flashes and Dokkaebi calls. Great moves from W7M. I will leave you with a desk for more in-depth analysis of the whole matchup.
Thank you very much, Alfama. Yes, we are back and a great breakdown of W7M's round number 5. Alfama sharing some of his professional, ex-professional player, that is knowledge on the knowledge station, or you know what, for those out there that have ideas, call it Telestration. It's a big, busy name, right? If you want to call it something different, let us know. The knowledge station, we'll keep it for now, but we're open to suggestions here on the desk. But welcome back. I'm Milosh, with me are Anne and Jesse. And to follow up on that round 5 Telestation or knowledge station segment that we just saw, W7M, they look incredible.
They did, yeah. I mean, even Alfama mentioned it, right? At one point, that game was 3-1 for Soniqs up, and I was like, wait. Oh yeah, Soniqs are having a really good start in the game. They had Citizen going huge, whereas the other teammates didn't really step up that much. But then once W7M got to really execute their own attacks, when they saw that Soniqs weren't always winning those gunfights, it was a very good phantom pressure coming out from W7M, where they would open one breach, but then move towards the other side, keeping the Soniqs players guessing as to where the push really is coming from. And indeed, as displayed by Alfama, having that really good 1-2-3 attack, having that utility usage, clearing out all those defender positions and flooding the site with a very well-coordinated attack.
I love that he used the word ghost pressure, because it's just a feint.
It is.
A feint and a riposte in the other way for W7M.
Indeed, and I think we came into this game maybe expecting a similar story to what we saw yesterday. We had the exact same bans, W7M copying NIP, Ying and Valkyrie off the board, Soniqs keeping with Flores' zombie bans. But what the main difference was, we got that 3-3 half, just like we started off last time. The defensive half from W7M was so good. They were shutting down anything that Soniqs were trying to do on their pushes. We saw towards the end of this game, Soniqs are trying to make a lot of those plant executes happen. Soniqs are a big planting team. Last 2 rounds, we saw 3v3 plants being attempted. We saw players trying to get those kids down onto the ground. First it was Gunner in round number 10, then round number 11 it was Geo trying to plant down in the basement. Both times in the 3v3, the cover gets absolutely shredded, and unfortunately, both times it was Grixer. He did not have a good end to this match. He was the guy who needed to cover those planters, and he just wasn't in the right positions. It was a really tough game from him to finish things off. This is the one clip, of course, final round, big 1v3 from Fellypox, but notice how both those players are just in the middle of the bomb site. Nobody's outside the breach, nobody's on the stairs, nobody's trying to play inside a connector. It's lining up for him, and they really did make it kind of simple.
I'll give you one trinket of knowledge here. When I was walking back into the arena, you know, Soniqs were coming out, Geo was in the back with the coaching staff, and he's saying, you know, when I'm calling for something, I need people to keep it moving. And there was clearly, especially out of a final round, miscommunication that happened and that needs to be fixed, because when you play against a team like W7M, 1 millisecond of miscommunication ends up in a lost round and a lost map.
Yes, W7M showed how coordinated they can be, how effective they can be, understanding, hey, we need this and this and that cleared. We need to put pressure here and there before we can actually do something, before we can take the side. And indeed, if the comms aren't always clear on the side of Soniqs, and you don't have that accurate plant cover, or you don't have that accurate 1-2-3 flood onto the side, then your attacks are gonna, well, run to the side. And Citizen can put up numbers as much as he wants, but it needs to be a team effort.
And so, from map number 1, we go on to our second. You'll see the map veto appear right on our side. Oregon will be the second one, this time Soniqs' pick. Despite everything, Chalet still was relatively back and forth, 7-4. Good performance by both squads. Of course, Soniqs now going to their own map pick. How do we see Oregon going, Jesse?
Oregon's a coin flip map, you know, and I think that while this is the pick of Soniqs, it's not going to heavily favor them by any stretch of the imagination. For W7M, 3 plays, 2 wins. One of them was a domination over Scars here at this event, so certainly a lot of history coming in from W7M. They know how to play this map with momentum on their side, with maybe some frustrations from Geo and the coaching staff back behind the stage. I'm a little bit worried for North America's last hope.
Ow.
You know, Soniqs themselves have a victory as well during this major on this map against D+, 7-2 victory. It's higher preference for Soniqs as well than it seems to be for W7M. I feel like if you can fix out those errors, and if you can have those comms be working, everyone's on the same page, everyone's got their noses in the same direction, I feel like a comeback might be possible.
Yeah, but your words don't inspire too much confidence in Sonic taking this. Are we going to see a map through, yes or no?
Milosh, I said 12 yesterday, I was wrong. Feels like it may be 4 today.
Ow.
I'm strong on the Hopium or Copium. For the remaining hope of NA and a bit of EU as well.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, Copenhagen, do you want to see a map 3? Do you think Soniqs can survive? You're gonna have to give them way more energy than that. Are you ready? W7M versus Soniqs. Copenhagen, give it. There you go, casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yes, we are about to get underway with that second map. A map we often also call out for fundamentals in the same row with Clubhouse. Everybody knows this map. Everybody has played this map at least once or twice if you are a Siege player. And that means that these fundamentals could either make or break your run in this tournament.
We saw a lot of this map at the very start of this tournament because of how even it can be for attackers and defenders. Now, when these two teams did play it, once across, I believe, Phase 1, once on Phase 2. Oh no, it was both on Phase 2, both on the opening day of Phase 2, both against teams from the Asia-Pacific region, both very smooth games. A 7-1, a 7-2. D+'s attacks were very well put together, though, and that's sort of the credit that I think it was Gunnar in the post-game interview gave was, you know, they had very good attacks. There's no two ways about it. They were tricky to sort of stop. You're assuming even more powerful ones from this side. So what is going to be the setup and the step up we get?
It's that big question now. Quickly looking at some statistics between these two teams over this tournament. 15 opening kills to W7M, 11 towards the Soniqs. But the plans is the more telling sign about how these two teams play against each other. 6 plans from W7M against Soniqs, only 2 from the Soniqs against W7M. So that planned game is going to be massive and important here.
I mean, I think that's always the sort of story of it, isn't it? Is when you're looking at the objective play, when you're looking at the plan play, and you're looking at how these teams are sort of building themselves onto the structure of a map like Oregon, where it is, I'm not going to say formulaic, but structured. There's a lot of imperative ideas there.
Valkyrie. Asami, all right.
I think the person in cut to wasn't saying like, what? It was just going, oh.
And this is going to be the Valkyrie 2 coming out. There you go.
We'll write those down, just in case.
Quickly note them down. We never know if it might be needed. And identical bans actually coming down from both these teams.
I mean, they've hit their heads once. They know what they didn't like about it. To be fair, actually, you sort of flick your way back and you think, what were the potential changes? Border compared to Oregon, compared to Chalet, I would say Oregon is the most, I'm not going to say set in stone, but known.
There's not that much room for innovation.
Yeah.
To start thinking about it.
In comparison to the other two.
Yes, for sure. And that already starts off. If you see Philippebox putting down that mirror window in a small cubby, that was the default play back in the old Oregon as well, and it's still coming in today, so it just shows you how good it is. A very difficult position to clear out. If you look at the current attacking lineup, which is still subject to change, the fire of Geo should be crucial here with taking out those strong positions, especially the one aimed towards the freezer. There's gonna be a player out there. You're gonna have to make sure you clear it out, and well, really the only way seems to be to get either a grenade right behind it or that fire to burn out the player in that spot before you can take that freezer under control.
Soniqs' map pick, W7M, opting to lead in here on their defense, and Citizen with a very quick steal of the tower camera, and Philippebox with a very quick removal of said camera. Great ideas and anticipation of what we sort of want from these two teams is that pace. No ADSs, nothing to catch or stop grenades here. I think Citizen was sort of hoping for the free route through, but obviously we can see on the right-hand side that there's nothing in that regards. Anything that gets bounced around there is only really going to be stopped by the idea of somebody shooting you in the face. And that's the first Herds. Holding an aggressive position, Gunnar just rolls on up and gets rolled on over.
Bit of a lack of information again. I mean, the player was out there for the majority of that round so far, so a drone could have solved that issue. Could have spotted him out and made sure you wouldn't have lost the opening engagement like that. It's not the end of the world yet, though, for the side of the Soniqs. Only lost a single player. Yes, it's Gunnar. Yes, there's quite some utility there. If you manage to strike back on these roaming players on the side of W7M, as KZ is going aggressive right now, trying to chase the player that was just on the drone. Just slipped by and he didn't see it happen.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. That's 2 for 2 on Where's W7M? Oh, killing me game that Soniqs have unfortunately been playing, and it might be 3 in a second. KZ leads himself through. That'll at least give some audio. They don't truly know, but KZ didn't want to take the risk. Rotates out through the head of Grixer, and Even the NA boy himself, Jesse, says it's not looking good for a map 3, and this first round isn't convincing anyone otherwise.
Good use of the solos there as well, right? Like spotting out the Ana, knowing the Gemini's out there, then realizing he's been spotted. Great game knowledge there, just instantly using the impact to rotate out, and it just leaves it for the rest of them to try and hunt him down. The Citizen goes for an attempt. KZ, he's left on about 1 HP, but still lives, able to make it all the way back towards the back of the stage. Can even go downstairs back to the side, but he's going to be taking his fight. He's going to be taking his chances, waste his time here.
Well, that's it. I mean, all of this, he's doing it at 1 HP, but there's still 4 players in the whole site structure left. If he's pulling them out of place, he's not allowing them to do anything. It doesn't matter if he lives or dies at this point. But with 30 seconds left, he's doing his best. Geo rotated all the way around to get the confirm on the kill, but think about what Soniqs have here and think about what's still left to do. You have smokes, mirror windows, the full electrics of the site. 15 seconds and 15 seconds. So at this point, by the time they get downed. 4 versus 1, and a very clean round for W7M.
That round was over like with a minute left on the clock already. As soon as KZ able to find number 2 and 3 of the round and still not being punished, and importantly, able to live and escape afterwards, waste an additional 30 seconds to a minute in a 1v1 against Citizen. Oh, it's not looking good for Soniqs, but that's just that first round. We're willing to discard that. Let's just toss that one away. Start from scratch here. Up towards that top floor, the dorms. W7M, they will be creating their setup, and it's just up to Soniqs now to play a bit more into the information game, because it seemed like W7M had plenty of it, whilst the Soniqs really had none.
Yep.
They were unaware where these players were. They kept on skipping away and then dashing away just behind or in front of them, and they were always a step behind.
Yeah, a real sort of missed moment. I think a couple of those moments turned into a missed round. And as you said, those kind of rounds, you just got to brush them off. It's good that it's happened at the start of the game, is the weirdest way of looking at it. At least now you can go, whoops, and then you can pick up. There's 50 laps left of a 51-lap race. And you have plenty of time.
That's it. Plenty of time to recover from the early mistakes made and make sure they are not sticking around. And the clutch drone comes through, there's going to be a mute gemmer taken out. Huge part of course, like the lack of information might be those mute gemmers. And that's going to be taken out as well.
Yep, there it is, dropped. Swapped, can't steal that. Though that would be funny.
You can park your drone on it though, so if they shoot your drone, they might actually get the frost map.
The classic, but instead, remember how secretive, how boxy that drone is, and its sort of deep dark black shading means that it can really cover and cower itself in those corners. A great bit of intel. Gunner with a quick zip up to the top tower. Nobody caught out from it as they're just trying to get their owns. The good idea of just what's open here. You can see W7M is still playing that stretched out firefight. They obviously have KZ. You're assuming that's the meeting player sitting not too far away, ready to try and pop up and cause some trouble. If they slink and slip their way through, it is. And they're making the rotate round onto green.
A minute has passed. Gunner finding himself on the top of the towers now, just starting to descend. He's definitely giving away his position out here. He needs to be careful as there is someone close near the back of the stage as KZ. There's a barricade in his way though, but look at that. The hatches open up as well. He has 2 opportunities to decide which way he wants to try and contest with Gunner. Grenade through the drone hole is a attempt they might want to go for on the side of Soniqs. That could actually catch a player out here as Nate needs to rotate. Oh, actually the table saves him.
Yeah, very well made table there, and the impact trick underneath means that, well, Geo's gonna have to try and double down on this, and they're gonna have to double down with the drone. The fact that that is so solid, a strange protection to the grenades that can come through. They have the knowledge that the player is there, but what do? Do you go underneath? Well, with Felipox and KZ still there and Herds stealing control of the back end, it means that you've got to try and get the rotate round and get a little bit more pressure from before. The window's open. The grenade is going to bounce around over the top, and that one isn't quite going to get in position. There's the breach coming through, and there it is, stopped once again. Soniqs, they're not able to force that single player out of position. And you know, at this point now, they're just going to try and wrest some control. The first is theirs. The second is tucked behind the shield. The pressure's going to come from behind them, but 30 seconds. They still have Philippebox underneath. They still have a stretch of the rest of the map here at W7M. They're still keeping a very sturdy control here of pretty much everything.
I mean, this is it. There's only really two options they can go for here. They either need to be going through the trophy door or from the double window. And as Grixer finds JV92, it's KZ that has the opportunity to try and challenge the actual side on the attic. The jumping comes through, but Gio needs to follow to try and get that plan down on the ground.
They've slunk themselves across. They're swinging out. Philippebox wins one, and W7M. 2 very cool rounds in a row here.
And the control really starts with, of course, those impact tricks. Making sure that that wall stays closed forces your opponent through 2 choke points. The game's door, very difficult to go through, many angles that you need to cover, and of course very predictable if it's the only doorway in, and the double window, often watched from below, but at the same time, like, you need to run in deep instantly afterwards to try and get that plan down on the ground. And that angle was being watched. They knew where he was. W7M, they find themselves at 2-0. Now a tertiary site. For the Soniqs fans here, you need to hope that this is the moment where they are able to just hit the next gear, make sure that they're a step ahead of W7M this time around. Because we keep seeing that, like, same thing as what we saw in the first round as well. W7M just a step ahead of whatever Soniqs want to try and do. And they're unable to try and formulate a response so far.
You assume this third one falls, and we'll find ourselves falling into a tight timeout. It has not been good from Soniqs. There's no sort of two ways about it. They're struggling to get any of the bodies, to get anybody. Okay, you go back a long time ago, and as I said, the 2 attacks that we saw at the opening 2 rounds from D+, all those many rounds ago, was against the Soniqs defense that needed time to warm up to the map as well, but this is a very different opponent. This is a very different position and play inside, and it's rare, especially between these 2 teams, to see one of them get so much control, even on border, even before this is the best of 1. It was back and forth in terms of just putting the energy in.
Now, before this best of 3 started, Soniqs actually had a pretty decent attacking win rate with 59% of the rounds won during this tournament so far. Now, of course, that has started to shrink a little bit after the performances coming through. Hurts, though, taking loads of damage. Rexon still the first to drop. The replies there, Gunnar able to put an end towards KZ, trying to put some extra terror down range. That keeps it even, at least for now.
Gunnar bringing the ace, and ooh, as the rotate and the reinforce comes through, I'm not sure if he'll try and react to that. He's being watched by a camera that he didn't quite get the drop on. He's gonna get himself the stretch on the opposite end, but with that box being locked, Philippebox still holding above. Herds has taken fractures of damage, and you're looking at now the limitations on, well, what can they still smash open? 1 Selma left, and depending on where you're going for the plant on this, unless you're taking the drop on the hatch itself, you've still got a lot of work to do. So where are you going to utilize it? What bit of this structure is what you think you can break across? Minute 30, they're looking towards attic. Philippebox is still tucked onto dorms. JV92 has drifted himself closer towards split itself. There's the slink through. New Hope Soniqs haven't once again let a player slip through.
They have. They're opening up for the sake of it. Oh, it's Philippebox jumping down, but that could have actually been very problematic, him being still around there, because as you see, there's no pressure being put down towards the dorms area. You see 4 now pops and he's back on the site, so he's no really threat anymore on that top floor, but he definitely could have been.
Seeing just where the players are tucked. What's soft? JV92 gets Gunner. Bottom to the top on the hatch itself. Has the precision he needs. Tries to spray towards the rotating remaining player. Stolen. Maestro bubble. No.
Just camera being hacked possibly from the KZ kills, so they're using it as a visual aid. Yeah, so Gunnar, he's looking at the Maestro camera right now, so they use the Dokumi gadget as Gio's in sight right now, finds a kill, Philippebox responds, and Gio will find another one.
He's doing everything he can to hold on and keep the cover onto the planter. 20 seconds, and Gio's gonna keep leaning in. They're holding onto the tuck, but the retake over the top. They're about to make some damage down on the hatch. There's the call. He's looking for the fight. He sprays the player, but Herds just needs the ping. Gio has to get 2 remaining players. They're above and below him. Philippebox punches the door. It's all being hot pinged. He's gone to the 1 bit of cover he has, but if they hit the attic hatch, which they're about to, well, there's an easy end to a round. 3 in a row for W7M. Timeout, Sonic.
Rightfully so, because it's really creeping away from them right now. Started to get a bit more control in this round compared to the last two. But again, a crucial mistake made here. That wasn't actually punished by the side of W7M. They forgot to drone out the kid's bedroom. Luckily for them, Philippox dropped, because if he would have been on the top floor and he would have suddenly just walked around, he could have cleared out the two players out there on the attic. And JV92 didn't have to take that fight, so right away. Gio, he gave it everything that round. It's like, what do you do against it at that point, right? Like, you cannot really get off the plant either. The top floor is already taken under control by the defense. You need to leave someone back out there, but like in a 2vx situation, you cannot just leave one person on the ground planting and then not have any horizontal covers. So just unfortunate there for Soniqs, losing a member too many.
It's a terrifying thing about this W7M roster is they just seem to know everything. There's this acute awareness of what push Soniqs are doing, where they're playing, and they're using it for both their sort of, you know, benefit in leading into gunfights and benefit of pulling away from them when they get away from them. And okay, KZ does what KZ does. He moves and manipulates himself around the map and tries to find fights and very often wins them, as he is doing right now. But the rotations, the timing, the positioning, they are always watching exactly what they need to watch at the right time, which is the opposite angle, the opposite edge, and the thing that we've sort of pointed at Soniqs a couple of times and gone, they just don't know. They're truly missing a bit of black hole intel here. And as we find ourselves now on 2-3, this looks like it might be shaping itself up to be the first time we do not have an even half on the fourth map these two teams have played.
There's definitely a lot of opportunities here for W7M to make sure that doesn't happen right now. 3 rounds, and they've looked untouched on 2 of those sides.
Third map.
Third map, yes.
6th half.
Yes.
4th, whatever. Who needs to count?
Counting is hard, I do agree. But is that bottom floor again to be used? Again, we will see use of the mirror window, which is going to be very difficult to try and get rid of. Surely fire arrows, the incendiary bolts need to be used on the side of Geo to at least clear one of them out, but there is so much on the board on the side of W7M as well, like smokes will be counted off by herds. They need to make sure that they're getting that first pick, and it doesn't seem like W7M is anything keen on giving them the opportunity on getting that one.
The Jackal, the pick up on the swing round, see if they can wrest some control on where those loose players are and see if they can try and find a little bit more in terms of the kill game. The closest they got was on that tertiary site. And even then, it was a pretty cool 2 versus 1 versus 2. So here instead, shepherd those loose players that have already been pushed down to site. Now they're holding onto the freezer stairs, which when this gets opened, you assume that freezer player might try and fall back. It is KZ though. Who knows what he's going to do next? I don't even think he does. He just feels the momentum and goes with it. The break onto the laundry hatch as well. JV92 is actually in position to try and trick out the freezer hatch. As they rotate around, there needs to be more pressure. And oh, it's KZ! Just takes the head off Erexon.
It's a very painful way to go there. Now, Soniqs, of course, they were using Gunner on that Jackal. They were able to find out there's no more active roamers, no footsteps were spotted. And that means that Soniqs had the opportunity to start putting pressure down directly to the side itself. But as they lose the very first gunfight, well, it's up to Citizen right now, who's in the next position that might be challenged by W7M. He's holding down on the pillar, he's holding down on the rotations, he's taking small amounts of damage as he deals them to KZ as well. And Grixer seems to be worried about opening up that hatch without any extra cover.
Well, there's attention being focused towards Laundry. The pop of the Gon 6 as he waited for them to spray enough bullets. He thought they were reloading. Gunner's down onto the bottom of Freezer now, but there's a slow creep onto lockers, and there's the player playing, and the long-range second mirror window, 2 double-stacked intel. There's the drop. They've snuck their way past. They're trying to force the damage onto JV92. They get the catch on the kill. Gunner gets 1. The shield is still standing. Geo gets 2. There's Citizen for his 3rd on the back end of E-Box. Suddenly they've swung it, but 15 seconds suddenly still has to be just as sudden as it was at the start of this round. Geo, a sliver of health, is trying to force his way down onto Laundry. Nade, he gets the drop inside. And as they pick up the next kill, you've still got to go for the plant. We've seen them lose a 3 versus 1 at this time. They don't lose it this time.
They get around a very important one. If Soniqs managed to find a total of 2.5, it is still a very fightable game, a very fightable map. And this was what I was portraying, by the way, what I was describing before. They needed to get rid of that mirror window to play on the bomb chassis, because otherwise they would never been able to get that plant and that push underway. They used the gun 6 first to burn the magnet, and afterwards the fire came through, and JV92, he was just forced to run at that point. And it just opened it up widely for Soniqs. But now, W7M, they're going to be rerunning this side back towards the laundry. They realized what was going on. Little laugh going through.
The joy of Geo.
What we might see here is more magnets to be set up for that main mirror window. Because if the fire is to be used to get rid of it, if you manage to catch off both those bolts, well, at that moment in time, that mirror window will stand.
10 seconds remaining.
Gunner on the blitz. Will that be locked? I don't want it to be. I mean, think about how we've sort of seen the play on the pressure. Nade is obviously playing the smoke. They can try and slow things down, but if they're going for this big stretch, well, maybe you can either try and use that to route your way past against the mirror window onto Freezer itself, get some control, or for the flip side, the standard usual take that you'll sometimes see a blitz if they're on the board is towards blue, towards barrels in the back end. The fact that it's starting on Junkyard makes me think they want to try and get it towards Freezer.
It's always that question, right? Like, where are you going to be sending that blitz down to now? Already deep in sight, Gunner, but meeting a lot of these barricades that will have to be struck down. It's going to be taking some time, but also giving a knowledge out to the opposite side of the team. Now, and if he decides to open up security, he's going to be shot in the back. So he really needs those drones to be out there for him as he's clearing out the map forcefully here. Last round on the Jackal, this time on that blitz. He's just making sure he's being oppressive right here and that they clear it just a little bit quicker compared to the last round.
Nade is waiting onto Freezer. As I said, the smoke is the one person that if W7M wanted anyone to meet up with that blitz, that's who they can at least buy themselves some time. Obviously, you've got the chance of Herd spraying against it, but it's safer in that sort of situation just to stop the roll. It means that they have the decision of either stop and pull back, which no blitz ever wants to do, or get themselves isolated from the rest of the fight. 2 of them now stack.
It's a double stack.
Double up. KZ didn't want them to have all the fun.
Is he going to try and challenge this? It is the Mavericks that are going to be aware of what's happening here. There's limited angles he can be on. Grix, are you going to go for the hot drop? Okay, he's not. I was going to say, like, that would be very dangerous to do that there.
It wouldn't be the best idea.
No, definitely wouldn't be, especially if you're 1-3 down.
Citizen pulled the E-box kill, but he was even further back last time. It was in the distance of our cams as we watched Geo on the front, so Geo on Laundry hasn't been able to get it open. A claw came in as he went for the breach. He's going to see if he can try and get the pickup on just where the claw is. It's tucked right underneath. It's very awkward to get out, unless you've got a Maverick.
Sees one of the magnets there, most importantly, so knows he has to at least waste one before he can get the fire underway. Not sure if he just did that. No, actually used it on the hatch to get rid of that claw. But that does mean he needs to use an extra piece of utility if he wants to get the fire to where it needs to be. This time around, though, no one playing on that closed mirror window. Smoke is starting to come through, and that means Hurts, he's going to have a field day here.
Yeah, 2 discs, but that was just the burn discs at that point, taken and removed by the arrows, but 30 seconds and all 10 players still stood. Who's going to be the first to fall? It's a breakdown. Herds takes some damage. Philippokes behind the shield as Grixer gets KZ. Herds is waiting on the swing round. He knows it's going to come round on the route as Grixer tries to bite through. It's still another trade out, but Rexen's down. Geo's down. It's all down to Citizen. Popped over the top of the shield. There's one. The second hits the C4. It's a bit out of range, but no! W7M, they have secured themselves at least 4 for the half. The first time we've seen from these 2 teams for a first half.
W7M really trying to walk away with this one, looking to become the second finalists. And for those of you that are wondering, what exactly do these kinds of positions mean for the grand total of things if we think about SI? I think we can quickly discuss that. The losers of these matchups already have a confirmed 70-ish% to qualify themselves for a site. 73 for W7M if they lose. Soniqs 74%. So they're getting there, right? They're almost halfway there. The winner, though, will be going up to 99 and a bit. 99.9% secure for W7M. They don't even need to win the major at that point. Those of you wondering, Sprabuni, of course, is always going to be making those statistics happen.
He's always around.
He's always around.
Sprabuni.
Making sure that we have all the mathematical outcomes for any given game.
5 seconds left for insertion.
So, as W7M is looking to chase the way to another opportunity to find their title, as they were the runners-up to 6 Invitational. They need 3 more rounds to make that happen.
And Soniqs get themselves a second here, which, to be honest, you know, it's not the end of the world on Oregon, but they've used their tac time map. It's their map. They really want to be doing a little bit more of the distance here because they did the end distance when they were in Oregon on their attack last time, and they did drop 2 of their defenses, the first 2 of their defenses the last time they were here. So at the minute, they're already concerned. At the minute, they're already expecting maybe an overtime fight. Rexon still unable to get himself into a fight and an engagement he can win out. Take care of the camera. Hertz is the C4 ripped and ready to go towards the top of Armory Stairs, maybe towards Trophy. It's Rexon cracking his way through. Nade is in that position where they tried to use nades to clear him out before, but entirely unable to. You need to sort of try and get onto that window just by the football table to get the pressure around. There it is. Bounce just caught out by an ADS. They do get JV92. Hertz gets the C4 onto Rexon. The pressure's inside the top of White. The Citizen gets the pistol kill, and he was tempted to keep going, but he needs the cover from behind him because Felipox is on the move. He has the awareness. He swaps to a secondary. Hertz gets swapped out of the map, but KZ swaps right back in. Retakes the dorms. Felipox gets the win onto top White, and there's Gunner getting KZ. All down to Felipox. In the 2 versus 1, a minute 20, still some pockets of utility left. Soniqs, they have to try and find out, as I said. They've had very good awareness on the intel. Felipox drives himself through onto the back, gets somewhere slightly safer. But even then, he's just sort of crossed the eyes and the sides of the previous dangerous sandwich with a player on either angle. They've rotated to the top of White. Felipox knows, because as I said, W7M have this awareness on pretty much everything that's coming through here from the side of Soniqs. They want to pop some utility. He's playing the lines as best as he can. They've slipped their way in. The first fight will be the call for the second. There's one. Pre-fires towards the next. There's Soniqs!
Again, a huge clutch to come out from Felipox here. Closed out the last map, closes out the half now. And W7M 5-1. 2 more rounds away from finding themselves in the grand final, and that would mean another LATAM team to be crowned champion.
Felipox, a player who's obviously come into the roster recently, but he's no sort of shy away from the main stage. Unfortunately, the thing that's always cut him a bit close was how close he was to the finals. He's had 3rd places before. He's had them some of the biggest stages we offer, and here he wants his performance in a final, and you cannot argue with the performance he's putting forward to get himself there. W7M are completely in their element.
2 more rounds and on to the attack they go. Attacking win rate yesterday took a bit of a hit as it was around 65%. The game has knocked it down to 53%. Still very decent, more than half, and that's all they need. They need less than that, actually. 2 rounds, and they find themselves in the finals. Again, they've been there once, they came short. And now as the pressure is coming on quickly here, opening up that doorway is just to make sure that the defenders do not feel safe just walking around in blue without having that wall closed or the door closed off first.
Soniqs have beyond a monolithic task that looms over them, casting that singular shadow that seems to have W7M finalists edged onto it. Citizens holding himself just towards the bottom here as like quick pressure inside the building. W7M wastes no time. They know that momentum's in their favor. They know Soniqs don't have a chance to ever slow it down at this point. So do this game that I've said and highlighted too many times at this point. The positions W7M hold are just those 3 steps closer. Oh. And there it is, given and gifted with the reward that they've built for themselves. Geo taken. And they can start the work on the hatches with a kill to their name.
Oh, Casey catches himself off in an unfortunate situation there as a double swing from Citizen, and Rexon will find success. In the meantime, though, there was a Twitch drone opening up on the site directly, so they lose a player, but they gain some control on the site itself as the second mirror window now will be hunted down and taken out by Herds as well, basically eliminating some of the safe spaces that are available to Soniqs to play in.
Just getting this more intel, and as I said, they seem to know everything, and at least on attack, we get a good idea of why. So we get to see how quickly and more focused on attention their drones can be. It seems like there's always a corner. They have one tucked in, and Citizen, whether he knows it or not, whether he's removed it or not, there was a watch right behind him before. Nade rolls through, and they roll over Citizen. Not quite able to cement the kill, but look, here comes support, and here comes maybe some Capital bolts that might go over, and oh no. We're back towards the top, and there it is. The Capital bolt did get the kill, but Grix is able to get one back and keeps them fighting, keeps that just into their favor. The 2 versus 3, and the 3 versus 0.
They hold on, Soniqs. Extend it by at least a round, or at least close the gap by, let's say, a round. And that gives them a bit of extra breathing space. For a second there, it looked like W7M, they were going to find themselves in a really strong position to lock it off there, but some heroic efforts coming into play just in time as we'll see it here on the replays. I love this opening, by the way. They knew where he was, and it hits so hard, these DMRs. You only need 2 shots to the chest and you take out any operator.
Delivery of a C4 to match that. The bolt that came through to get the end of Citizen. Still a couple of moments there in that round where you're sort of looking at Soniqs and going, they don't know. Presented without comment.
Presented without any comment, yes. All right, 5-2. Getting back underway. Soniqs, they still have a very tall hill to climb. Need to find 3 more rounds to bring it even, 4 to find themselves on a map point situation and all without losing rounds, because otherwise W7M having the opportunity to really put up that pressure. And for those of you that might have forgotten already, the tactical timeout from Soniqs has already been used. So the only chance they get to actually have a bit of a chat with one another and their support staff right behind them is if W7M calls their timeout.
And you think if this gets to 5-3, 5-4, W7M still have that chance to just stop the game, stop Soniqs building momentum, and stop us hurtling towards the map 3 of Sky.
Attackers are figuring out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
W7M. 1 round away from getting themselves 1 round away from a final. As Grixer hopes to get a catch loose here, nothing's handed to him. It's a Storm's take as they try to take the fight onto Rexon on the back, and there it is already. And you just keep thinking, how do they know? How do they get there so quick, so swift, so consistently? And then you go, because they're the team that's been the finalists at our biggest competition, and they're still playing to that level. The calls come. Here's the quick pop, the drop inside. Geo gets the first. The fight to the shotgun as Grixis to take Herds. He's able to get 1 more, but with Grixer locking it in, it's the break and the breach. KZ with the nade, he's caught from underneath. They slip their way through a 2 versus 1. And he's holding the pin, but he doesn't get to pull it. Soniqs, 2 rounds in a row. They've lost the opening body. 2 rounds in a row. They've taken him back.
Trying to go quick there, W7M. Didn't quite work out for them. But hey, they have that space, right? They have that time where they can make these decisions where, like, we are so far ahead. We have a map. We have 3 extra rounds. Could have just gone for a bit of an aggressive swing. We're having another bit of a tech break currently.
So we are.
That trophy, it is reportedly very heavy.
You said that.
Yes, I've heard other people say that, it was so difficult to...
How heavy is it? Do you have
I have
exact
no clue.
measurement?
I've not put a scale under it to
Well,
find
the
out.
next time you mention it.
Yeah, production, can you please let us know how heavy it is exactly?
Hey, look at all these people.
Wave, come on! Oh, that's too late.
Wave, come on. Wave, come on. We're just having a quick sec. We'll be back in just a moment. Good hold, good energy. Slightly better return to form here from Soniqs, but I think when we get themselves to 5-4, hey, everybody! Give us a wave! Crowd, give us a wave. Crowd, give us a wave.
Thank you very much.
It's one of the chants that they've been blessing us with. Third site. Will it be as problematic as some of the ones that we've had before? Obviously, W7M opened the game with 3 in a row before Soniqs were able to find their singular round on the opposite half. Here, they've got 2. If they suddenly get themselves a third, it's a 5-4 split, and they're looking partially better, and almost even once again.
Attackers are checking out to locate a bomb.
The Ossa inside of Herds and an E1D almost instantly. Rexon kind of wanted the engagement. Gunner still does. All the way from the top of the tower. But as I said, W7M, they're not really ones to fall for those sort of spray hold 'em, spray positions.
So all they need to do is grab control of tower, of the attic, and slightly of the basement. If you manage to have all those under control, you can go for a plant, a ride on the stage, because you can dislocate these players. Geo, currently out there, aggressive. Grixer as well. Now only one of them carries a C4, which of course the dangerous piece of utility you need to deal with. There's KZ drops Grixer.
I didn't even see anything.
And Gunner drops as well.
JV92 gets the next. Citizen is held in place by the E1D, but it needs to try and find a response here, though you assume he'll get a catch later. KZ goes back to the bottom. There's support coming through as well for him. Onto blue, they've been able to snag those 2 kills. Within that opening moment, Rexon sees the Ossa. How much that C4 is going to be able to catch here. They've already peeled and pulled themselves further back. If they get themselves into attic, then this sandbag position is one that's going to fall away from him.
Geo, the last man standing with a C4 in hand. Rexon still out, aggressive near the stage. He's hoping to hold on for as long as he can. As KZ's going down below, that grenade will be arced right towards the sandbags. Is it gonna hit? A little bit of damage done towards Rexon, but he stays alive for now. Gonna be aware of that. Some shots being fired from the MPX. They need to take him down, and they do from above. And JV92 is ready for the swing that comes through from either of these 2 players out on attic. Citizen forced to fall back. And a 2v5 between them and a match point.
Well, there's an Ossa. There it is being watched. The C4 is close. It won't get anything, though, and it's the swing round. But with the swing being just down to Citizen, he's above, not for long. The third site has fallen into the favor of W7M. They have 3 opportunities to push themselves into that grand final tomorrow.
And they have 3 sides available to them to decide where they want to take it next. Laundry, dorms, and of course the dining. Just that quaternary site. Do not see often, and we won't see it now either.
I mean,
so sharp. Like, the speed of these.
It's
just insane.
And that's the thing.
I'd still be looking for him right now. It's like, what's that?
When you get to the level where you're playing at the level of how are they doing this? Not even you can see how they're doing this, and they're doing it very well. But this is magic.
It is. I mean, just a crazy example. Sometimes you see someone on like a very off angle through these floorboards, and they see when someone walks by, and I'm like, how do you see that?
Yeah.
Like, what gave it away?
Every kill. And that's the thing. If this was a team that come out the blue, you'd be like, no way.
Yeah.
This is luck. But then we've seen this team. We've seen this
building
team
over a year.
build and build and build over the past year. From the surprise and exceptional run against all odds back in Charlotte a year ago, where they weren't at full strength, but they still seemed strong, to how they grew over Berlin, over Jönköping, over up to SI, where they got themselves into the grand final and fell a bit short. I am almost concerned for anyone that goes against them, because from all that and against all that, this is the strongest I've ever seen.
They're looking very commanding right now, that's for certain, as KZ is looking to find the very first. Rexon gives away his position here. He's looking for a bit of a swing, but he's already all the way through.
I mean, look at this. There's 40 seconds gone in the round, and KZ has gotten himself down onto Freezer holding the rotate. W7M, it's not even that they pay no regards towards the holes that put for them. They just read them so well that they can exploit them so quickly.
No clue he's out there. Citizen will find KZ though, takes a lot of damage, but the entry kill is going to be there for the side of Soniqs, and they desperately need it because they need 3 more rounds without a mistake to find themselves at overtime and to give themselves an opportunity to fight for a map 3. But in the meantime, the top 4 are slowly being picked apart. The breaching charges are set up. The hatches will soon be opened up as well as Nate comes in with the X-Kairos.
They still have time to work with. They still have a lot of utility. Fusers juggled just a little as they get more of an angle, so the players don't have a chance of a quicker, swifter rotate, and you have a better chance of bouncing some utility round. JV92, player who has frequently popped up when things have been slightly going away from the team, is ready and able. The Capital bolts will buy them some space. Nade suffers some of the damage, but they win the fight against Rexon. And oh no, as Chaos kicks in, Geo goes down, Nade's on the ground. They're looking for the rest of the kill, and there it is, a 2 versus 2. They've been able to rest themselves in towards the site. 50 seconds to maybe stack up some drones here. 50 seconds for the 2 remaining players to survive and buy themselves some time. Leapox and Herds, they're holding off. They're waiting for Herds to make a grand rotate. To the back end, Leapox wants to be gifted a kill, but Citizen and Gritzer, between the pair of them, aren't going to offer it to them. The play on the smokes. The shoulder peaks round. They're inside Freezer now, and that's a fight. Herds wins out. Gritzer, all that's left of Soniqs' hope of staying into this showdown, of staying in the major. There's the first. That's not the second. W7M notch 1 more finals into a belt that over the past year has had everything put into it apart from one, and that is a trophy of their own to say we are #1. And it is very, very hard to argue with that cause right now as they progress to our finals tomorrow.
Their consistency has been terrifying, and they'll be going up against one of the most consistent rosters in Siege history. I am very excited for what's to come, and commiserations to Soniqs. They gave everything they had. They came to that top 4. They have a good chance of making it to SI later on, no matter what happens in the next stage. But of course, they are disappointed. They wanted that final as well, as now it will be going to Brazil.
I mean, we had a year of Latin American Siege not too long ago, where they found themselves in a pretty good position in pretty much every single tournament. And they've been finalists, they've been runners-up, they've been everything over the past year since when EU decided to have a bit of a showing. Unfortunately not here, but now they have the pride of having a confirmed title. And they have the pride of knowing that everything that we build for right now leads to an SI stage in their home country. And they want to have every single accolade before that.
Well, it is going Brazil. The big question will be which team? But without further ado, Ian Chambers, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by head coach Igor, and Igor's English isn't perfect, but we are going to get a few words from him. What is your instant reaction? You must be very proud of your team.
I'm very proud because this guys is amazing and we deserve final major for sure. In the past, we are top 4 in Berlin and Jönköping, so now maybe it's our time to be the champions.
You said your English isn't very good, by the way. It's wonderful, so thank you for that. There's been a lot of hype around your team, like you just said, over the past 18 months in particular. Do you really feel like this is your time? Are you living up to that hype?
I don't know. We are confident, but we are a new team because we have two champs, Nade and Felipox. They enter in the roster after the Six Invitational, so I don't know.
And they've been fantastic, right?
For sure, for sure.
Incredible additions. Volps, however, left. You'll be playing against him now in this grand final tomorrow. You know him very well. Is there a little bit of, I don't know, revenge there or not?
I don't think so. We are friends, so
yes.
The most important, the title is going to the best region, Brazil, for sure.
Let's talk about that. How good does it feel to be part of an all-Brazil grand final here in the EU?
I'm feeling amazing because I'm a big fan from the Team Liquid, and the final against them, for sure, it's amazing. Nesk talked to me, make this a show for everyone here. So that's it.
Do you want to give, listen, there's a lot of your fans watching at home right now. In Portuguese, feel free to let loose and say whatever you want to your fans back home.
Pessoal que está acompanhando aí de casa, com essa vitória que a gente conseguiu trazer o título para o Brasil, que era o mais importante. Então, independente se foram nós ou o pessoal da Team Liquid, essa taça aqui, ó, ela vai para casa onde ela merece. E, amor, eu fiz uma promessa para tu há uma semana e pouco atrás e eu tô pretendendo cumprir ela amanhã, tá? Te amo.
Last question. Palu did say that he is guaranteeing that he will lift that trophy for Team Liquid. Can you stop him and his team?
For sure. Our only title is against Palu and Team Liquid, so maybe tomorrow is the second title for us.
Well, best of luck. Congratulations again. Round of applause for W7 Esports. Thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow, okay? No, your English was wonderful. All right. His girlfriend is a teacher. I just want to say congratulations for having a wonderful girlfriend. Just a quick reminder, sub mode only is activated right now in chat. Felipox is joining Milos and the gang on the desk, so make sure you're asking plenty of questions. They're going to get answered. Milos, take it away.
Thanks so very much, beautiful man Ian. Yes, we're back on the analyst desk, and for this time, a very special guest is joining us, Felipox.
Hello.
I mean, we were saying, hey, congratulations to W7M. Yeah, that's us. That's us. You were pointing at yourself. Very happy. For those, reminder of what Ian just said, sub-only mode is on, so you can ask questions. We have a whole list with us here. If you'd like to ask some things specifically to Felipox. First of all, congratulations in general. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling amazing. It's my first major, and I'm already in the grand final, so yeah. I'm feeling amazing.
It's a pretty good start. My friends, any questions?
Absolutely. Felipox, I mean, that last map on Oregon, I thought you in particular played fantastic. You had so many flanks going up on defense. You were moving around the map really, really well. How much of that was you being able to read the game, read the situation, and how much of that was intel coming from your teammates to help you make those plays?
I think today I had my best game in the major so far. So the reading of the game was pretty good. And in that round, the video round, I think it was me because in the play, I wasn't visual. I was Valkyrie, but it was banned. So in the last second, what are you guys? I got visual, and the clutch was amazing, yeah.
Okay, good to hear. You had those high impact clutches in both maps, really. How do you keep your head cool in such moments?
I don't know. I'm just playing the game, and yeah, I don't know. Actually, I'm more nervous now than I was in the game.
To be honest, you're doing great, if you ask me. And actually, since you say that, because to get to the level where you feel super comfortable in high-stakes games like this, you have to play so much Siege and so much competitive Siege. How much time do you even have in the game at this point?
I play since Season 1. Since 2016, the first season.
Do you remember how many hours you have in it?
I don't know. I started playing on PS4.
Oh, wow.
Till 2017 when I changed to PC in the last season of the year 2. And then I'm playing since then. I don't know how many hours, but a lot.
I mean, end of year 2, we had a Pro League final in Brazil. That was a lot of fun in Sao Paulo. That was the time where Sexy Cake was still 17, and we're thinking, wow, he's got to be the next prodigy coming up in Brazil. And look at where we are now.
I was watching.
There you go.
I was there watching.
See how things change, how quickly things change. But we have some questions coming in from our viewers. First of all, it's very clear, Brazil dominant here in the playoff stage, in the final stage of the major. What do you feel about an all-Brazil grand final?
It feels amazing to play against Liquid. They are a pretty good team. We are friends with them. Vopes is used to play in W7M. I think it's going to be a great show.
Okay, a question was from Urewath, and thank you very much for asking the question. For all those also that have questions for Fellowpox, or really any of us at this point, put them down in the chat. Aside from that, do you have a favorite skin in the game?
I have a favorite charm in game.
Don't say Wind Bastion if you answered.
No. The Lucky Cat.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I'm using every gun, but we don't have the LAM build, so.
That's a shame. More questions. So, Borges is asking, which player on Liquid are you most looking forward to playing against?
Anyone. I think that the whole team is good, and I think it's going to be a great game.
You're not very specific about like, hey, I want to destroy Palu in the server. I want to finally play Nesk in a grand final in here.
If I think like that, I think it's going to put more pressure. I don't know.
Fair enough. From 10 asking, can W7M be considered the most consistent team in professional play over the past year?
I think so. I think that's fair to say. In the last year, they were in every major, and the only major that they didn't play good was in the Charlotte major that they were in Mexico. So and despite the 2 changes that we had, we are still here in the grand final, so I think it's fair to say that.
But that's the question again, is what do you call consistency? Because swapping players constantly throughout the year seems like a bit of an inconsistency. For you, what is consistency for a roster?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So you had players that were coming in and out, of course, one of them through the entire year, right?
Yeah.
W7M. That would be called inconsistency, but what do you, for you, consistent team means what? In the server, in the way that you play?
I think it means about the results. The results show that we are a consistent team.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take it that way. And now you're in Denmark. You say your first major in this experience. How's it like being here in a foreign country and then still playing against a Brazilian team in the final?
Yeah, I was in the 6th Invitational 2021, and the top 3 was Brazilian. So I think again. Maybe it's me, I don't know, but again, it's a Brazilian final. And it feels amazing now in front of a crowd, because due to pandemic, it didn't have crowd, so it feels amazing to play against in front of a crowd.
Yeah, we had a great stage, but unfortunately nobody could be there in person to see it in Paris at SI21. All right, I think we've gone through quite a few of the questions. Anything else from yourselves? I'll be waiting on a couple more, so got anything to fire away?
Yeah, I'm really curious, and I understand that you might not be able to say too much about this, but Sky is a map that you guys like to ban a lot. But you let it come through to the point that it was the decider for today. Does that mean teams should be prepared for everything coming out from you guys?
Team Liquid should be scared about a skyscraper, and that's the only thing I said.
Okay.
She asked about map 3. I kind of want to ask about map 1. You guys got to go back to Chalet. You saw Soniqs play it yesterday. What did you learn from that game when you saw Soniqs play it? You had the same bans as NIP did. Did you read anything from that? Did you see anything that made you want to go to that map and made you want to play Soniqs on it?
Yeah, we didn't play Chalet in this championship till today, so we knew that they wouldn't have intel about us, how we play. And with the intel that we had yesterday, it was the right pick for us.
All right, and our final question from the audience. You mentioned you have a favorite charm. What is it? What is it? Like, as in even a team charm in this case?
The Lucky Cat charm.
But as a team charm, an esports charm.
Team charm. MIBR, my ex-team.
Fair enough. It hits to the heart at that point, right?
Yeah.
That's like, in general, favorite team skin in the game?
G2 Azami feels amazing.
Good one.
I think you're
Looks
very
amazing.
right on that. I completely agree. I really like the CAG model for Castle. It's really cool.
And the W7M skin on AR.
Gotta plug it in. Yeah. Gotta plug it in. Very well done. Learning from the best out there. Anyways, with that said, I think we are done with this portion of the interview. Thank you all for you guys who asked the questions to Fellapox here, and thank you, Fellapox, so much for joining us on the analyst desk. Good luck tomorrow against Team Liquid. Do we see you lifting that trophy?
Hopefully so.
All right, there you go. That's all you need. Thank you again. Big round of applause for Fellapox. Thank you very much, and we'll call it now. Highlights, let's put them up on the screen and have a quick chat about it to round out our day. You'll see it. Jesse, what a game.
What a game indeed, Milos. We saw really a dominant performance coming out from W7M playing on Oregon. Tough one for Soniqs. You know, there were a couple of rounds that to start off this half, which really didn't go their way. Their attacks just couldn't find the landing point. I hate to be a downer, but you got to point out Rexon 0-6 through that first half. He had a tough one to start off today, and we know he's such a good player. For him to show up and not be performing in the biggest tournament or in the biggest game of the tournament for SQ, I'm sure he's disappointed. But that happens sometimes. That's Siege. Soniqs still make it incredibly far in this tournament. Top 4, lots to be proud of. They'll be back in future majors, I'm sure.
I mean, you mentioned those two players suffering on the side of Soniqs, right? I mean, that's happening if you're getting shut down on the entry every single time. That is one thing that W7M were excellent in today. They got the entry in every single round except for 2 on that final map. So very strong in that. They move like a cohesive unit. For example, that very, very first round, all the way back to the beginning, where KZ played with the Solis all the way around the map, leaving Soniqs guessing as to where he could be and playing with the information that he was giving to himself. So smart. That was very, very cool to see. Even these players staying cool, calm, and collective. Philippe Oxedo, I'm more, nervous here on the interview than during those good
a humble
moments.
man. Fair enough.
Yes, exactly. But that's what you want to see from these players stepping up. And on the side of Soniqs, they didn't really seem like a cohesive unit. If Gio is a top performer, when he's playing more of a supportive role, something's wrong.
All right, and there it is. We see the final moments of our matchup with W7M versus Soniqs. We still have to mention something about Soniqs here because getting to the semifinal is a massive achievement. Soniqs have really gone forward in their careers, and I know Fresh was very much talking them up, raising them up, as some would say. Unfortunately, they couldn't progress any further, but that was a big showing for NA.
Certainly. I mean, you can look at individual players especially. I think Gunnar had the best tournament of his life. I think Citizen had the best tournament of his life. We really saw a couple players on Soniqs step up, deliver a fantastic show for the NA fans back at home. And this team, they're still pretty young. They're still kind of putting things together. They only just added Citizen to this lineup right before the 6th Invitational this year in 2022, or 2023, excuse me. So there's plenty more of Siege to be played, right? There's plenty more events to come. I don't think that Soniqs need to be worried at this point. They've got so many more opportunities. And in terms of SI points as well, they're pretty good. I mean, top 4 at a major, I don't believe locks you into the 6th Invitational, but it gets you quite close.
I think Soniqs are already further ahead than what W7F was this time last year.
Certainly.
In terms of performance.
Yep.
So, hey, maybe by the end of the year, and maybe by SI in Brazil, we'll be seeing things a bit different between the two. I'm very much looking forward to it. Though, today's results quite clear though. 2 best-of-3 series, and they ended in 2-0s. Team Liquid taking down FaZe Clan El Clasico was very much a one-sided matchup. Though, Soniqs put up their best performance. Unfortunately, W7M, not at this point, no longer the new kids on the block, really, making it happen. We have our grand final, Copenhagen tomorrow. It's Liquid versus W7M. All Brazilian matchup gets crowned right here in Denmark, and I'm very much excited for it. Jesse, and to close the day out, any further remarks you might have?
Well, W7M, Liquid, they're no strangers to each other, as you could say. Yunjipping, semifinals. I like to recall, Liquid beat W7M in that. I mean, obvious different iterations of the rosters, but there's that kind of backstory where they play against each other before.
And just a quick showing of the bracket here, as you see Liquid versus W7M. Remind everybody, that is a best-of-5 series. And that is a grueling matchup, Jesse, for any team to go through. And these two are one another's throats for tomorrow.
Absolutely they are, Milos, and Team Liquid. They've had such a journey so far. World champions round 1 of the quarterfinals, then the best team in Brazil round number 2. I mean, you don't get a much tougher bracket than this. They will now play against the 2nd place team from the World Championship last year, W7M in the finals. You cannot say that if they win that major, it won't be deserved.
I would like to also remind everybody that tomorrow at 1:30 p.m., we have a show match set. So we talk about more things tomorrow, and we'll also be chatting before that grand final about a, I guess, very specific part of Siege. We'll leave it at that. I think, VP fans will know what I'm talking about. Anyways, thank you very much, Jesse and Anne, for today. Thanks so much. Please, Copenhagen, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us here live at the forum. Congratulations to Liquid and W7M. They'll be playing tomorrow in our grand final. And just before it, a beautiful show match with wonderful players awaits. Take care. We love you so much. Good night.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
Y hoy son millones los que nos apoyan.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga gracias.
Obrigado. ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos. Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.